The Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Athletes have to retire. I've been doing this for 14 years. I've been a professional athlete for almost 20 years. The body doesn't just keep going and going and going, so my time has come, and there are many, many other things that I need to do in life. This has been a dream of mine for a long time, and whenever I watch sport, whatever sport it may be, I love to see the guy go out on top, and I would love to try and do that. I've decided that the Tour de France will be my last race as a professional cyclist.
Welcome to Lance Armstrong's Leaving Do. ITV's coverage of the 2005 Tour de France begins here on the small island of Noirmoutier off the Vendée coast, about as close as you can get to America here without actually being in the Atlantic. And the American who's won the last 6 editions of this race is about to go for an historic 7th. Now, in normal circumstances, that'd be more than enough to keep us going for the next 3 weeks, but Armstrong is after something more. Publicly and in advance, he set himself a task that not even the likes of Muhammad Ali or Michael Jordan could pull off, the trick of bowing out at the very pinnacle of his sport with a final brilliant flourish and no encores. If things go to plan for Armstrong, he'll step off the podium in Paris on July the 24th, straight into non-negotiable retirement, leaving the Tour the way he's always ridden it, which is to say on his own terms.
I got some faking, feel like it on me. Real talk, pouring Hennessy. Yeah, I got some new feelings. I got some new feelings that make you uncomfortable. You bring out all the good in me. Yeah, I see what'll never be. 'Cause I got me some reason to lock all my keys in the car that we're taking home. So won't you say what you said to me on the roof of your house? 'Cause I've been having my doubts, oh yeah, yeah. Don't know what we could be. Sometimes I feel we're nothing, but you talk like we're something. I guess now we're giving it a try. I like the way you describe it to people who won't go quiet. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, oh. 'Cause every day I'm reminded of all the descriptions I could make. Yeah, yeah. Whoa, whoa. Wasted, don't know what I feel. Remind me, 'cause it feels so real. Yeah, I got to repeat that I want you in me. Pay no mind to what I'll ignore. Try not to live like I'm 17, 'cause you want what's under my skin. The door is open, but I won't let me in. So won't you? Faking, feel like it on me. Real talk, pouring Hennessy. Yeah, I got some new feelings. I got some new feelings that make you uncomfortable. You bring out all the good in me. Yeah, I see what'll never be. 'Cause I got me some reason to lock all my keys in the car that we're taking home. So won't you say what you said to me on the roof of your house? 'Cause I've been
Well, before he can think about standing on the podium in Paris for the last time, there's plenty of other stuff Lance has to face for the last time on this farewell tour, starting with the 21 camera salute that greets his arrival every year. Then into his annual pre-race press conference, where he made it clear that he hasn't come just to do a lap of honour.
Every day will be special, every finish will be special, but I can't let that feeling and that emotion interfere with what I'm trying to do here, because it's, for me, it's not a promenade around France. I'm still trying to win, but I have to balance the two. And many times I'll be sad about it, and many times I'll be happy about it, because there are days when you really wish that you didn't have to do that ever again.
Now, the man with the chief responsibility for making sure that Lance does more suffering than sightseeing on his final Tour de France is Jan Ullrich of Germany's T-Mobile squad. He's finished second to Armstrong 3 times, and as Ned Bolting reports, he comes into this year's race backed by the most expensive team in cycling.
Nearly 20 million euros, that's what they've spent on a team for Jan Ullrich, because he's worth it. And anyway, it's his last chance to beat Lance Armstrong.
Ja gut, wenn man die letzten Jahre sieht, dann war es sicher so, dass ich ihn oftmals auch zumindest einigermaßen in Bredouille bringen konnte, mal ihn fordern musste. Und die Duelle zwischen uns sind ja bekannt gewesen, und sicher haben wir sehr, sehr viel Respekt gegenübereinander. Sicher ist es nochmal motivierend, dass er das letzte Mal fährt, dass er, der große Lenz, praktisch nochmal die Möglichkeit bietet, ihn nochmal zu schlagen. Und ich probiere es Bestmögliche, und ich freue mich schon drauf.
This is a team which oozes intent from every fibre of those famous racing jerseys, which, by the way, they're at pains to stress, are magenta, not pink.
But this year it's all about yellow, with Jan Ullrich, Andreas Klöden and Alexandra Vinokourov leading the charge. But who is really the boss?
On verra déjà sur les courses, mais bon, pour nous c'est plus important de gagner le tour. Après, c'est Jan, moi, Andreas. Pour moi, je pense que pour die Direktion aussi, je pense c'est plus important de gagner.
Aber dass ja, wie gesagt, wir beide erstmal für Jan die Edeldomestiken sind. Und alles andere wird sich dann im Rennen ergeben, und ich hoffe, dass der Jan aber das Ding macht.
Ich finde gut, dass wir so viele gute Fahrer in den eigenen Reihen haben, weil wir dadurch dann als Mannschaft auch ein bisschen unberechenbar sind. Lenz muss auch auf mehreren Leuten gucken und weiß, okay, wer ist jetzt Kapitän, er weiß nicht genau. Und bei uns wird für den besten Fahrer gefahren, da hat keiner ein Problem mit.
So, more than just a whiff of the same old confusion chipping away at their chances, and Ullrich's personal trainer Rudi Pevenage still stalks the sidelines, a not-so-welcome guest at the T-Mobile high table.
So there we are, all 9 of them resplendent in magenta, only one difference. Where's Eric Zabel?
Yes, the game is up for the 6 times winner of the green jersey and German national hero Eric Zabel. No place in the new team for sentiment.
Wenn man wirklich nochmal auf Gelb geht, auf Gesamtklassement, dann sollte man schon eine kompakte Mannschaft haben, wie es Lenz auch jedes Jahr macht. Und ja, wir haben uns entschieden mit der sportlichen Leitung, mit den Fahrern und mit dem Sponsor, dass wir dieses Jahr nochmal alles probieren, um das gelbe Trikot zu holen. Und da haben wir jetzt eine Mannschaft um mich herum gebaut.
More compact, maybe. More focused, perhaps. But certainly more expensive. T-Mobile have just raised the stakes.
Well, not only have they raised the stakes, I think they may have just increased their motor insurance premiums as well, not to mention the ones on Jan Ullrich's life policy. Have a look at this, a shattered rear windscreen, which was the result of a rather alarming collision yesterday between a team car and the team leader. Ullrich apparently smashed into it when the vehicle braked while he was slipstreaming close behind on a training ride and didn't react in time. Amazingly, the car seems to have come off worst. Jan's injuries were mostly to his dignity. He came out of hospital wearing possibly the largest plaster in Western France, covering some small cuts on his neck, according to the team, and says he's otherwise perfectly fit to start. Nonetheless, not the ideal preparation for Lance Armstrong's biggest challenger, and while we're talking about challengers, let's have a look at who else might be in contention for a place on the podium. Ivan Basso of CSC was impressive in the mountains last year on his way to 3rd place. This year he's improved his time trialling. Floyd Landis was working for Armstrong last July. Now he's leading his own team, the Swiss-based Phonak, and leading it well. Gerolsteiner's Levi Leipheimer is another US defector. He disappointed in 2004, but is at least talking a good 2005. Joseba Belocchi is back at the race for the first time since his terrible crash in 2003. He's got no real form, but huge motivation. And if you want to keep an eye on a couple of young riders, there's Michael Rogers, one of 10 Australians in the race, and Alejandro Valverde of Spain, making one of the most highly anticipated Tour debuts of recent years. Well, here with us for the duration of the Tour is a man who has won this opening time trial stage 3 times, Chris Boardman. And Chris, we'll get on to the opening time trial in a moment. Let's stick with the race overall to start with. And I was trying to think of the last cyclist who ended his career the way Armstrong's done, putting all this pressure on himself. And the only man I can think of is you in 2001 when you announced that your last ever ride would be an attempt on the world hour record, which turned out to be successful. But how difficult is it going to be, exactly, how difficult is it going to be for him to keep his focus on the job at hand, knowing that the end is so near?
I think the difficulty is, as soon as you say, I'm going to retire, you're saying, I don't need this anymore, and that little bit of passion is gone. And the only way he can really deal with that is to focus on this one event and just look at this one thing and know that when it's finished, it's over, and that in its way brings a different kind of motivation.
Has he manufactured the pressure in a way? Because winning his 6th was the big one, wasn't it? That was the one that made history. He's on a hiding to nothing with number 7, but he's contractually obliged to ride it anyway. So is this his way of upping the ante and really giving himself an adrenaline kick?
Perhaps so. I think the trick here really is to get himself to the start line in good condition, and as soon as he's actually into the race, then instincts will take over. It's just getting to that start line in the condition to be able to do something with it when it just does start to become instinctive.
Now, quickly, Jan Ullrich, last chance to beat Armstrong.
I think it's going to be difficult for him, actually. He really is up against it, and he's probably in a pool of maybe 5 other riders that are capable of doing it. His form's been pretty good, and it's been good recently as well, so that'll be an interesting race.
Now, today's stage is longer than the usual opening prologue. It's a full stage of 19 kilometres, and it's very exposed out here on the coast, isn't it?
Very exposed, and we're talking a race-changing distance here. That wind's going to have a big effect over 19 kilometres, and we're going to see some very disappointed people by the end of the day.
Yeah, 1 bridge, 5 roundabouts, and a lot of wind. That is what we've heard it described as. We'll see. The wind seems to have dropped a little bit. Now, let's tell you what we've got coming up for you. The first big name we're going to see finishing today is Jan Ullrich's teammate, Alexander Vinokourov. Then here are the likely contenders for victory today. Australia's Michael Rogers, the world time trial champion, is off at 20-6, with Floyd Landis at 21 minutes past. Brad McGee, another Aussie time trial specialist, goes 10 minutes after him. And then it's the big 3 just after 5:45. Ivan Basso, Jan Ullrich and Lance Armstrong at 1 minute intervals. The time they're aiming at is that of David Zabriskie, another US rider for CSC. He's in with a time of 20 minutes 51. Then it's Laszlo Bedrogi, 59 seconds back. Vladimir Karpitz, Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano of Spain, and Jose Enrique Gutierrez. The big disappointment, though, is the time of Andreas Klurden in at 22:52, so he's well away. Let's join commentary now with Paul Sherwin and Phil Liggett, newly made MBE.
Well, this is now Joshiba Bolocki ploughing a lonely furrow here, straight up towards the finishing line. He's picking up a largely helpful wind, slightly cross at times. His fine second place in the Tour de France now, of course, interrupted by that nasty crash he had a couple of years ago, and doesn't seem to have recovered the form that went down with him in that crash on the road to Gap. Alexander Vinokourov, Paul, I think you're right. This man wants to establish that he is just as good as Jan Ullrich, and today is a good day to do it.
Today is certainly a very good day to do it. The time to knock off the top of the leaderboard is that of Dave Zabriskie, and in fact, at the second time check, 15 kilometres into the race, Alexander Vinokourov has just gone past there with the second best time, 37 seconds behind Dave Zabriskie. In fact, he's just catching Isaac Galvez there of Isla Baleares, and he started 2 minutes in front of the rider who is the national road champion of Kazakhstan.
So there's the top 10 passing through, and we're looking now at what is going to be an inspired performance here, I think. Yesterday, Jan Ullrich had this rather strange accident out warming up for the time trial, getting used to his special bike. Didn't realise when the car was directly in front of him, his team car was slowing down. He slammed into the back of it and went through the rear windscreen. He's okay, he's got a bandage on his neck, which you'll probably see later on. But it just shows you can't take risks like that. That was rather a silly mistake, I think, by both concerned.
Silly mistake, but that's the risk you have to take if you want to be at the top. This man was the dominant rider of the start of this year's season, Jens Voigt, the big German rider, another former East German like Jan Ullrich. But this year, at the start of the season, he was such an incredible talent. And here, he has said his only job at the Tour de France is to look out for their team leader, Ivan Basso, the Italian. But you can't discount Jens Voigt on the opening stages.
But his time's important, because this will be a good guide as to the quality of Dave Zabriskie's ride here, because Jens Voigt is a very good time trial rider. Hits the line. Looking for the clock, we can't quite see it. 21:57, rounded down, third place, but still all over a minute slower than Zabriskie. Voigt going off in his 8th Tour. But look at this, here comes now Vinokourov.
Alexander Vinokourov is looking at a time of 20 minutes and 51 seconds. That's the time of Dave Zabriskie. He's not too worried about that. I think for Vinokourov, the most important thing is to lay down the foundations early on in the possible ride towards a podium position. This is the final corner he's coming around here. This man has never really been a great individual time trialist, Phil, but look at the face. That is the mask of the big days. He's really giving it everything.
Well, he's not going to hit Zabriskie's time, and that's a huge feather in the young American's first time in the Tour de France. But Alexander Vinokourov is thinking 3 weeks' time. 21:44 for him. That is a superb ride. He'll slot into second place. That is now official. 21:44.97. He drops in second place. And Zabriskie, well, he's seen one of his big rivals here for a stage win slip by, and he's beaten him.
53 seconds. That is a monster gap at this stage of the game for Zabriskie over Alexander Vinokourov. But we do still have the big names, the big specialists still to come. Riders like Santiago Botero, riders like Michael Rogers, and of course the last man to start, Lance Armstrong.
It's on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to Noirmoutier. An American is leading stage one of the 2005 Tour, but not the American we're likely to be talking about by the end of the programme. David Zabriskie of the CSC squad is in with the best time, 20:51, with Alexander Vinokourov currently in second place, 53 seconds behind him. But the big talking point so far is the miserable performance of Andreas Klöden, who finished second overall last year to Lance Armstrong. Was supposed to be disputing the leadership of the T-Mobile team this year with Jan Ullrich. He's in with a time of 22:52, and as he came over the line, Ned was there to greet him.
Are you happy with your ride?
No.
Can you explain the time?
Yeah, it was very windy, and I think it's not my course. And okay, it's the first day from the Tour de France, and we have another 3 weeks.
Will you talk to Jan about the conditions now out on the course?
Yeah, when I come back, I can talk a little bit, but I think he can riding very good.
Well, he can. What about Klöden's ride? You think a lot of riders, because the bridge comes so early and it's got a bit of a steep climb, that too many of them are overcooking it there.
Yeah, this is the big danger when you're a real favourite and you believe that you can do this, is that you overcook it at the start. They go to that bridge, push a little bit too hard, they crest it, and they suddenly realise they've got another 18 kilometres to go, and that's an awful long way to go when you're carrying fatigue.
But the good news for the likes of Ullrich and Armstrong is all those riders who've made that early mistake will be transmitting information back to the start, and they will be adjusting their ride accordingly.
I think really it's part of being a champion. It's to know when to have to control yourself, control your own nerves, and take it steady. And we saw that with Zabriskie's very, very steady start, and he made the most of the bulk in the wind.
Well, there's the Italian rider Salvatore Commesso down the start ramp. Let's rejoin commentary now with Paul Sherwin and Phil Liggett, with David Zabriskie still the leader out on the course and Alexander Vinokourov in second place. All the big names still to come.
Salvatore Commesso then setting off from the start line in Fromentine, and a big crowd there, and there's quite a big crowd managed to sneak onto the island here as well. The roads were closed from 9 a.m. local time this morning, so if the boys didn't get up early, the police were not allowing them even onto the island because this road totally closed. When the race goes one way, of course, the cars that follow have to come down the other side to get back to the start house.
Just a quick check there. You saw that already Michael Bogert had lost himself 1 minute and 16 seconds. We're looking here at the champion of France in the road race, Peric Federigo, a title that he won just last weekend.
And this is a local team, very much so, because the Bouygues Telecom team from France, a new team on the block, is managed by Jean-René Bernadotte. He's a man of the Vendée. He lives here, and he's developed a lot of his team riders living in the region as well. It's an all-French team. There aren't many teams these days, rather like football back home, who have the a full squad of the nationality where they come from.
I think the nice thing about Jean-René, who turned professional, by the way, in exactly the same year as I did back in 1978, of his 28-man team, 21 of the riders on this professional squad have come up through his development program, and I think you have to take your hat off to that. And he's got himself a lot of publicity out of the Tour de France over the last couple of years, especially, of course, with the man who became the French hero last year, Thomas Voeckler.
Absolutely, and well, maybe this will be the hero this year, Pierrick Fedrigo, because as Paul has said, he's the new champion on the block, like Vaucler last year. This time Fedrigo is the champion of France. Here we go, this will be Patrick Sinkovits. He's on good form, Sinkovits, and rumoured to be leaving this team at the end of the year. And there's a few people on the quick-step team, which he's now part of, quite annoyed about that, because he's going very, very well.
A lot of rumours on the block at the moment. Theoretically, you're not allowed to talk about where riders are going to go to until the month of October. But certainly, we're talking already. In fact, one of the other big rumours is that Michael Rogers might be moving ship as well during the winter months. And the rumour is that he might be moving across to the T-Mobile squad, the squad of Jan Ullrich. But we won't find any of that for certain until we get to the latter part of the season. French national champion out on course, riding in his home region. In fact, the Team Bouygues Telecom is based just down the road from Fromentine, and it's where Thomas Vaucler, in fact, lives. He moved down here from where he was brought up on the island of Martinique in the Caribbean, but has been very much adopted here by the French from the Vendée region. Quick reminder of the overall classification. Still, Dave Zabriskie has reported the fastest time, ahead of Alexander Vinokourov and Laszlo Badrogi.
Well, look at this now, Paul, because here's the rider, Stuart O'Grady. I know he's got huge following back home in Adelaide, and O'Grady will be looking for a good ride. He's in his 9th Tour de France this year. He's always nibbled at winning the green jersey. He's worn the yellow jersey. It'll be interesting to see what time he does turn in at the end of the day. Looking back here to the start house, the big man is on the right, taking in last-minute sustenance. Lance Armstrong warming up, George Hincapie as well. They've still to go, of course. People are tipping George Hincapie to do what he did in the Dauphiné and beat his team captain Lance. I somehow don't think so.
Somehow I don't think so. The Tour de France isn't the Dauphiné Libéré, but they will be the last two riders to start for Discovery Channel. George Hincapie starting at 6:27 local time. Lance Armstrong will roll out of the blocks at 12 minutes to 7 o'clock.
Well, this is Fedrigo, the road champion of France of a week, but riding a time trial today. For that reason, not allowed to wear his national tricolour jersey, but nonetheless, he'll keep on trying. He'll ride steady today. He's got no ambitions to win this, of course, because he is not a time trial rider, but he will keep the pressure on here. But the Bouygues Telecom team, because of the big gaps which are opening already in the time trial, will look for opportunist breakaways in the next few days and see if they can land a big result on what is for them the home region of the Vendée here in France.
Sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
There's Lance Armstrong warming up beside George Hincapie back at the start. And Chris, the word has filtered back, obviously, to the start about David Zabriskie's time, and it's actually surprised a few people.
Well, it's quite solid. He was certainly on our long list there. He's ridden very well this year. He's got a win in the Giro, even third in the mountain stage. A light rider, so I think we'll be seeing more of him. I still think it's a bridgeable gap, though, 20-odd seconds at the first time check, so that's going to be the first indication that we get.
Now, Lance is back there on his trainer at the moment, but we've heard that he went out training on the road, they had to send a search party out for him because he was late back. It's very undiscovery-like, isn't it?
Well, I think he's still got plenty of time, but I think we'll just have to wait and see whether it's people looking for chinks in his armour already.
All right, well, we'll see when he gets out on the road whether there are any chinks in his armour. At the moment, as I say, David Zabriskie is the leader out on the road. He has 53 seconds over Alexander Vinokourov. Let's get back to the time trial stage now and join Paul Sherwin.
Looking down here at Stuart O'Grady, a quick glimpse there of the fastest time so far at all the intermediary checks. The man leading, Dave Zabriskie of the United States of America and Team CSC. Stuart O'Grady, he's had almost everything you want out of the Tour de France. He's worn the yellow jersey, he's worn the green jersey, and he's taken stage wins as well. O'Grady, you can get a chance to see the size of gears that these riders are using, and a lot of riders this afternoon have actually opted to put a slightly bigger chainring on the outside, a 55-tooth chainring, which actually develops a massive gear, and that's all because of the cross tailwind, which has been pushing the average speed at very close to 60 kilometers an hour. But I have a funny feeling in the latter part of the afternoon we may well see the wind drop a fraction.
Well, at the moment, the flags are rather relaxing. And Paul, this takes me back to, was it 1988 and Sean Yates, when he started early like Zabriskie did, and he survived the day and won the stage.
I was on the race into Wascal, and Sean Race, who was absolutely storming along, and was one of the top 10 fastest time trials in the history of the Tour de France. And weather conditions can affect time trials. We've seen that in the past, and of course we do remember the individual prologue in Saint-Brieuc when Jackie Durand went off number 20, and then the heavens opened, and I'm pretty sure Chris Boardman, the British rider, would remember that, because he went out rather nastily, breaking his ankle in that crash.
I think his tour lasted about half a mile. Rather sadly, Chris crashed. Yeah, it was torrential rain, absolutely torrential rain. So we felt sorry for Chris. Jackie Durand pulled off the ride of his life, starting in sunshine. Well, we're looking down here now at the start area here of Fromentine, as the riders go off at 1 minute intervals. Interestingly enough, the whole field going off at 1 minute. I think it's because it's less than 20 kilometres, the race, because normally the last 10 riders would go off at least 2 minute intervals if it was more than 20 kilometres. And that makes me think that this is going to be a tremendous attraction for Armstrong chasing Ullrich and Ullrich chasing Ivan Basso. But that's the way it is, and the best time still remains on American shoulders, 20 minutes and 51 seconds at the moment. Meanwhile, back in the start house, as this looks like it's Arrieta about to make his start.
Jose Luis Arrieta, Isla Baleares, the Spanish rider, rolling away, and we're all still waiting to see whether the last riders to start can knock Dave Zabriskie off the top of the leaderboard. I think I'll put my neck out and say that I think they just might do that, because there's some very big specialists like Michael Rogers, the world time trial champion on 2 occasions, specialists like Floyd Landis. This is Michael Bogart coming in, and he is an awfully long way down in this individual time trial here this afternoon. If he's lucky, he might just scrape into the top 100. He's a long way down on the winning time of Dave Zabriskie so far. That time is a time of 20 minutes and 51 seconds, and this really is confirmation that this first time trial here at the Tour de France is opening up the gaps. 92nd for Michael Bogart, 23 minutes and 46 seconds. This is the face of Bobby Julich, once 3rd overall in the Tour de France. He's had a magical start to the season. He won himself Paris-Nice, he won himself the Criterium Internationale. Says he's come into the Tour, like Jens Voigt, his teammate, just to work for Ivan Basso. But you know what? Bobby will try and do a good time in the individual time trial here. Gets down very low onto that aerodynamic position very quickly, very much like Lance Armstrong too. He's developed this ability to ride with a very high cadence. Very high on the machine, and just looking at the flags at the start here, it does appear that the weather condition is changing for the last few riders. Julich turned professional back in 1992. He's 33 years of age now, turns 34 at the end of the year in November. He's only had 12 wins in his career, but he's thinking at the Tour de France this year about the man there on the left-hand side, because that is the man who finished 3rd in the Tour de France last year, Ivan Basso of Team CSC. I think in the back of my mind he made a mistake in riding the Giro d'Italia this year. He should really have concentrated on just one race.
Well, he looks happy enough. He's relaxed. Not a good sign when you smile at the crowd, Paul. You've got to concentrate at this stage.
Slightly different concentration we saw a little earlier on the face of Lance Armstrong, but this man, over the last couple of months, has turned himself into a pretty good individual time trialist. After all, Phil, he was 2nd in the time trial at the Giro d'Italia behind his teammate Dave Zabriskie, and I think we were both very shocked at the time because of his change of position, which has become so much more aerodynamic.
Well, that is true, and Lance Armstrong has said he's a much improved rider this year, and he'll do well to respect him, I think, because he's gone out of the Tour of Italy having an up and a down tour, and he'll do well here. Well, at the moment, it's looking to me as though Stuart O'Grady might have gone through the check in the best time.
41st best time.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Paul. Sorry. No, the old eyes are going. 41st best time. Sorry to Australian viewers, but Stuart's gone through in 41st place. The countdown here now is Paolo Savadelli, 2-time winner of the Giro d'Italia. A great man in the mountains, brought onto Team Discovery to ride alongside Armstrong when the roads start going up.
2-time winner of the Giro in 2002 and 2005, but I think he really enjoyed his victory this year And I have to say that the penultimate stage in the mountains was probably one of the most exciting days of cycling I've seen this year. The time to beat is still Dave Zabriskie, 20 minutes 51 seconds. And I suppose we have to tip our hats a little bit to the team manager in the Giro d'Italia, because that was Sean Yates of Great Britain.
Yes, indeed. Sean Yates, the man who also won from an early start in a time trial back in 1988. And I can tell you the wind has dropped quite amazingly, and it's probably due to the change of direction of the tide. Back with the Adelaide, the South Australian rider here, Stuart O'Grady. He's been a great rider on the track. He is a good time trialist, and he's going to try and deliver a good time. But at 41st at the check at 9.6, he's not going to beat the time of Zabriskie now.
He'd already lost himself 55 seconds at that point. But, you know, Stuart O'Grady back in 2003 was the Australian national champion. He's had almost every title that there is to offer. But I do believe last year in Athens, he was pretty excited about his gold medal in the Madison.
Indeed, and well, he might be too, picking up a couple of gold medals at the end. He's had a great career, and it's not over yet, of course. Rejoining now, the image here, all streamlined, of Bobby Julich. There's the split highway, because the car's going the other way. Return here as they go back to pick up their next riders. Bobby Julich, third in 1998.
Yeah, Julich there sporting a very aerodynamic helmet. It goes halfway down his back. Now, the rules and regulations nowadays concerning those helmets are they have to conform to safety regulations. The winner of the Dauphiné Libéré this year, with a dramatic ride on the final stage, Inigo Landeluz will now roll down and face 19 kilometers in the event that we know as the Race of Truth. Euskaltel-Euskadi are looking to try and see whether their man Iban Mayo can rival men like Lance Armstrong in the big mountains. He's been very quiet so far this season. I wonder if he can do it. So Landeluz is away. Back with Stuart O'Grady. O'Grady was 44 seconds in the rears at the first time check at 9.6 kilometers. We're still looking at the fastest times at every time check going to a man by the name of Dave Zabriskie. At the finish line, he's 53 seconds faster than Alexander Vinokourov and 59 seconds faster than a man who was an under-23 world time trial champion, Laszlo Bodrogi. But a great ride, too, by Jens Voigt, who was well up there in 4th place in the overall classification.
Well, those time gaps, Carpets there, who was the best white jersey of last year, and looks as though he's getting off to a reasonable start today. There's the man in yellow, looking a little bit wooden. The polka dot jersey, we'll see plenty of that, as the King of the Mountain will find a new owner this year with the retirement of 7-time winner Richard Virenque.
Bobby Julich out on course, 3rd overall in the Tour de France in 1998. And now I think really in this individual time trial, trying to set himself up to possibly put Team CSC into top place for the team time trial. Now that is going to be very important in a couple of days' time, because the order of start in the team time trial is quite important, because if you are the leading team, you're the last team to start, and you've got a very good idea to take time information of all of the teams that start in front of you. And that's why right now CSC are in a pretty strong position, because they've got 1st and 4th at the end of the race. Sandy Cassar rides for FDJeux.com, and he is a very good sprinter and a man who over the last couple of years has turned out to be a brave bike rider. His worst performance in the Tour de France, I have to say, for Sandy Cassar is when he finished last overall. But he knows how to fight. He's a sprinter, doesn't like the mountains, but he does try to battle his way through. A lot of the sprinters take this as an interesting day of just survival. Now you've got a quick glimpse there of a very strange but interesting chain wheel of Bobby Julich's, and it's an elliptical chainring, and the reason for that is what they're trying to do is eliminate what they call in the sport top dead center, and that is to say that when your axles are at 12:30, you've got your pedals at the top and the bottom, it's very difficult to push them over, which is why they've developed this rather strange looking oval elliptical chainring there, which you could just see on the bike of Bobby Julich. Now, Levi Leipheimer has had a great season so far. He was well up in the Tour of Georgia. He wore the leader's jersey in the Dauphiné Libéré at the start of the season, and many people think that this year Levi has got a very good chance of finishing in the top 5 in the overall classification. Into fame when he finished third overall in the Vuelta a España when he rode for a certain team by the name of US Postal Service. After that, he decided to switch allegiances and move across to a Rabobank. But the man we're all waiting to start is this man here, Lance Armstrong, the 6-time winner of the Tour. And he will start at 18:48 local time, 12 minutes to 7. And he'll be taking a pretty serious interest and a keen interest on how the weather conditions seem to be changing.
Paul, do you reckon Lance can set up a time? We know Lance is fast, but that's an incredible time by Zabriskie. I'm not sure Lance can match that.
It's going to be very difficult because Zabriskie did have the advantage of starting with basically a tailwind for the whole of the course, and he's gone out there in a time of 20:51. He's almost a minute faster than anybody else so far, and just looking out of the window here, Phil, from the commentary box, it does appear that the day is becoming an awful lot calmer.
It does. It's beautifully warm. It's quite humid, in fact, and that should engender some good rides today. But Lance here making sure he's warm and ready to go, because there's no time to warm up. Once the flag goes down, you have got to get right up to your optimum output and hold it for what appears to be around about 20 minutes and 51 seconds right now.
It's so important. You might think today's day is only 19 kilometers or 12 miles for the riders. Well, it's not. They went out this morning, they will have ridden the course, they will have looked at the course one last time, and then they will warm up for around about 25 miles or an hour before actually getting into the starting gate. You have to start with the engine already hot, ready to kick in.
Well, Levi Leipheimer has made his start. We're now going to the man who made his name here in the Tour de France last year, Thomas Voeckler. The Bouygues Telecom rider. He's on every poster here all over France this last few weeks. He's gone from an unknown to a star. Listen to the crowd.
Well, they loved this man. He was French national champion last year. He wanted to try and win the title again last Sunday. He wasn't able to. It was his teammate, Pedro Guerrero, who got the win on that occasion. But Voeckler, whatever, is going to be a man that the French public will cheer on.
But it's the man who starts now in about 45 seconds who will be chasing him, Michael Rogers, the double world time trial champion, who's looking for a big finish today, and maybe he's the man who can beat Dave Zabriskie. At the moment, we're looking here at Bobby Julich a little bit further along the course. Just looking at our time checks, the computer not updating anything yet on Bobby Julich penetrating the leaderboard.
Well, Bobby Julich, I would think, will perform around about the same level as Jens Voigt, who was third at the first time check of the day, just 22 seconds in arrears of his teammate Dave Zabriskie. Riding the Tour de France for the first time, we look at the elliptical chainring there of Bobby Julich. It really looks rather strange, and it's been tried a number of times through the past, and there is the world champion going out. We almost missed the start there of the Australian Michael Rogers.
But we got back in time. He's wearing the colours of a world champion here. Michael Rogers now from Canberra is underway.
By Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to Noirmoutier, where David Zabriskie, the US rider for CSC, still leads stage 1 of the 2005 Tour de France with a time of 20:51 for this 19-kilometre time trial course. That's been causing quite a few ripples back at the start, where Amat Rendell has been getting reaction from the Discovery camp.
Well, more than ripples, Gary, shockwaves, I'd say. Now, George Hincapie is straight in front of me warming up. They've seen the time, and the work from the Discovery Channel camp is unbelievable. That word. Hey, don't forget that Zabriskie rode for US Postal, the former manifest. Knowing very well. And I'm told that when they went to look at the course 2 days ago,
well, there's obviously a bad line to Matt at the start. I think the gist of what he was getting across was that the Discovery team, i.e. Lance, because that's where the word will be coming from, thinks that David Zabriskie's time might stand.
I think that's very likely the case. We noticed that he had a very relaxed start. It looked to me like Reese had been speaking to him and just said, listen, just go out there, ride the race. You're really here to help the rest of the team, to help Basso. So just go out and ride your race. And that really relaxed start might have been what made the difference for him.
And Zabriskie's got some form, hasn't he? Won a time trial in the Giro d'Italia, as you say, but unusual to hold your form for this long.
Yeah, he's had quite a hard year. He's been working hard for Jens Voigt to start the year, Tour of Mediterranean. He's worked for his team. In the gyro, he rode very, very strongly, even third in the mountain time trial. So it is quite unusual that he's still going well now, but that's going to be hard to beat.
Well, the Discovery team thinks...
This is the lone figure of Thomas Voigtler. The former champion of France continues to ride. It almost looks here as though Thomas Voigtler is settling down nicely now. Bit of a sparse crowd out on the island, and sorry a little bit about the picture breakups as the riders continue. This is Thor Hushovd, the new time trial champion of Norway we've cut back to now. So he's making good progress. We could expect a good time.
Well, Hushovd has won 4 races so far this year, but he actually started his love affair with the sport of time trialing back in 1995 when he was the national junior time trial champion. But more impressive than that was when he crowned himself world under-23 time trial champion back in 1998. I think one of the reasons Stuart O'Grady left the Crédit Agricole team was the little bit of rivalry between Thor Hushovd, who is a very good sprinter, and Stuart O'Grady. O'Grady felt that he wasn't getting the backing from the team that he deserved as a man who had worn the green jersey and, of course, worn the yellow.
Here he is, Floyd Landis on the departure for Phonak, a new team for him. He's now an arch rival of Lance Armstrong. He's left his side to see if he can do it for himself.
The pressure is completely different when you're trying to ride as an overall leader. He finished 3rd this year in the Tour of Georgia, and I tell you one thing, I think he will feel the pressure over the next couple of weeks. Now, this is a nice, interesting move. Coming in here, we can see this is Juan Antonio Fletcher coming up to the line. Around about a top 40 position for him, but this guy is an aggressive bike rider. Won a stage in the Tour de France a couple of years ago and showed us a rather interesting victory salute.
So Fletcher is doing a reasonable time, but there's no time that looks very reasonable now, because he looks back at the clock as he comes in. Oh, he's realised he's about to be caught here. That looks like it might have been the rider, Michael Ricker might have been right up behind him there. And Fletcher is in, so he won't rock any ships. Back out to the world champion. Sorry about the picture breakup. Occasionally our satellite, which is coming from the world feed, shuts down on us, but it's fine again now. Michael Rogers out there, very exposed today. They're very lucky, in fact, Paul, the wind isn't blowing strong and across, because that would hurt them.
Well, it is starting to pick up again as we look here at Thor Hushovd, the Norwegian time trial champion. And just looking back at the record book, Phil, the fastest ever first-day time trial in any professional time trial was done by Rick Verbrugge at 58.874 kilometers an hour. Chris Boardman holds the fastest ever prologue at 55 kilometers an hour, but Dave Zabriskie's time at the moment is looking at 54.6 kilometers an hour. Now that is very fast indeed.
Well, this is a great piece of riding by some riders, but Zabriskie still making himself the rider to beat. That is for Hushovd. Well, we're waiting for to get a first time check on him. Levi Leipheimer's gone through there in 29th place at the moment. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a long way down for Levi Leipheimer, 29th place, 45 seconds lost, and a lot of that is, I think, to do with the changing weather conditions. Axel Merckx, he's former champion of Belgium, sports probably one of the most famous names in the sport of professional cycling. He's the son of the great Eddy Merckx, who won the Tour de France on 5 separate occasions. But Eddy also won the Giro d'Italia 5 times and the Tour of Spain 3. Rogers, look at that aerodynamic position, very far forward on the machine, his arms perched out in front of him, making him like a knife cutting into the wind. He's got every aerodynamic possibility added to his machine. That disc wheel at the back reduces all of the friction. He had a pretty close moment a few moments ago when he nearly decked it going into one of the early corners, and he must have thought back to last year when he crashed in the opening day prologue. But this man is now, in his own right, the world champion at this discipline. This is possibly the star of the future for Spanish cycling, Alejandro Valverde. A lot of people believe that he can ride high in the overall classification, but the great thing about Alejandro Valverde is not only can he go up hills very well, he's also not a bad sprinter. So Alejandro Valverde turned pro back in 2002. He's had 30 wins so far, but you know, last year he won on 15 separate occasions. Now he's on a strong squad. Ile Baleares, as we go back to look at Thor Hushovd. The amazing thing about Hushovd is he's riding this individual time trial with absolute brute force. In around about half an hour's time, we'll get a chance to see Lance Armstrong, who will probably be pedaling around about 20% faster than this man, because Armstrong over the last couple of years has become the master of turning his legs very fast. Carlos Sastre, he's the last rider from Team CSC to start before his leader Ivan Basso, and he's a great mountain man. Carlos Sastre will be looking for a high place in the overall classification, but more importantly looking to support Ivan Basso on the mountain stages to try and get him back onto the podium like last year.
Well, last time Sastre won the stage, Paul, I think it was up in Aix 12th term where we're going in the last week of the Tour. So let's see if he can do it again next time. Go on.
Bobby Julich coming into the finishing line. He was 10th at the first time check, and he's actually sped up quite a bit here. He's looking at the time here of Alexander Vinokourov, who was second. He's not going to beat his teammate Dave Zabriskie, but this is a very fine performance by Bobby Julich, who's gone out very fast and held his speed out on the route.
So Bobby Julich racing towards the line here, a respectable time. That's going to get up there amongst the leaders if he's lucky. No, he'll just drop out of the top 4 certainly, but it's been a good ride by Julich. He'll make 7th probably as he comes up towards the line. 21:57.99. Julich home in the 7th best time. That's all right for Bobby, because he's not here to win the Tour. He's told us so. He's here to help his team leader Ivan Basso hopefully win the Tour for his team CSC.
But they're also trying to get themselves a high place in the team classification today, so that they can start in last position hopefully in the team time trial in a couple of days' time.
And of course they're off to a great start so far, but there can be changes. Now more news coming in.
Michael Rogers is not doing great. He's gone through the first time check 42nd.
I can't believe that.
53 seconds down.
Now that is a real pointer. As we go back to the start house and look here through the legs of George Hincapie making ready his move. Well, the time of Michael Rogers are running on a par with the other Australian, Stuart O'Grady. So that is interesting, and again highlights the ride of Zabriskie. George Hincapie, last time he rode a time trial was the prologue of the Dauphiné Libéré, and he won it.
He certainly did win it, and that was a very good performance by him, because basically he top and tailed the Dauphiné Libéré. He won himself the prologue, but he also won himself the last stage as well, just ahead of his own teammate Jaroslav Popovic, and of course in 3rd place on that occasion Lance Armstrong. I think today that this man George Hincapie will be going out as hard as he can to try and set some points out on the course for Lance Armstrong to look at. Amazing thing about Hincapie is every time Lance Armstrong has won the Tour de France since 1999, Hincapie has been alongside him. Not one other rider on Discovery Channel can say that. It's going to be a strange year for Hincapie next year when, of course, Armstrong is no longer there, because Armstrong will retire on the 24th of July, win or lose. But this man is going to enjoy his Tour, I think, this year. He's already made his season by taking the overall win at the Giro d'Italia. And he's certainly one of the greatest descenders. His nickname, and we'll see more of him earning his nickname later in the Tour, is Il Falco. Because when it comes to going down hills, this man pounces like a falcon. Pretty impressive ride this for Paolo Salvadelli. Actually, the time to beat is not going to be beaten, that of Dave Zabriskie, but this man is not one of the great individual time trialists of the sport, but he is setting the mark for Discovery Channel. He's going to finish inside the top 30, 22nd place for Paolo Salvadelli, 22.26. I don't think he'll be too upset with that, but he's lost himself 1.5 minutes. 2 times a winner of the Giro d'Italia, Paolo Salvadelli. And I just caught a glimpse of the man following him in the team car there, by the way, was the former wearer of the yellow jersey for Great Britain, Sean Yates. And we go back down the road to see Michael Rogers. Rogers looking good.
All right, Paul, let's go back down to the start house now, as we see there Iban Mayo make his move. Now, he was a big favourite to do well in the Tour last year, so Lance Armstrong's team made sure he had a very rough ride over the top of northern France, and he was half an hour down before he got to the mountains. He'll remember that.
Completely blew his morale on the stage over the cobbles, where he had a crash and ended up losing all hope of winning the Tour de France. He's had a very quiet season so far this year, but the team, Phil, have got a lot of confidence in this man, and they believe that he has the same form that he had last year.
We switch towards the finish here now, and AG2R, but the riders are coming in thick and fast. This is Astolotha here, former top rider, but he's still trying his best. He's slipping away. He's not going to make a top 30 finish here, but not everybody can ride the time trial. He certainly looks as though, judging by his face, he's giving it his best finish as he heads up towards the line, and the clock counting him away from the leaderboard as he goes. Arrieta, who was caught by Bobby Julich, has done a better time than Astolotha as he drives up this home straight. AG2R, by the way, have got a young Australian making his appearance this year, Simon Gerrans, and we certainly wish him well, because we've watched how that young man has worked his way up from the very small lowest levels of club cycling to today starting in the Tour de France.
I like it in the press this morning. They actually put him down as one of the local riders because he actually lives in this area, but he's not a Frenchman. He is, in fact, Australian.
You bet your life he is.
Just catching here another former world time trial champion, and this man has probably got the strangest style in the sport of time trialing, Sergei Gonchar. He looks rather stiff on a bike, but I tell you what, when it comes to going fast, he certainly knows how to do that.
He thumps the big gears, but he is an ex-world time trial champion, and he's had one win only this year, which came in the Tour of Trentino, which was the third stage. Now, this is the rider all of Australia might expect to deliver the goods. We know now it's not going to be Michael Rogers because his time at the Czechs are not good enough. Bradley McGee is underway.
Well, Bradley McGee underway. He was the winner just 2 years ago of the opening prologue time trial. He's had a pretty good season so far. You know, he was the winner in May of a one-day race in the north of France. He won a stage of the Tour of Switzerland and the points classification. But I think in his mind, what he's thinking about now is this win this afternoon, and of course the first yellow jersey of the 2005 Tour de France. This man has had a tough individual time trial, but he's not too worried because he was the winner earlier this month of the Dauphiné race. Inigo Landeluz, he will be one of the big helpers for Ivan Mayo when we get into the big mountain passes. And he's looking at the clock there. A lot of these riders are very surprised to see that the time to beat is 20 minutes and 51 seconds for just 12 miles. A very fast time set by the American rider David Zabriskie of Team CSC. Looking down at the position there of Michael Rogers, he's using a massive gear. He's right on the front end of his seat. I wonder if he's paying for the pain that he went through in the Tour of Switzerland about 10 days ago. The bands there, the rainbow bands around the middle of his chest, indicating that he's the current time trial champion of the world. He can only wear that jersey in the time trial discipline, but the time checks have not been very nice for Michael Rogers. 44 seconds down at the first time check, 44 seconds down at the second time check, and I have a feeling that he's not going to improve on that, because it seems to me a lot of riders are losing big chunks of time in the last 5 kilometers of racing. Wind starting to ripple again, just a fraction as we look out here from the commentary position. The wind has been for the most part of the riders, and this is Levi Leipheimer coming into the finishing line here. And let's hope we can get a glimpse of the time of Levi Leipheimer, because many people believe that this man can ride high in the rankings this year. It's a good time as well by Levi Leipheimer. He's going to get himself in the top 10.
Well, there we are, Levi Leipheimer now. It looks as though he's really put the pressure on, but again, he's conceding a lot of time to Zabriskie, in itself not so important. But the best time, 20:51, 22:04 for Leipheimer, 9th place. The big boys are finishing close, but there's nobody getting remotely close to Dave Zabriskie. Now we're looking at Sergei.
This is a strange position here of Sergei Gonchar. He's going over the top of the high spot of today's course, 35 meters in altitude, and you can see the sea just down below him. He doesn't look as if he's going very fast, but this man never does. The Ukrainian former world time trial champion is a man who relies on absolute power when it comes to riding the time trials like this. If you could just see in the distance there, you'd have a chance to see where we are going to. This is a 19-kilometer time trial, and this man, former two-time champion of France, Didier Rousse.
He's the grand old man of the Bouygues Telecom team, I think. He keeps getting through, though. He keeps doing those morale-boosting rides. He's had a win quite recently, and he's now getting himself back into the saddle yet again in another Tour de France.
Yeah, his recent win actually was in a time trial, and that was in the Route du Sud just last month, and building himself up for a good ride in the French National Time Trial Championships. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win for a third time, but he is a very tough bike rider. You just saw the sign there on the road for Bouygues Telecom. That team is exceptionally popular, and the reason is their headquarters is not too far away from the start line in Fromentine.
Jörg Jatsk out on course also. No more information coming at us.
No changes at all in the first 5 places at any of the individual checks out on the road, and it's still Zabriskie, Vinokurov, Voigt at nearly every time check, apart from the last one where Voigt weakened a little bit in the last few kilometres and dropped down into 4th place at the line currently.
So as we continue the countdown now in the start line, big Tom Bonham makes his move here. 2-time stage winner of the Tour last year. This man is a sprinter. He's going to give Robbie McEwen and Baden Cook and anybody else who wants to get involved a real battle in the sprinters. He won't do a lot in the time trial, but watch out for him on the last day in Paris because he won that stage a year ago.
He certainly did. He's a great sprinter, but this year he's proved that he can also be a very good one-day rider. You know, he won this year the Tour of Flanders and backed it up just 7 days later by winning Paris-Roubaix.
Well, Axel Merckx has gone through the first check in 161st position. Well, that's not bad. We only had 176 riders leave the start house, so he's not exactly putting up a great time, is he?
He certainly isn't, but I don't think this man is either. We're looking here at number 191, Iban Mayo. He really looks to be struggling with that big gear, trying to keep himself nice and fast. But these riders from Spain are much better at home on the big mountain passes. This now is the French national champion. Another Spaniard riding rather badly. Valverde, 126. Sylvain Chavanel is out.
This is going to be an amazing result today, whichever way we look at it, because these times are varying wildly.
Sylvain Chavanel as we look towards the finish line and the arrival here of last year's darling of France, Thomas Voeckler, well outside of the top 50, but that's not important for Thomas Voeckler. The crowd still love him anyway. Listen to them shouting to the man who is on nearly every billboard between here and Paris. Thomas Voeckler, last year's yellow jersey, last year's French national champion, is not going to set the Tour de France on fire, and the man coming in behind him there is Michael Rogers.
And there is Thomas Voeckler's time. 23:40 is his time, and he's lost quite a lot of time there to Zabriskie.
But there's Rogers just crossing the line, and we lost the time there because two riders came in very close together. But I tell you what, that wasn't a great ride by Michael Rogers. I would say around about 31st place.
Well, yes, because he'd only gained a minute there on Thomas Voeckler, so it'll be 22 something for him. I think he'd be disappointed with that, in all honesty, as we watch here Tom Bonham.
Welcome back to Noirmoutier, where the leaderboard has scarcely changed since we came on air well over an hour ago. David Zabriskie, the 26-year-old American who rides for CSC, has come in with 20 minutes 51 for this 19-kilometre time trial course. And it's the best part of a minute back to the next fastest man, Alexander Vinokurov of T-Mobile. And as the possibilities of the day begin to dawn on David, Ned Boulting went to talk to him.
David, are you enjoying the waiting?
Sure.
What's it like watching the TV and watching your time right up there? You're still number one.
Yeah, it's exciting so far. It looks like a good time, but there's still a couple good guys to come. So
it's looking better and better, and up at the start they're saying that is a time now that they've all got to beat, even the big men at the end of the order.
Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
How is waiting? Are you enjoying it, or are you hating every second of it?
I don't like it so much, no.
Okay, get back there. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Well, somehow I don't think he was really expecting to be interviewed, was he, Chris? But Zabriskie's time still stands. Absolutely disastrous time by Michael Rogers. There must be wind out there on the course. There's none here, but there must be something affecting these times.
Yeah, I would say so. And of course, when you have it, usually we have a circuit for a prologue, but we've got a straight line here, so any wind effect that there is massively exaggerated. And Zabriskie did actually mention something earlier on that he actually said he thought it was a backwind.
Well, a backwind for him. I'm not sure it's a backwind for anybody else. Floyd Landis is just coming in, and he is already well outside the time of David Zabriskie. Let's get back out on the road and see Landis finish with Phil and Paul.
Campaign. Meanwhile, back at the start house now, it is Denis Menchov who is going. That leaves just 5 riders left to go.
Best young rider in the Tour de France last year, a very aggressive bike rider, a man who is on the up. We know that his stock price is certainly starting to rise, and here he wants to keep himself high in the overall classification. McGee, by the way, has just gone through the first time check, 39 seconds off the mark in 23rd place. Phil, there are some very strange performances here.
It's got to point to the winds of the morn, because no one would have lost this much time to anybody in the time trial, but that's the way it is. And a good tactical move by the team CSC to put their top time trial rider out first today. He's made the most of the conditions, I think, for the moment, anyway.
Well, that's a team management choice. You can choose what position you want your riders to start in, apart, of course, from the big stars. Riders like Armstrong, Ullrich and Basso have to start in the last 3 places. Another Australian rolling down the ramp here, Cadel Evans, a former great mountain biker, and now a great hint for the future.
And at last he's made the Tour de France. I think he's broken his collarbone 8 times since he was born, and now Cadel Evans finally gets his start in the Tour de France. We talk about this man as a future winner of this race. Well, today we're going to get some idea.
We'll get some idea. I don't think he should worry too much about breaking his collarbone again, because I think that collarbone is much more metal than it is bone these days.
Absolutely true, Paul. Back to Brad McGee here.
Back here with Bradley McGee, and you can see there the style that is losing himself a few seconds at the moment. He's hunched over the front end of those handlebars again. From the Australian Institute of Sport, one of the great track riders who now has switched across to become one of the top roadmen in the world. Looking down here at the 4th rider from the end, 4 minutes before the start of Lance Armstrong, Francisco Mancebo of Illes Baleares, a great climber, but not one of the great men individually against the clock. So Mancebo is out and on course, and he'll be wondering what he's going to do over these 19 kilometers. He finished 10th overall this year in the Dauphiné Libéré, which is regarded by many people as a pointer to performances in the Tour de France in this month. But last year, in fact, he was the national road racing champion of Spain. This year, he had a very quiet season, I think, to get himself just on form for this month of July. The times, Zabriskie has been the fastest at 9 kilometers, at 15 kilometers. There's a little typo there. It's not 4.1 kilometers, it's 15 kilometers for the second time check. And 19 kilometers, still the fastest in a time of 20 minutes and 51 seconds. And that is an average speed of 54.6 kilometers an hour. Now then, number 11. And the man who crashed just yesterday warming up.
Ivan Basso gets the nod. He's on his way. He knows the times that are being recorded. The only ones he'll be interested in are still to start behind him, Ullrich and Armstrong.
2 minutes behind him, Lance Armstrong. 1 minute behind him, Jan Ullrich. But this man, Phil, from last year to this, has completely and utterly changed his time trial position. He's also changed his time trial cadence. He's spinning those wheels just like Lance Armstrong spins his leg in the individual time trial. But for him, this is an important rendezvous. Bradley McGee, look at the shape, hunched over the handlebars, trying to get himself as aerodynamic as possible, but not riding the same form that took him to the prologue win 2 years ago.
When you start shifting up and down the saddle like that, it means you're not quite finding your rhythm, you're thinking of other things, but he still looks good from this view, at least here. And he is a brilliant time trial rider. Jan Ullrich, 5-time seconds, once a winner. Last year he finished 4th. Now he is on the start line and is away. And we must also remember too that this rider had a little bit of a tumble with his team car yesterday, because he was out warming up and it all went slightly wrong for him, and he slammed into the back of the team car, which was at the time being driven by Mario Kuma, another ex-Tour de France rider. And you know, Lance went straight to the windscreen at the back and he completely smashed the windscreen, and he's now carrying quite a little bit of a scar on his neck. But let's hope he's okay. We're going to find out. He's gone. There he is. It's a familiar sight, isn't it? 6 times the winner. He has 66 yellow jerseys over those years since 1999. He wants to go out on a high. The odds say he won't, because all of the big winners of the Tour have never done this. They've always gone out being a flop in the last Tour. There's Sheryl Crow, and she is going to cheer him all the way. And there's the man who has always had his faith in Lance Armstrong. On the right there is Jim Okowitz. I think everybody expects this man to turn the Tour upside down yet again. He's on his way.
He's on his way. He's pulled his foot out of the clip right at the start there. That will lose him a couple of seconds, and that might just ruffle his feathers a little bit. That was a quick start by Armstrong. Looks down there to see and make sure that it's okay. Gets into the aerodynamic position. But that was a rather bizarre thing to happen to Armstrong. Let's have a look at it one more time. Just as he accelerates away, pulls out his foot. Fortunately, that's at the start. He would have lost 1 or 2 seconds there.
Well, they tell us how unpopular he is with the crowds. We go to George Hincapie. Did you hear the cheers there? I often think the press sometimes get it slightly wrong. But here is George Hincapie licking his lips, beaten Lance once this year. Can he do it again? He's not going to beat Dave Zabriskie, the team that Discovery gave up and allowed him to leave, because Zabriskie still leads as Hincapie comes over. Even so, he's in 3rd place with that time. George has done it again. That's a great ride.
Great ride for a man who started his career as a sprinter. As we go back down to have a look here at Lance Armstrong, but the Americans are having a fabulous day of racing, because currently they're occupying 1st and 3rd place on day 1.
Well, America once never took part in cycle racing, but now they seem to be dominating at this particular cycle race. There's the crowds, and they're all straining forward now to catch a glimpse of Lance Armstrong, the only man who's won the Tour de France 6 times. In his history, he's won 21 stages of the Tour, and 10 of them have been alone against the watch.
And you will note that he's actually not wearing the yellow jersey, which a few years ago, the last man to start, the winner of the previous season, always used to wear the yellow jersey. Armstrong only wants to wear the yellow jersey when he actually feels that he's earned it. We get a chance here just to look at both riders, the comparison between the 2 men at the top of the sport. On the left, Lance Armstrong wearing number 1. On the right, Jan Ullrich. And look at the difference in cadence. Ullrich uses a monster gear, a huge gear. He is a powerhouse of a man, where on the other hand, Armstrong is very supple. Pedals at around about 100 RPM. That strange little nervous move that he's had every time I've seen him ride a time trial. He puts his hand round to the back of his shorts just to pull them tightly to make sure he's as aerodynamic as possible.
Well, there he is, the big man. His pedaling style is so different to Lance Armstrong. He just pounds that big gear. He's going over the only undulation on the course. You climb up to the dizzy heights. Right in the distance there is the famous Passage du Gois. It's covered by water just now, but that was where Alex Zülle lost his Tour de France when he fell off back in 1999. He still finished 2nd to Lance.
Phil, I thought you told me the French had said there weren't any crowds out on the race today.
Well, they've moved around a bit. But you're quite right. They can't get over onto the island. This is the only entrance to the island, and the roads have been closed since 9 o'clock this morning. It's now coming up local time to 10 minutes to 7. So you haven't been able to get onto the island at all, or indeed off it, since 9 o'clock this morning. We're looking now at the face of Lance Armstrong. Already he will know how his body feels, just how he's going, whether it's going good for him. He will not be chasing the time of Zabriskie.
Yeah, Armstrong looking very strong there. He really had a fluid pedaling action as he hit the most difficult part of today's climb, as we move 3 minutes up the road here to Ivan Basso. Where's number 21, the 3rd overall in the Tour de France last year, and this year looking to try and see if he can make himself get up onto the podium once again. Now, 1 minute behind Ivan Basso is the powerhouse, the man who already has won himself a time trial this year in the Tour of Switzerland, Jan Ullrich, 5 times 2nd in this great event, and this year hoping to take one of the most famous scalps in the sport. He wants to beat Lance Armstrong if he can before he retires, because he said that would add so much more to a victory if he could beat the man who is the record holder. This looks like Sylvain Chavanel. It is the French time trial champion. A rather tasty little tattoo on the right-hand side of his calf there, but this man just a week before the Tour de France won himself the time trial championships and was hoping to win the road title too, but unfortunately for him, that event was dominated by Bouygues Telecom, a team which hails from this area. So, Sergei Gonchar, great time trialist in races like the Giro d'Italia, but I have to say he's not putting in a sterling performance here. He's not going to go anywhere near the time at the top of Zabriskie. And there you can see Gonchar slowly slipping down there. In fact, he slipped down to 32nd place, 22 minutes, 39 seconds. Still the American Zabriskie on top of the leaderboard. And just looking down here at Iban Mayo, Mayo was caught and passed by the man who started a minute behind him, Sergei Gonchar. So already on day one, Iban Mayo, the former big challenger to the victory in the Tour de France, is now going to lose himself at least 2.5 minutes. In fact, it's 3. Well, that is a massive time loss for him, and he was almost caught there just coming into the finishing line there by Bradley McGee, who finishes in 15th place, and that I think will be a pretty serious deception for Bradley McGee. 22 minutes and 15 seconds.
So McGee's in, all the big names are out on the road, and David Zabriskie still in the lead. We'll see if Ivan Basso, Jan Ullrich or Lance Armstrong can change that after the break.
By Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to Noirmoutier. Well, Chris, we were all waiting for the big moment of Lance Armstrong starting his final tour, and he fluffed it.
Well, certainly he wouldn't have lost a great deal by that, to be fair. Probably lost something in the region of half a second, if that, but I'm sure it's half a second he didn't want to give away.
But it's just un-Armstrong-like. Great attention to detail. We hear he was out on the course late today and had to be brought back by teammates. He's pulled a pedal out. These things don't happen to Lance.
Well, not usually, so we're going to have to wait and see, but it's already turned out to be a very unusual day for the way the whole thing is unfolding.
And it doesn't sound as though Armstrong, from the looks of things, is really piling after Zabriskie's time.
Well, it's going to be difficult. I think Zabriskie's time is quite curious. Wind conditions, as we've already discussed, can change a lot on this course, and over 20 kilometres it amounts to a big difference.
Jan Ullrich, though, I think will be going full out because he needs a psychological blow, doesn't he?
I think everybody, I mean, straight away, normally we wait for the first time trial and we get an indication of where everybody's at, and this time we're going to get everything on day one, see where everybody's at. Nobody can afford to give anything away.
All right, well, they're all out. Basso, Ullrich and Armstrong are all out on the course. David Zabriskie, of course, is still the leader in the clubhouse. Can he stay there? Let's get back to commentary and find out.
Here's the arrival of Chabanel now, Sylvain Chabanel, and again everybody's dropping in 22, 23 minutes. As we look though at Chabanel arriving, I can tell you that Jan Ullrich has gone through the first check, 42 seconds slower than Zabriskie and down in 30th place.
That's a long way down, but you can see Chabanel stopping the clock there in 23 minutes and 7 seconds. 64th place, a lowly position for the man who is the time trial champion of France.
Well, it looks as though Zabriskie has made the most of the early start today. The big man Armstrong has gone through 3 seconds slower than Zabriskie in second.
Well, we were talking to his coach just before the start of the event, and he said, I think Armstrong is going to win the Tour de France this year by his biggest ever margin. He has almost equaled the time of Dave Zabriskie at 9.6 kilometres, 6 kilometres covered, and that, you see, is an unbelievable performance. Just 3 seconds off for Armstrong. He's now got himself right into the times to win this stage.
Well, there's still 10 kilometres to ride, of course, but Zabriskie now will be quaking. He may see his dream beaten by the man who's broken many people's dreams over the last 7 years of the Tour de France. Lance Armstrong just 3 seconds off, and that was despite pulling his foot off the pedal, which could well have cost him that 3 seconds.
It could have cost him that 1 to 3 seconds, but he didn't seem to panic at all. He got his foot back in very quickly. He looks here to be riding with absolute power, but look at that machine. He's invested a lot of time and money into that machine, Phil. It's probably the most aerodynamic bike you can actually buy on the open market.
Well, you know, he's always delivered the goods when the chips are down. He knows the time of Zabriskie because it's been standing for so long today. But Tero is continuing to carry on. Former world time trial champion, just 21st.
Phil, if you look at those time gaps, Armstrong has pulled back around about 40 seconds on the man wearing the pink jersey here, Jan Ullrich. If we could pull back, I don't think we would have to look back very far to see, and that's what we're going to do just now, the position of Lance Armstrong. There's the police motorbikes clearing the way for Armstrong. There is Armstrong. That's not very much more than 10 seconds separating the two men.
It's decision time already, and we've only done 10 kilometres in the Tour de France, but if they're losing this sort of time, there is Jan Ullrich right in the distance. Armstrong has galloped across a gap of almost 1 minute, and he could be putting Jan Ullrich out of the Tour on day number 1. This is unthinkable.
Well, the big discussions, the banter, the exchange of remarks over the last couple of months, I want to beat him. Armstrong's very often rallied those with the sparring remarks of, I'm not too worried about Jan Ullrich. Rendezvous in July. Today's the 2nd of July. Armstrong on the left-hand side. You can almost see the slowness creeping into the position of Jan Ullrich. Let's not forget, don't take away from Ullrich, Phil. He had a nasty tumble yesterday.
That is absolutely true. But watching Lance Armstrong again, it makes me wonder what the Ministry of Youth and Sport think of this now. They chose to take one rider for a random drugs test yesterday, and it was Lance Armstrong. So Armstrong chose to walk them all, the inspectors, in front of a crowd of photographers and press and make them do the test in his team bus. And he was the only random after everybody on the tour had done the compulsory drug test the day before. Heras is in 23:09. Not going to annoy anybody today, but at the moment conceding probably 2.5 minutes if he keeps this up to Lance Armstrong.
Just going back to that drugs test by Lance Armstrong yesterday, look at the armada of motorbikes behind Armstrong there, the gap between him and his arch rival Jan Ullrich. The man who he holds in the deepest respect is not very much more than 50 meters. I wonder how easy it is to choose a random number at one.
Indeed, indeed. And the irony is that Lance Armstrong, it was revealed this week on a television program in Holland by the president of the world governing body, the Union Cycliste Internationale, that Lance himself puts up the money for the Drugs Association to actually conduct the tests, and so that doesn't sound to me like a man who doesn't want to be caught. This is incredible. When was the last time, and I'm not sure you know the answer, Paul, because I don't, was Jan Ullrich caught in a time trial?
Look at this. This is unbelievable. He's all over his machine. He is riding today, I think, Phil, with a little bit of rage in those arms of his. The top half of his body is rocking around just a fraction, because this man here is certainly trying to catch Jan Ullrich, the man who has finished second to him in the Tour de France and the man who he has always seen as his arch rival. 5 kilometers to go, 3 kilometers to the finish. We're waiting to see what the next time check of the day is going to reveal.
Well, this is incredible, because Lance Armstrong is about to, and I have to say it, embarrass the German rider here by passing him. It's always tough to finally shut it down, but just look at this now. Jan Ullrich is about to be passed by the 6-time winner of the Tour de France, and over these last few years, Ullrich has finished second to him on 3 occasions in Paris. But, you know, the words keep ringing in my ears. Just a couple of days ago, Lance said, I'm going to use this time trial to get big time on my rivals. Well, he's starting with the biggest rival of all.
That is already pulling back 1 minute on Jan Ullrich as we go back to Santiago Botero. Botero was a long way down at the time checks. The first time check he was in 31st place, and I think there he's going to have pulled himself up to 22nd, but he still lost himself 1.5 minutes on Dave Zabriskie.
Well, and he's a former King of the Mountains of the Tour de France and World Time Trial champion.
Ivan Basso's gone through the second time check in 18th place, 1 minute and 11 seconds. But this, I think, Phil, is a picture of the Tour de France. Jan Ullrich followed here and trailed by Lance Armstrong. The gap now down to just 20 meters.
Well,
20 bicycle lengths. They will not believe it.
The crowd will not believe that they are looking first at Jan Ullrich before they stop cheering. There's the American flag. They're now looking at Lance Armstrong. The express train is boring down here on the German cyclist, who must know he is breathing down his neck now, and here he comes. This is the catch.
This could be what Lance Armstrong needs to actually win the stage. He's had in front of him a carrot, like a carrot or a strawberry in front of a donkey. He's been looking to try and catch it. This, to me, is a little piece of cycling history, because Armstrong is on the wheel there of Ullrich, and he's blown by him.
Oh, and he took one glance, Ullrich, and he's gone. Now, the rules are you can't follow in the slipstream. Armstrong goes through best time at the check, 16:47, 3 seconds better than Zabriskie. At the same time, he catches Jan Ullrich.
That's what he wanted. He wanted to catch Jan Ullrich. That was the little piece of a recipe that he needed. He needed to get out there and make a statement on day one. But to go through the 15-kilometer time check, the time 16 minutes and 47 seconds. He's overtaken Zabriskie. He's got around about 4 kilometers to go to the finish now, 2.5 miles. It should not take him at this speed, Phil, very much more than 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, what does Ullrich think right now? He can't afford to let this man ride away from him. The regulations state you must have a 25-meter gap. Well, I think we can say he's got that right now, because I think Armstrong is pulling away from him.
He's pulling away, but Ullrich will dig deep, because Ullrich is a proud man. He's a former winner of the Tour de France. Let's not forget, back in 1997, he's a great bike rider. He's a powerful man. man. You do have to bear in the back of your mind that he had a very nasty crash yesterday, but he did get up to fight again. Armstrong in the blue and white jersey there of Team Discovery is now looking at the possibility of winning this opening stage. The time to beat is that of Dave Zabriskie, 20 minutes and 51 seconds. And Armstrong at the last check was 3 seconds off on Zabriskie.
Well, he picked him up at just inside the 3 kilometres to go, Banner. That was 2 kilometres to go now, and Ullrich is going to have to hold him in his sights. He's going to concede at least 62 seconds before we go out onto the open roads tomorrow. Armstrong has done what he said he would do and take time on day one. Paul, we just knew when we spoke to Lance in the Dauphiné Libre, we said it to each other, he didn't say it, he's got his best form of his life.
I think he has got the best form of his life. You know, he went through the 15-kilometre time check, 16:46. That was 3 seconds faster than Zabriskie, also faster than Alexander Vinokourov, and his own teammate George Hincapie at that point was in 5th place. But yes, in the Dauphiné Libre, Phil, I think he was enjoying himself. He rode as just a training ride. He was preparing himself for the Tour de France. He didn't want to affect the outcome of the event, but he was never too far away from the leaders.
Well, I don't know, but I don't think that Jan Ullrich has ever been caught in a time trial before. Now he's been caught by Lance Armstrong and has passed him here. Meanwhile, we switch up towards the finishing line, and this is Ivan Basso now. His time has got to be close at least to Ullrich to stay in this race for a few days. Lance Armstrong has got a big decision to make. Is he going to be the first man to lead the Tour, start to finish, since 1934? Or will he not defend the jersey tomorrow? We won't know those answers just yet, but he's got to consider that possibility now. What a way to go out of the Tour de France that would be. Basso finishes, and his time, we'll wait for the confirmation, it's 18th place anyway, and 22:17 it is confirmed at.
Just coming in just behind him, you caught a glimpse there of Francisco Mancebo. So Basso did a pretty reasonable time there. He caught the man who started 1 minute in front of him. But the man who is now looking at trying to win this stage is Lance Armstrong, Phil, and he's in the final bend.
Well, as he swings up towards the line, he's going to win. He's got about 8 seconds to get to it, though. Zabriskie at 20:51. It's going to be close. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. Zabriskie's won the stage. Zabriskie has won the stage. Armstrong finishes second. 20:53. Can you believe that?
Just inside of 2 seconds, Armstrong was behind Dave Zabriskie. Ullrich, by the way, for the record, came in 12th place. Armstrong was so very close there, and I wonder how much the weather conditions affected that performance. But if you look at that man, Phil, I think we're looking at a man who is ready for the Tour de France. The attempt to try and win it for 7 times in a row. That is a little piece of history.
Oh, what an incredible ride, and unfortunately, Dave Zabriskie starting so early, no one in the world covered his attempt today, and that happened with Sean Yates back in 1988. But in fairness, Zabriskie did have the helpful wind. Armstrong, once he caught Ullrich, I think relaxed just that little bit. It's costing the stage by 2 seconds. Alexander Vinokourov, he's in third, but already at this stage of the Tour de France has conceded 51 seconds to Lance Armstrong, while everybody else that matters to Lance aren't even in the top 10 on the finishing board. This has been a remarkable day's racing, but we knew it was going to be.
We knew it was going to be big, we knew it was going to be impressive, but already Armstrong has put at least a minute on the majority of his rivals, and that's very important psychologically on the first day. That is the difference between a prologue time trial and the long individual time trial we've seen here today. That is a master blow.
Well, a personal opinion, but I think that Lance will be rather pleased he dipped underneath the time there of Zabriskie, because now Zabriskie will become yet another American to pull on the maillot jaune of the Tour de France. And that means, of course, that Armstrong will not have to defend the lead tomorrow. I think he'll be pleased with that.
And the most important thing, too, is it means that a different team is going to have to defend on the first day of racing. Zabriskie's team CSC will do, I would think, almost everything they can to keep Zabriskie in the yellow jersey for as long as possible. And the big advantage they've got is that all of the sprinters have lost massive time, so there isn't going to be a big battle for time bonuses out on the race tomorrow when we go onto the road for the Open for the first time. A race that Armstrong himself has said is rather scary. This is the face of Dave Zabriskie, the man who has just won the first opening stage of the Tour de France this year, and the man who will pull on the first maillot jaune, the first leader's jersey of the 2005 Tour de France.
Sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to Noirmoutier. Well, David Zabriskie, the young American rider for CSC, is going to have a crash course on interview technique over the next few days, I think, because he is the winner of this opening stage. But, Chris, the big story as far as the overall results concerned is Lance Armstrong catching Jan Ullrich in a time trial.
Well, you could literally see it as they hit the bridge. You could see the difference in styles. It was on the cards almost from the off, and I think it'll be a long time before the Société Tour de France does this again, because it really has changed the race. It's put everybody on the back foot from the word go.
We talk about the word go. Lance looked like he might almost come off at the word go.
Yeah, it really is a surprising mistake for somebody of his level. Perhaps he's had a fault, perhaps he's had a broken shoe plate, which is not unusual, but I would estimate that lost him less than half a second. You don't actually stop, he kept on rolling.
And I mean, this is a sight that nobody expected to see. We knew there'd be big time gaps because it was a 19-kilometre time trial, but catching Ullrich, what will that do to Ullrich's morale?
Well, it's a day of surprises, and as I said, it's put everybody on the back foot now. Everybody's in the position where they have to attack. It's unusual, well, it's incredibly unusual, if not unique, to have this happen at the start of a race, and it changes everything. And it's, to be honest, I think it's a real shame.
It's a tremendous statement of intent, though, by this man in his final tour. We were questioning, you know, he knew he was coming to the end. Could he keep the focus and the concentration? I think that's our answer, isn't it?
I think clearly so. And as we said just before, I think really you just had to get him to the race in good shape, and then after that it would just become instinctive. And to actually put somebody 1 minute in front of him as well, nearly 20 kilometres, and having 1 minute gaps is really surprising at this level of race.
Now, we said we didn't think he was riding for the win, but he came exceptionally close to it. Do you think that he might have wanted to get the yellow jersey and keep it?
I think it's unlikely to defend a yellow jersey. He knows that that's a very, very expensive thing to do for your team.
OK, let's look at the result then. There it is, David Zabriskie in at 20 minutes 51. Lance Armstrong just 2 seconds behind him. Then it's Alexander Vinokourov, so Jan Ullrich's not even the first man on his own team. George Hincapie in 4th place. So 2 Discovery riders have beaten Jan Ullrich. Jan Ullrich coming in down in 12th place, already 1 minute and 8 seconds behind the winner today, and 1 minute and 6 behind Lance Armstrong.
Well, it's a lot of damage. It's an awful lot of damage, and nobody would want to start a tour like that. I suppose on the other side, you can see that there's nowhere else to go from here but up.
Romain Meiss was the last man to carry the yellow jersey all the way through. Do you think that might have been in the back of his mind? We know it's gone now because he's 2 seconds back, but I mean, he was looking to do something special with this last tour. That's why he decided to retire at the end of it. Do you think he had in the back of his mind, maybe I could go out as the first man in 70 years to wear the yellow from start to finish?
I think everything we've seen from Lance Armstrong in the last few years, it shows that he's a very focused individual, and he looks distinctly at the one thing that he's after, which is the overall win, and this was a part of that design. He had to go out there and do as much damage as he could in this 20-kilometre time trial, and he did just that.
And what about Team T-Mobile now? What does this do to their dynamic? We saw earlier on in the show when Ned reported that they don't really have a strong idea of how they're going to play this thing, although Jan Ullrich's the nominal leader. He's already been beaten by Alexander Vinokourov in the opening time trial. Is Vinokourov now the de facto leader?
I think they almost look like a business without a business plan now. They've got a lot of individuals in there, and there's a lot of them think, well, actually, I could lead this, and it's going to sow that seed of doubt. If it wasn't there already, I think it's going to be very difficult for him. Vinokourov, that's probably one of the better time trials he's ever ridden, so as Armstrong's already said himself, he could be the danger man.
And he is a man who likes to attack. Now, today's 19 kilometres were just the first of over 3,600 on this year's tour route. It's an anti-clockwise year for those, or clockwise year rather, for those of you who take note of these things. Let's take a look at the map now. Well, there's no going west from here unless Lance plans to ride on water as a farewell party piece. So after today, it's east and inland across the upper third of France. Tomorrow on Monday will be stages for the sprinters, then it's all for one and hell for leather in the team time trial. Armstrong's Discovery squad have won the last 2, and they'll be favourites to take time off Jan Ullrich's T-Mobile and even Basso's CSC. Ullrich's ultimate objective, of course, is Paris, but he's got the home market to take care of on the way there. Stage 7 takes the tour into Germany, where all the local riders will be looking for a bit of face time. Stage 8 takes it out again, and after a rest day in Grenoble, it's up to ski lift altitude with the first of 3 stages in the Alps. That's generally the cue for Armstrong to check his rearview mirror, put his foot down, and see who can follow. No rest day in between the Alps and the Pyrenees this year, just
Just a long haul across country before the road rears up again. Stage 15 is possibly the toughest of the entire tour. 8,500 metres of climbing and 6 mountain summits to conquer. The last of them at the finish line, Pla d'Adet, where Armstrong won 4 years ago. After the Pyrenees, it's a bumpy right turn inland. They're left at the 50-foot statue of the Virgin Mary in Le Puy-en-Velay, and on to Saint-Étienne for stage 20, the only individual time trial in this year's tour after today's. That should be decisive if the mountains haven't been, meaning it's safe for the survivors to relax and look forward to Paris.
Well, Paris is a long way to go, Chris, but whatever happens from now on, David Zabriskie on his first tour, and you know exactly what it feels like, has taken the yellow jersey.
I think a sense of shock, and that would seem to be even more pronounced for David, who was really struggling to get past single syllables there for a while.
And, I mean, can he hold it? It's going to be a funny next couple of days. The sprinters who'd usually be looking to take the yellow jersey have lost a lot of time. We never even saw the likes of Robbie McEwen even register anywhere on the radar. So it looks like he might be able to hold on to it for a little while.
Well, yeah, and he's actually shown that he can climb well, as he did in the Giro. And he was right up there third in the mountain time trial in that race. So he's shown that he can actually do that. It's going to give CSC some things to think about, really. I don't know whether they're really going to want to expend energy and trying to keep it as long as possible, but I think they won't be giving it away either.
Right, and there he is, a debut he can't possibly have dreamed about, a debut that he certainly would never have had if he'd stayed with Lance Armstrong's team, of course, because he was a US Postal rider, and if he'd been here as a Discovery rider, he'd have been working for the boss. As it is, and you pointed this out, Chris, CSC were very canny. Bjarne Riis, who we know is a very good tactician, decided to spread his riders across the day because the weather conditions were changeable.
Yeah, it's certainly something we've seen before. I mean, we've seen it's been cloudy all day and you're not quite sure what's going to happen. And it's even on a course as simple as this, there were roundabouts, there were a few corners, very, very smooth surfaces. It could have made a difference. So you spread out your best riders and you give yourself the best chance. And we've seen time and time again that that's a good tactic.
Now, it doesn't matter how much experience you have as a bike rider. When you come into your first tour, you really don't know what's hit you, especially if you're the yellow jersey. I remember the pursuit there was of you. What can he expect over the next few days?
He can expect an awful lot of questions, and it will be very, very difficult for him with the media, because it's clearly something he doesn't find easy. He's quite a shy individual, but that's a skill he's going to have to learn, but that's a fantastic problem to have as well.
Lance Armstrong, Phil was saying, would be happy to see another American wearing the yellow jersey. Amazing to think that before today, we think about all the American success there's been with Greg LeMond and Lance Armstrong. Those are the only two Americans who'd ever worn the yellow jersey, so today's bumps it up to 3.
Well, it's certainly an interesting day for him. I mean, he's going to carry a jersey. That's a first experience for him too, and he's going to enjoy it, really. It's very difficult when you come into your first tour and you instantly get these rewards. You don't really get a scale of what it means. So probably in 2 or 3 years to come, he'll start to really get a feel of what he's done today. Yeah.
Now, Ivan Basso didn't have the disastrous time trial that Jan Ullrich had in terms of his relations to Armstrong. What do you make of his prospects for the rest of the race? I mean, he was the man everyone was anointing as the possible successor to Armstrong.
Well, without exception, everybody has lost a lot of time, and it was very, very unusual. There's bodies scattered everywhere. Favourites, Brad McGee finishing, nearly a minute and a half off the pace, which is very unusual. It's a very, very difficult day. I mean, if you place bets today, I think most people would have lost.
So we're going to have 2 fast days for the sprinters to get their faces on television, and then the next real shakedown as far as the overall is concerned is the team time trial on stage 4, where you have to say, well, I'll ask you that question later, because Ned has the man who engineered this victory, the CSC Director Sportif, Bjarne Riis.
Bjarne, congratulations, Team CSC defending the yellow jersey from stage 1.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and well, now we have the yellow for the first time in our history, and of course we're going to defend it. For how long, I don't know, but we have a strong team.
Tell us about David Zabriskie, because he wasn't the name that everybody thought was going to win this time trial, but he's done it. Tell us a bit more about him.
He's a fantastic guy. He's a crazy guy, I think I can say, but he has a big capacity and big talent, and I think he showed that for everybody, the whole world today. And he's a very funny guy, a lot of humor, and but behind all that, he's a very nice guy.
What can he do on the rest of this tour?
I don't know. Now he's done a lot already, so we're looking forward to the rest.
Hand on heart, being honest, did he benefit from a change in conditions today?
Well, I don't know. There was a lot more wind when he was riding, and not in the back always. It's difficult to say because there was moments that it wasn't good for him, and there was moments it was good for him. So he went fast.
Now you saw the way also, aside from your team, that Armstrong just cruised past Jan Ullrich. As a cycling man, did that surprise you, the way he did that?
Well, I think, unfortunately, it gave him a lot of motivation, Lance, to start behind Ullrich, and he could see him all the time to get him. And we could also see that on his time, compared to Zabriskie, that in the end he wasn't so fast. And, well, that's the race again, you know.
Well, listen, it's another great day for CSC. Congratulations, well on.
Well, as you said before, Chris, it's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? Last year, the Tour took out the first week long time trial because they wanted to keep things close going into the mountains, and it backfired because a lot of the favourites crashed in a fast, nervous first week. This year, they put in a long time trial, and it's possibly also sort of backfired on them as far as keeping the race tight going into the mountains goes.
It's certainly changed a lot of things. We would normally be seeing the sprinters now would be jockeying for position. They'd be trying to take those time bonuses to get into the jersey, but they're already, before the race has really begun, they're minutes down, and that's going to affect things. I think we're going to see a lot of breakaway attempts, and the wind will definitely assist that in the next couple of days.
All right, well, a fantastic day here for David Zabriskie, an only scarcely less fantastic day for Lance Armstrong. That is about it from Noirmoutier. We will be back on the mainland tomorrow. I'm back live at 2:35 with Stage 2. 181 nervous kilometres from Challans to Les Essarts, with the first bunch sprint of this year's Tour at the end of it. And if you can't catch all of that, we'll be back with highlights at 7. In fact, we've got highlights of the day's racing every night during the week at 7 on ITV2, and we've got weekly highlights over on ITV1. The first of those is Monday night at 11:30. Tomorrow, though, is the first road stage of the Tour, and there'll be no stopwatch to check the winner. First man across the line will be the one who gets his face. Not bad for a cycling team headquarters, is it? This chateau belongs to the Bouygues Telecom team, who are based here in the town of Les Essarts, which is also the setting for Stage 2 of the 2005 Tour de France. Now, Les Essarts comes from the Latin meaning clearing, which is apt, really, considering the radical deforestation that took place among the big names in yesterday's opening time trial. Down the start ramp, out of his pedal clip for a second, and into the most lethal rhythm in cycling. Lance Armstrong teased us with a hint of fallibility, then laid waste to the ranks of his challengers, but most of all to Jan Ullrich's chances of a good night's sleep.
Well, it's early days yet, but Armstrong has settled in quickly, and look at that familiar cadence now. He's looking good. Well, as he comes up to this final time check, Armstrong now has Ullrich in his sights, bridging for a minute. No one would have expected this.
Ullrich had left the start gate a minute ahead of the American, but like the bogeyman bearing down on him no matter how hard he hit the pedals, Armstrong subjected his chief rival to the humiliation of being overtaken in the 19-kilometre time trial.
Surely no one expected this, least of all Jan Ullrich. Armstrong is cruising by. The Texan now heading for home, Ullrich in his slipstream. This is an amazing ride by Armstrong. The American hits the line, and boy, has he dealt a severe blow to all of his rivals today. By the finish, Ullrich had lost 1:06 to the defending champion,
and perhaps his job as leader of T-Mobile, because he was also beaten by his teammate Alexander Vinokourov. In fact, he was even beaten by one of Armstrong's teammates, George Hincapie. But so were plenty of others. Ullrich was 12th, Ivan Basso, the Italian challenger, 20th. And down the list, the damage got worse. Andreas Klöden, who was second overall to Armstrong last year, was 50 places behind him, 2 minutes down. And Ivan Mayo, the Spanish climber, already over 3 minutes in arrears. In fact, everyone had lost time to Armstrong, except a young American rider on his tour debut.
Well, here he comes. Dave Zabriskie has led at every time check. He's going to now lead at the finish, 20 minutes 51. That will take some beating.
Zabriskie's ride came early in the day, and he had a 3-hour wait as one by one the time trial big hitters missed the target he'd set them. By the end of it, he was climbing onto the podium to join Lance Armstrong and Greg LeMond as only the third American ever to wear the yellow jersey. His advantage over the defending champion was only 2 seconds, but it was a minute and more to most of the rest of the field, with Vinokourov and Floyd Landis the best placed of the overall challengers. Not that the race overall was of much immediate interest to David Zabriskie.
I don't know if we'll be defending it for me, but it could be an advantage for the team to be at the front in the coming stages.
What did the team manager say to you? Because I don't think I've ever seen Bjarne Riis so happy. He was very happy for you and for the team.
He just said, good job, and you're the best, and he loves me.
David Zabriskie had a fantastic debut to his Tour de France, but it's unlikely he's going to figure in the overall classification. Lance Armstrong, on the other hand, well, he certainly is. Every year he seems to deliver a fantastic surprise to the rest of the peloton, and this year, of course, is no exception. But this year he did it on stage 1, and that's had some serious connotations for the rest of the field. The T-Mobile team have got some serious thinking to do. They started this race potentially with 3 leaders. Klöden failed, Ullrich had a demoralising performance, but Vinokourov produced the time trial of his life, and the way he crossed that line with a lunge showed me that he is a man ready to lead this team if they'll let him. CSC produced some very strong overall performances, but again Basso really failed to stamp his authority on the team, Jens Voigt producing the best time trial. Jens Voigt has always been here to win stages, never for the overall. So we'll see today and perhaps tomorrow whether he tries to infiltrate breakaways, and that'll give us an idea what he's going to be doing for the rest of this race. As for Lance Armstrong, well, don't expect to see much of him today. He's going to be keeping out of trouble with the rest of his team, and the next thing we're going to see from him is in Tuesday's team time trial.
Well, here's the route Lance will be hiding along today, hiding from the wind mostly, as the race takes the coast road for the majority of the 181 kilometres from Challans to Les Essarts. The Tour's first breakaway came early after only 25 kilometres, and in it, almost inevitably, was Thomas Verkler, the young French rider who wore the yellow jersey for 10 days last year. He's a local lad, and he's riding for the local team, Bouygues Telecom. Alongside him was another Frenchman, Sylvain Calzati of AG Desert, and David Cañada of Spain's Sonia Duval. The danger man in the group, though, was Laszlo Bedrogi, Credit Agricole's Hungarian rider. He started the day in 5th place, 59 seconds behind David Zabriskie, and at one point the group had a lead of 4 minutes. As we join the action with 50 kilometres to go, that gap is down to just under 3, and that would still be enough to give Bedrogi the yellow jersey if the bunch doesn't reel them in.
The 3-minute time gap, which is the latest now, Paul, that we have had here from these boys up front. I think you're right, with still, what, 30 miles, 50 kilometres to race, they should wrap it up in the last 10 or 15 kilometres.
There's the team of Rory McEwen, team Lotto de Vitamont. The team of Baden Cook is there in the white jerseys, Française de Jeu. Discovery Channel not doing too much, but being present at the front end of the group to make sure that they keep their man just in the green jersey there, Lance Armstrong, at the front of the race and away from any possibility of being involved in an accident.
That's right. They just put the Team Discovery riders around him. They box their own team captain in so that nobody can get near him and perhaps have a fall and knock him off. And that's why we very, very rarely ever hear of Lance Armstrong falling off in the Tour de France. The 6-time winner, looking for his 7th before he says goodbye to the sport of professional cycling, always knows where to position himself in the big peloton. Servais Knaven off to the right. He's always the early pacemaker for Quick-Step. They're trying to steer Tom Bonan towards victory, but the other teams too believe they have the sprinter now You know, this is the Vendée, and it's a beautiful region of France as the riders continue to make their way. It's a long way, the journey around France. It takes them 3 weeks today, you know, before they actually arrive up in Paris. An awful lot of pitfalls along the way, but for the moment, they're turning their back now on the Vendée coastline at the Atlantic, and they're racing inland to the finish. The sea now is probably out of sight for the rest of the Tour before we get over back on this coast when we come out to the Pyrenees.
Yeah, but what a flat stage it has been here this afternoon. Just a little bit of a pimple down towards the end, and there is actually a 4th category climb on the run in towards the finish, and somebody, some brave rider, might just try and use that as a launch pad to a solo victory. But at the moment, they've got other things in the back of their minds, and what they are looking for is to try and pull back those 4 leaders. They're doing a good job because they've got the gap now well inside of 3 minutes. And, you know, we have got the ability to monitor the heart rates of 1 or 2 of the riders out on the course. And in fact, 1 or 2 riders like Patrice Algon are cruising along in the main field currently, because he's showing a heart rate of around about 135 beats a minute. But Daniele Nardello riding at the front end of the main field, it's a little bit different for Nardello because his heart rate is up at 154, not yet at maximum. Because when these guys get up to a maximum, you're looking at about 180. So the pace is not fully on yet.
You're absolutely right. Don't forget, Nardello's a bit older than poor Patrice Algon, so his heart's bound to be going a bit faster, isn't it?
How's yours going?
Mine's beating 200 plus. Well, we're around about 47 kilometres, which is 30 miles now from the finish. The 4 leaders still here. David Cagnada, Thomas Voigtler, Laszlo Bedrogi, Sylvain Calzati are the men who have been out in front for much of the stage today. Very early on, 14 riders got away. The big pack thought that was too many, so they chased them down, and then the 4 riders managed to get away. Little view there of Roger Leger, the team manager, once looked after Chris Boardman. Indeed, when Chris Boardman rode on this team, it was called GAN in those days, but Roger Leger was the boss who looked after Chris at that time, Chris being a British champion and a world and Olympic champion.
Yeah, Boardman very much for the whole part of his career was a member of this squad, which has now become the Crédit Agricole squad, and it's basically going back through history almost exactly the same structure as the Peugeot team of the 1970s, and it's followed its way all the way through as an organization to stay at the top end of the sport through whatever changes it's gone through, from Peugeot through to Z, through to GAN, through to Crédit Agricole. It is still there, and many of the riders involved in fact raced on that squad. There is Dave Zabriskie, comfortably in the yellow jersey, the fastest rider in the time trial yesterday, and there's going to be a debate over the next couple of days as to whether or not his performance was a record. His record was a record individual time trial performance, but some people believe that the record should counter in excess of 20 kilometers. But other people are saying, well, it was a time trial stage yesterday, and he in fact did ride faster than anybody else in an individual time trial, including Greg LeMond. But the record holder for the prologue still remains Great Britain's Chris Boardman, with an incredible average speed of 55 kilometers an hour. But that was inside of 8 kilometers of racing. So just a quick glimpse there of Leon Van Bon at the back end of the main field. I can't see any injuries or any scrapes on the shoulders of Van Bon, but that says he's not having a great day here this afternoon, but you can always count on him to move to the front at the most important part of the race, and I think he will later on just drag himself up through there to see if he can help his own team leader for the day, and that has got to be Robbie McEwen.
Well, at the sharp end, the pace is on. The back end, you occasionally have the chance of freewheeling. They reckon you save about 33% of your effort if you can hide out the wind and let somebody else do the work. 45 kilometers to run to the finish. Seems to be kicking off very quickly now as the pace shoots up.
Hello, my name is Thor Husov. More from the Tour after this break.
Le Tour de
Welcome back to Les Essarts as the peloton bears down on the first unsuspecting French village of 2005. Now, you can follow the race in the box in the corner of the screen and you won't miss a thing. But first, if you thought there were no Brits on this year's tour, think again. The former England football international, Geoff Thomas, is riding the entire route of the Tour de France, stage for stage, just a few days ahead of the real race. He's doing it to raise money, a lot of money, for charity, and he's got an exceptionally good reason to take on such an extraordinary challenge. This is his story. This time 2 years ago, there wasn't much Geoff Thomas could have told you about bikes. But then, one day, all that changed.
July the 3rd, 2003.
That afternoon, he was told he had leukemia. It was the same day that Lance Armstrong was checking in for his medical ahead of that dramatic centenary tour of 2003. 3 weeks later, he was celebrating on the Champs-Élysées, while at the same time over the Channel, Geoff was facing up to the reality of his illness.
White blood cells, I don't know how to describe it. Should be between 7 and 11, the figure. Mine was about 230.
Nipped in there towards Thomas!
When he fell ill, Geoff had just called time on a 20-year football career. He'd been a hard opponent, a tireless worker, the archetypal midfield engine. His years at Crystal Palace had been his best. 9 times he was picked for England and incidentally was never on a losing side, but suddenly all that meant very little.
The leukemia hadn't really sort of got a grip on my body yet. It's in the early phase, and so the option of a bone marrow transplant was probably the best time to go ahead with something like that, and then the big job was trying to find a match. I've only got one sibling, which is my sister Kay, so she was my only hope really of getting a really good match, and you know, we kept our fingers crossed for 6 weeks since she had the test, and she came good for me really.
But he still had to endure a course of chemotherapy. He lost 3.5 stone and became extremely weak. During long months of treatment, a certain well-known book became his inspiration, and the thought became a nagging obsession. If Lance can do it, then so can I. You could have made it easy for yourself. You could have done an Ian Botham and just walked from Land's End to John.
I think I read the wrong book, didn't I? This will be the biggest thing I've ever achieved. You know, I've played football for England and enjoyed every minute of that, and you know, played at Wembley in the FA Cup and things like this. But if I achieve this would be huge. When you feel like you can't get out of a paper bag, you've got to knock a brick wall down, and I think that's what you've got to do when you're on a bike. I think it's a life challenge, really. The more I learn about the tour and the more I learn about cycling, the more respect I have for the sport. And if I do get to Paris in one piece, then, you know, I'll know what a massive feat we've achieved.
Well, so far Geoff has completed 5 stages of the Tour de France, and tomorrow he sets out on stage 6 to Nancy. By the way, if you want to make a donation to leukemia research, please go online and visit www.geoff-thomas.com.
Looking now at a head-on shot of the peloton. The boys in blue and white are trying to shut this down. 2:15 is the latest time check that we have. They're coming down pretty quickly now. The road formation is, since you left the coastline, we've gone on to the undulations of the Vendée now as we head inland in an easterly direction. And we expect now the riders who believe they've got the man to finish off with the stage win, then those teams are going to start putting men at the front. It should tumble quite quickly now.
So just a quick glimpse, Eric Decker riding at the front. He too is a rider who thought he was going to perform well yesterday in the individual time trial. A lot of riders, I think, very disappointed by their performances, Phil, in that time trial yesterday. A long time trial which opened up big gaps. But what I think it'll do over the first week of racing here is, in fact, open up the attacks, because a lot of riders can be given a certain amount of freedom because of the time lost in the first day's time trial.
Well, they've been going just on 3 hours now, Paul, and you know, they've got just about an hour, probably about 57 minutes still to race to the line. So they've got to do something about this breakaway in the next 15-20 minutes or so, and they know it, of course.
Well, this is life at the back end of the main field, and just meandering through a nice little belfry down there, the Tour de Bessay. And the Tour de Bessay was actually first built in around about 1650. The crash at the back. Oh, that looks like Gonchar, who's gone down there, number 181. He went down pretty hard there, Gonchar. No, it's one of those crazy little braking movements when nobody was expecting quite the abrupt stop, and Gonchar went down there quite hard. That's what the French call a chute sans gravité, and that's not too good, because just on the far side there is Stuart O'Grady, number 121, involved in that crash. Very quickly had the team car up alongside him, the team mechanic pushing him off, and O'Grady now is going to have a very long, hard ride to try and get himself back up to the front end of the group. They're saying this is Yannick Tombak, but in fact I'm pretty sure this is Stuart O'Grady. There's another man who has been stopped at the side of the road there too. One of the riders from Fassa Bortolo, and it looks like he's gone down pretty hard as well. It is Yannick Tombak at the back end of the race. So Tombak from Estonia is going to have himself a long, hard chase to get back onto the tail end of the cars. The most important thing is to try and get yourself into the cars as quickly as possible if you can. There's one team car coming up alongside him. This is a hard thing to have happen, especially when you know at the front end of the group the chase is on pretty hard. But you'll get a little bit of assistance from the team managers of the other teams, because they all know that it could be their rider in a situation like this, and they'll drive past just a little bit slower than they need to. Got another rider just in front of him who was involved in that crash, and in fact I think that's one of his teammates. In fact, it is one of his teammates dropping back to give him a hand, and this is all happening at around about 25 miles to go, 40 kilometers of racing to the finish. This is what it's all about. This is why when you take part in a race like the Tour de France, you really form alliances and allegiances with your teammates, which are bonds that throughout life can hardly ever be broken. Everybody's suffered. Everybody's had a hard time, and the man who has stopped back there to pace him back into the group is Frédéric Bessy.
It just shows you how careful you have to be. These boys are going to have to waste up a lot of energy now to rejoin the field. They should get back safely. It's a little bit ragged at the back end of the peloton, but when you see it from the helicopter like this, another left-hander, boys, take it easy, it does make you realise just how many bike riders there are in this race.
A lot of bike riders, 189 at the start of the Tour de France this year, just a few less than last year. The organisation actually did have the ability to incorporate 22 teams, but they felt a little bit happier just having 20 teams plus one team of wildcards. These are the chasers. This is Bessy and Yannick Tombak trying to get themselves back on, and the fact that they've now just made contact with the convoy of team cars behind indicates to me, as an ex-pro, that they're going to make contact.
Yes, they should get through now. Bessy's in a spot of bother, but he'll be okay in a minute. Here's another little bit of help on the right.
That's actually the worst thing that can ever happen to you, to wait for a teammate and then have him drop you, and that's happened to me on a couple of occasions. But Bessy has recuperated. He's back onto the wheel there of Tombak, and they should now just relax and take it easy, because they've got the ability just to use the slipstream of the cars a little bit, and that's something that the referees will tend to look the other way at, and they won't be too worried about that, because they know that these riders are not blatantly cheating. What they're doing is, I suppose you'd have to call it a professional foul.
Indeed. Look, just looking here, there aren't too many grapes grown in this region, but there are two very nice types of wine. The Muscadet, of course, in the Loire area, and the Gros Plan. Not quite so well known, but certainly the best wine to have with fish. I thought you'd like to know that, Paul.
Oh, thank you very much, Phil.
These are the four leaders who set the pace for most of the day. David Cañada, Laszlo Bedrogi, Thomas Voigtler, Sylvain Calzati. For a while they looked as though they might do it as well, but I think at a minute 57 and a little bit of a wobble at the front as they went into the corner there from the Sony Duval rider Cañada, I'm not so sure. 40 kilometres or 25 miles to race. They need a bit more than 2 minutes to hold the field off, because they're all getting a bit excited back there.
They're all getting very excited, very nervous. These guys will be nervous on the first day of the race, because it's so important for the sprinters to try and get the first victory under their belt, because then they can be just that little bit more relaxed going into the following days. We've got a lot of big names out there who can try and get the win this afternoon, and Tom Bonan, despite his toothache, has got to be the top sprinter.
Just looking down the peloton, coming in the back there now are those two riders from Cofidis, so they're safely back. And a few deep breaths and then start moving up, I would do if I were them. And here they are now, just rejoining round the race director's car.
Hi, I'm Jan Ullrich. More from the Tour after this break.
They've got 3 kilometers to go to the top of this final climb of the day, or first and final climb of the day, I should say. It's only a 4th category climb, but it will give a few points to the first rider to cross that point on the course and get himself the lead in the King of the Mountains classification. Vukla looking back, looking at the reaction of all the other riders. Cañada's got a fabulous style on his bike, nice and stretched out, looking perfect. He was in fact a very good individual time trialist, and now this is the start of the King of the Mountains, so they might just survive here.
Well, let's have a look. There's an attack going now, so they want the King of the Mountains at least before they finally get wiped up. This is now at the front the AG2R rider Sylvain Calzati in his 2nd Tour de France. And one of them could be in a leader's jersey tomorrow, and that would be a huge catch for any of these 4 riders.
Big bonus for these guys, and big payback, because after all, Phil, they've been at the front of the race here for about 130 kilometers, and they're hoping just to survive another kilometer, to at least so that one of them can take home a very nice prize.
Cañada just on 30 years of age, no victories for him, in fact, since the year 2000, so he could do it with picking up the points in the King of the Mountains. These are the tortuous descents. They're going to go down them at around about 60, 65 kilometers an hour. They've got to be very vigilant because they do twist and turn. I always admire our television cameramen as much as I admire the riders here, because they hold these pictures so well.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, they've had a very hard time actually finding a climb on today's route, and this climb is just undulating up towards the final kilometer of it. And these guys, Vukla, of all 4 of them, knows exactly where the finishing line is.
Well, there they are, all 4 of them spreading out, and it's been a call from the race referees to clear all cars out of the gap. A glance over the shoulder there by Calzati. He's wondering just how close can they make the top of the climb beforehand. The Côte du Lac de la Vraie, 4th category climb. Man who wins gets the polka dot jersey tomorrow. It looks to me as though Cañada is poising himself for a kick here. He's sitting just off the back, and there it comes. Heads up, boys, because he's gone. David Cañada at 29, almost 30 years of age. His birthday is, in fact, he is 30 years of age. His birthday has come before the start of the Tour de France. He's now trying to win the polka dot. A reply coming up here too from the AG2R right Calzati. Vukla is desperate here to get a jersey. He had yellow for 10 days last year, and he's going to try and make it, but I think they've left it too late. Here he goes, here he goes.
Thomas Vukla has gone. He knows exactly where the summit of this climb is. He used Calzati to absolute and utter perfection. What he's got to do now is try and get onto the slipstream here of Cañada. He's made it. Just a little bit of a breath if you can, recuperate, and then launch the attack.
Well, 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 little Thomas Vukla, the hero of a year ago for 10 days. He has now claimed a jersey for tomorrow. Well done indeed. In fact, Cañada made it too early, fell from yellow to polka dot. This guy you just can't pin down.
Well, he must have read the handbook last night on how to attack and how to make the counter move, because that was absolute textbook technology. Perfect for Thomas Vukla. And after the yellow jersey of last year, Phil, tonight, look at that. He's going to get the King of the Mountains jersey to boot.
He'd like to smile, but right now it's just a little bit difficult. But his team manager will now be told in the car, make sure that Mr. Vukla reports the podium at the finishing line as the leader of the King of the Mountains. And that's now, they're just going to wait now. There's no point in racing on. The catch is here. And the big peloton are going to have their big sprint, that's for sure.
Well, that was an unbelievably timed sprint there by Thomas Vukla. And they're saying that it's 45 seconds between that leading group of 4 riders and the main field. But inside of 10 miles of racing to go to the finish, it's a tall order to survive. I think they got exactly what they wanted. They just survived to the summit of that climb. And now I think it will all go to pieces in the front group there. As we look here at Thomas Vukla. And we look here at the F de Jeu, I should say.
Almost Thomas Vukla, slight change of team now.
Yeah, slight change of team, slight change of colour too, but the F de Jeu team taking a serious amount of responsibility on the front end of the main field here, as are the teammates of Robbie McEwen and the teammates of Tom Bonen.
Oh, we're going to be in for some finish once these boys get swept up, because FDJ.com, a Française des Jeux team, which is led by the Australian Baden Cook and, of course, Bradley McGee, have already made it quite clear they want to win the stage today. The result of the sprint, Vokler, Cagnada, Calzati, with the order over the line of the 4 front runners. The one that missed out, of course, was Bedrogi, but he'd won 2 sprints along the way and therefore has improved his position overall if he hangs on to the peloton as they get swept up. That's Bedrogi on the left of the picture. He's now back in the peloton, so he's got to hang on if he wants to finish the day in 3rd place overall in the Tour de France.
I should think he will. He's a strong man. He knows that all he has to do is stay in contact with the main field, and he will be able to recuperate overnight to come out and fight again. 15 kilometers to go, and that is about 9.5 miles. And here you can just see Sylvain Canzati just recovering that little attack there at the side of the climb here to rejoin the leading group, which is now only 3 men, with Doctor moved backwards by Bedrogi.
Inside the 15-kilometer banner, Bedrogi's gone back into the pack to use what little energy he's got left to hold on to the peloton, and if things work out, he should be 3rd overall tonight, around about 47 seconds off David Zabriskie. But there are small bonuses for the first 3 across the line as well. 20 seconds, 12 and 8 are awarded the top 3.
But that shouldn't really change the overall classification right now, because the majority of the sprinters are so far down. They're not likely to see the yellow jersey in this year's Tour de France, which is normally what happens over the opening days of the Tour. The sprinters battle out for a few seconds until we get to the mountains, and they lose then big chunks of time. But yesterday's 19-kilometer individual time trial really opened up a lot of the time gaps very seriously, even on some of the more serious challenges to the overall win. So this man here in the blue shorts of Bouygues Telecom, in fact, has now got himself the lead in the King of the Mountains classification by taking out that 4th category climb just a few moments ago. So I do believe that they will get caught quite shortly. And Thomas Vokler just getting himself 3 points for that win there, with 2 points to Cagnada and 1 point to Calzati. But that's all it takes. That's all he needs to get himself the lead in that classification. Front end of the main field very much controlled by the sprinters. They're in about 7th or 8th position. You can see the Australian national champion. That's the white jersey with the gold and green stripe across it. That's Robbie McEwen. Just hovering there. He doesn't want to get too close to the front at this moment. He's waiting for the right moment to launch his attack, and you very rarely see Robbie till the last 100 or 200 meters. Brad McGee also moving up to the front.
Well, if who are you going to pick, Paul? Because I have to say, today, this is a very, very nervous finish, and a lot of riders will believe they have a chance, and a lot will be very frightened.
It could go any way. Robbie McEwen is in good form. Tom Bonen is a good pick. Baden Cook, just in the middle there, just caught him with his white glasses on, is also looking very attentive. And I've been impressed with Cook. He was very good this year at the Giro d'Italia, despite having a very nasty tumble when he was knocked into the barriers by Paolo Bettini.
Cofidis boys are very active at the front too. They'll be thinking of Stuart O'Grady. Right in the centre of our picture, the white jersey with the green and gold bands across the centre of it. That is McEwen. Just sitting up off the pedals there, just watching who is moving around him, but not making his move until he has to. Meanwhile, let's not forget the breakaway. They are hanging on. How many times did we see Vokler with his tongue out when he was in the yellow jersey under pressure in the Tour de France last year? Tomorrow he'll have the polka dot jersey on. This is David Cagnada, who almost made it. Finished 10th overall last year in the Tour of Switzerland. He's a good all-round bike rider. He's not won a race, in fact, since the year 2000, when he won a time trial, actually, in a race in France called the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, on that occasion, we really were starting to tip this young man for stardom. He's got a great position on the bike. That's a position of a very good individual time trialist. And in fact, it was at the Tour of Murcia that he actually used the time trial on that occasion to win the overall classification back in the year 2000. But since then, Phil, he really never has got himself back up to the top of the sport as he did in that season.
Well, it happens, pro since 1996, and he's only won 5 times. Now the peloton working away. The boys with the red flashes, they're the Cofidis riders. They're looking to help Stuart O'Grady get into a good position at the front. The boys in the white on the left, they're the FDJ. They want to position Baden Cook for the win, who isn't far away. Domina Vacanzi are also moving up their riders now as well, and they have a good sprinter on their team too.
It's just Cedric Vasseur on the front for Team Cofidis, and he's just setting the tempo at the moment. Nice little move there. That was Ivan Basso just pushing Dave Zabriskie up, saying, come on, Dave, keep at the front. Don't let's get swamped just yet by the sprinters.
Isn't that amazing? A man who finished 3rd in the Tour de France last year, helping Dave to make sure, guide him into the right places.
Well, that's exactly what George Hincapie said about Lance Armstrong in the Dauphiné Libre races. I couldn't believe it. Lance was riding alongside me. He was riding as the team helper, and he actually seemed to be enjoying it.
Yes, but there's so many close friends on the teams as well, and they all share the prize money, by the way, because whoever wins it, it doesn't really matter. You are a team. It all goes in the hat for equal shares, and of course the actual winner of the Tour de France, by tradition, never takes a penny out of this race. He becomes a millionaire in other ways. All that money the team have worked for to get the win on the team, they all share in the spoils after the race.
Or in the case of Lance Armstrong, a multi-millionaire.
Absolutely right, yes. But there is the crowd.
What a huge crowd it is. In fact, we're now looking at just 10 kilometers to go. That corresponds at these speeds to around about 11.5 or 12 minutes of racing. They're now starting to pull out the neutral service vehicle, that yellow car going by with all the bikes on top. That is the car that looks after every rider in the breakaway. The red car is the final referee's car being moved out of the gap. There will now be a very sterile gap between this leading group of 3 riders and the front end of the main field as they go under that banner that indicates just 10 kilometers left to race. Vukla must be praying now that something happens in the main field behind. He would love the crack at trying to get himself a stage victory if he can. So that's Cañada, that's Vukla, and it's 23 seconds.
And there's that little tongue again. And there is, I'm not sure what banner we're up to now, Paul. It's 10 to go, right. Lost track of the banners now. 10K or 6 miles to the finish, and the peloton in angry mood.
I'm Robbie McEwen from the De Vitamon Lotto team. We'll be back with more after the break.
Just a few minutes from now, the Tour de France peloton is going to come herring around this corner, and this corner is pretty much one of the few difficulties that they're actually going to face on this stage today. But there are a couple of others that are perhaps a little bit hidden. If we look down this finishing straight, we can see that it's particularly narrow for a full Tour de France peloton. So there are a number of riders who are going to get caught out by that and won't be able to position themselves properly. The second thing is that little kick towards the end. It just rises towards the finish line, and it means it's going to favour the kind of sprinter who leaves their sprint very late. For my money, well, that's going to be the likes of Robbie McEwen.
Here comes the catch. Voigtler sat up on the left, shaking of the hands. All rivals but friends when they race against the common enemy. Now we have 189 riders all going for the win.
189 riders all together for the first time since the 25th kilometre of today's stage. These guys tried to survive. The little shake of the hands there, well, you know, it was good try. We tried it. We didn't succeed on this occasion, but maybe we'll have another go tomorrow. Now it's going to be very nervous at the front end of this main field. The sprinters will take incredible risks because it is so important on the very first day to try and get a win under the belt. And look how close to the front Lance Armstrong is there in the green jersey. He sticks out like a sore thumb here this afternoon, and he's not staying very far away from the front. So just looking at the organisation now, 5 kilometres to go. That is about 6.5 minutes. AG2R are moving up. There's a lot of teams trying to get their sprinters into the ideal position to try and get themselves the win here this afternoon. Matty White looking over his shoulder, gritting his teeth, moving forward. He's trying to look after Stuart O'Grady's chances this afternoon. The blue and grey jerseys there of Team Quick-Step are trying to get Tom Boonen up there. There was a quick glimpse there of Jan Ullrich moving through. That's him in the blue, black and white jersey. He's the double champion of Estonia because he's the road racing champion and he's also the time trial champion as well. Well,
So the riders pass under 5 kilometres to go. Borghi Telecom will not lie down, Paul. They are going home.
They want it. They want this win so badly here this afternoon. They want to outfox and outsprint the sprinters if they can. But it's going to be very difficult, Phil, because the sprinters have got a real tightrope on the front of this main field. They've got control of this race for the moment as we've gone under their 5 kilometres to go. 3 miles of racing. 6 minutes to the conclusion of the first open road stage of this year's Tour.
My goodness me, this is going to be a nervous finish now. That road is not very, very wide to bring sprinters through at a big thing, and it looks as though this is Beneteau. Well, we should have guessed that. Walter lives in town. Mum and Dad will be at the finish line. This is a huge effort by Walter Beneteau. Best placed Frenchman yesterday in the time trial, and now looking for the victory here. He has only won 3 races in his life, but this would go down, and he would keep this as #1 forever. He races on, 4 kilometres to go.
The crowd here are going absolutely ballistic because they're actually watching this on a big screen just at around about 200 or 300 meters to go. They know this boy is the hometown boy. They know he wants to win. They know it's almost impossible, but if they could blow on his back and just help him survive off the front end of this chasing peloton, that is what they are all doing. But Phil, the organization has now appeared. Française des Jeux are trying to set it up for Baden Cook.
They've put all of the riders there now. Rest assured, the last of those white jerseys in that long line is the Australian Baden Cook. He will be the last to be slung at the finish. Here's Beneteau trying to hold off 188 men in the Tour de France. Those legs are beginning to fold beneath him now as the charge goes on the left. Move as far away as possible. Make him work in the wind. That's what they're thinking. Gone through on his inside. Beneteau's move is over.
It's over. It was a good try. It got the home crowd just a little bit excited there as Française des Jeux get themselves organized on the front end of the main field. They are doing a brilliant job here. This is Carlos de Cruz on the front. At the back of the line, though, is going to be Baden Cook. This is the moment when you dare not put your hands anywhere near the brake levers, because if you do and you touch them, you shoot back down through that field and lose 25 or 30 places.
Just look in the heart of the peloton here. People are dashing in every direction, trying to find a hole in the bunch to make it go. 3 kilometres from the line now. I can see Alexander Vinokourov, low picture, wisely staying out of this one. He's not going to get mixed up with the sprinters. This is now their domain. These men are a very different species to the riders who win overall the Tour de France.
Completely different breed, the sprinter. When it comes down to the final 50 meters, they shut off their brains. They just live on instinct. All they want to do is react. Look at the riders, though, from Française des Jeux. They are burying themselves. They're turning themselves inside out. They're thinking of one thing. I've got to do an extra meter, an extra 5 meters, maybe 10 meters to try and keep Baden Cook in with a chance of winning. And in the meantime, there's a battle in the group behind. Everybody's looking for the wheel of another sprinter to try and take advantage of his launch when it starts to speed up to the line.
Well, this is a rider, Saunier Duval. I think it's Nicolas Fitch, the Frenchman, who's trying to get away from the front. Again, they're all massing, and he's got a little bit of a gap. You can't control everyone, and in fact, Française des Jeux wants somebody else to come and pick up the pace now. So this sort of arguing amongst yourselves can give you a surprise result at 2 kilometres to go.
Looks like Phonak moving up there. No, it's Liquigas moving up there on the right-hand side, trying to keep themselves nice and organized, making sure that it's not very difficult. It's Zabala, the man from Saunier Duval, who got off the front, but now that has completely disappeared, Phil, because he's going to get wiped away with this, and it seems too as if Française des Jeux have lost control.
They've been swept here by leaky gas. Remember, we've got the big Swede rider in here, Magnus Bagstedt, who is another bad finish himself, and Luciano Paglierini, who we've seen in different team colours ride well in the Tour de Langkawi in Malaysia. He wants to get a grip of the Tour de France too, but look at the rush now. The right-hand side had it with leaky gas on the front, but here comes the rush up the inside. It's all beginning to change again, and when we get to the kite at 1 to go, it is going to be one sprint for the line as they try to bring Tom Boonen through on the rails.
And now you've got the team of Lotto, Robbie McEwen's team. There's Leon van Bon moving up into about 3rd or 4th position. Everyone now starting to panic inside the final kilometre. This is the moment when you have to take all kinds of risks. If you slip back now, there is no second chance. You've got to look out for Brad McGee. A quick flick there as we go across to the left-hand side. It looks like the left-hand side is Licky Gas trying to lift it all up, but Tom Boonen's stuck there right in the middle.
That's Maggie Backstead, the Swedish rider, who's got the front now, is trying to look for his Pagliarini, his teammate, but as they start to swing, Max has made a mistake there. And now here comes the lead out for Tom Boonen. Young Kerseypoo's getting into the mix too. He's sitting there round the corner in fourth wheel. This could be a very... Robert Foster is there too in second wheel. And Baden Cook is the white jersey, bouncing a little bit off the shoulders as they swing up to the home state. Foster goes on the far right here. And now this is going to be a big run. Robbie McEwen is coming on the rails. Robbie McEwen is opening up the sprint. Tom Boonen is trying to get over the top of him. As they come up to the line, it's Boonen and McEwen, and Tom gets it. What a finish.
Tom Boonen was in the ideal position there. He was perfectly set up by his teammate. He was doing a magnificent job there. McEwen thought he'd got it, went a little bit too early, took the advantage, but the rest of the main field comes in with exactly the same time. But Tom Boonen, there's the yellow jersey coming across there nice and safely. No problems at all for Dave Zabriskie. But Tom Boonen, despite the toothache he complained about overnight, Phil, came out today with very sharp teeth.
What a sprint. The two top sprinters of years gone by. There they are, mano a mano, shoulder to shoulder. But Boonen, much the bigger, bulkier man, seemed to have the power this time. Alan Davis off to the right there, another Australian up amongst the leaders as well. But that was one big win. Yes, Tom, you do look pretty happy.
He looks very happy indeed. They set him up for what will be his 12th win of the season. Let's just have another quick look at there. McEwen started charging down the right-hand side there, but all of a sudden, almost like Alessandro Petacchi, with the incredible power that he's nurtured over the last couple of seasons, it was a cruise to the line for Tom Boonen, just ahead of Robbie McEwen in third place.
So there's the full result. The man who won the final road stage of last year's Tour wins the first of this year's. And it wasn't just Tom Boonen who got past Robbie McEwen in the closing yards, but Tor Hushoff too. McEwen's fellow Aussie Stuart O'Grady was fourth. Behind them, the big names from Z to A, Zabriskie to Armstrong, all finished safely in the bunch. Well, it's Boonen's third win and it's only his second Tour, but he's after more than stage wins this year. He's targeted the green jersey, and on the evidence of the way he blew past the defending champion Robbie McEwen today, he's got every chance of securing it.
Was it about timing or power?
It was timing and power. It was a hard finish, so you had to go on the right time, right moment, and Robbie started sprinting to the right. I managed to follow him and pass him straight away on the right moment.
Now, usually the winner of the first road stage takes the yellow jersey too, but this year the time gaps from the opening time trial were too big, and David Zabriskie looks safe until the team time trial on Tuesday, which means he's going to have to come up with an answer to this question.
Okay, and what are you going to do with your second line?
I don't know.
You hadn't thought about that, had you?
Hadn't thought about that.
Okay, enjoy tomorrow.
Thank you.
Let's have a look at the overall standings now. Two lines Zabriskie still leads by 2 seconds over Lance Armstrong. But Laszlo Bedrogi has jumped a couple of places to third, thanks to 12 seconds worth of sprint bonuses that he picked up during the breakaway. And the gaps stay the same all the way down the line through Ullrich and Basso to the last man, Leonardo Pipoli, who's already nearly 5 minutes adrift.
So a good old-fashioned sprinter stage to get us started on the open road in this year's Tour. And Chris, after the incredible drama of the opening time trial, more like business as usual with the big lads up front.
Yeah, I think you'd call that pretty much a textbook sprinter's stage, really. I think one thing they were really lucky with today is it wasn't very windy. Light wind meant those crosswinds didn't cause a lot of problem, and the crash count was pretty low.
Are those the names we're going to be seeing up there all the way through the Tour for the green jersey competition and the sprints? Boonen, Hushoff, McEwen. Cook was a little bit further back today.
I think pretty much so. If you look at that top 10, it'll give you a good flavour for who's going to be to play, but I certainly wouldn't count on it always being the same person. Certainly Tom Boonen was strong, and we saw Tor Hushoff coming through very fast, but I don't think Robbie's out for the count either.
Another sprinter's stage tomorrow too, from La Châtaigneraie to...
Tonight on the Tour, it's stage 3 and round 2 as the sprinters get their elbows out for a rematch of yesterday's high-speed finish. Tom Boonen is currently ahead on points, having got the better of Robbie McEwen in Les Essarts, but the defending champion will be looking to level things up on a fast, flat stage to Tour. And you'll get your first chance to win a trip to Paris for the final stage of the race in our Tour competition. Hello, today the Tour is in Tour just to confuse us, and after yesterday's pretty much perfect conditions, it's extremely blowy and there's a chance of rain. Should make for interesting racing with a full complement of 189 riders still in the race and all of them trying to stay at the front out of trouble. David Zabriskie, of course, will have the protective retinue of teammates, which is part of the package of perks that comes with being race leader. He starts in the yellow jersey for the second day, still 2 seconds ahead of Lance Armstrong. And I wouldn't bank on seeing much of either David Zabriskie or Lance Armstrong today. They'll be riding conservatively with half an eye on tomorrow's team time trial, which could well end up being a showdown between the CSC and Discovery teams. Today, though, should be another showdown between the speed merchants. Belgium's Tom Boonen came into his second Tour de France with the express ambition of winning the Green Points jersey for the most consistent daily sprinter. And yesterday, he came over the line flashing a remarkably healthy smile for a man who almost didn't start the Tour because of a raging toothache. Now, since yesterday was the first sprint stage, the green jersey competition is an exact reflection of the order over the line. Tom Boonen picked up 35 points for the win, Tor Hushoff got 30 for second place, and Robbie McEwen's third earned him 26. Now, winning stages in the first few days is one thing. Surviving the mountains and still having enough fast-twitch muscle fibre left to do it again in the final week is another entirely. And the man who's lasted the pace best in 2 out of the last 3 tours is the defending champion, Robbie McEwen.
Keep your eyes on the front. McEwen always comes out best when the going gets rough.
He is to the bunch sprint what wasps are to a picnic on a summer's day. Small, persistent and extremely irritating to those around him.
I think what makes me difficult for those guys is they never quite know what I'm going to do because I don't know it yet. I don't know until I do it. And it's not like I'm not there and then I'm suddenly there. I think people think I'm not there because they can't quite see me because I'm sitting behind a big guy like Boonen or Hushoff.
It was a tactic which served him well last summer, carrying him to 2 stage wins and ultimately the green jersey, although that's not his major goal this year.
I want to win stages. Sort of, you know, obviously the last couple of years I've thought about it quite a lot, about the competition and what it means and how it feels to go for it. And there's a different sort of feeling that winning a stage is that adrenaline rush, the excitement of winning a stage at that moment. The green jersey, when you finally get to Paris and it is yours, it's more just a sense of relief.
Relief and a return to winning ways last year. In 2003, he'd finished shoulder to shoulder with fellow Aussie Baden Cook on the Champs-Élysées and lost out. Cook's challenge didn't materialise last year, but he'll be a stronger threat again this summer. But perhaps it's yesterday's stage winner Tom Boonen who poses the biggest threat. He certainly thinks McEwen is the man to beat. The rivalry is brewing nicely.
And Robbie is a true sprinter. I'm a very strong sprinter, but Robbie's he's made for the sprint. So it will be a big fight and a nice competition, I think.
My main competitors, obviously Hushoff going from last year, Boonen, Cook, Nazon, O'Grady, Davis, Galvez, Forster, Furlan. Now, there's always a number of guys and there's often someone who sort of pops up that nobody really expects, but I think I've named them all.
Well, there's today's route, La Châtaigneraie to Tours, a fair bit longer than yesterday at 212 kilometres. Only about the final K will be of much interest to Tom Boonen and Robbie McEwen. But Chris Bulben, what sort of conditions are they up against out there today?
Well, they've certainly faced some wind today, but that's all past now. Really, the weather is very unlikely to play a part in the last part of this race.
Well, we're picking up the race with 51 kilometres to go, and there are 3 men out front. Switzerland's Rubens Bertogliati, Eric Decker of the Netherlands. And for the second day, there's a Frenchman in the break, Nicolas Portal.
As we catch up now with the leaders at the front, and the where Decker is positioned here, this man is going to have a go for the summit. Bet on it, because there's just a chance if they stay away till the next climb, then he will take the lead in the King of the Mountains.
Well, if I was speaking Dutch right now, I'd probably say pas op, which means watch out, because watch out for Eric Decker. Look how he's moving himself up there into second position. He's waiting for the top. Yeah, Bertogliati up the front, but Portal in last position. I'm not sure that Portal has got the acceleration of the man who wears number 53.
Yeah, but I can tell you he's thinking about this, but they're narrowing down the door there. There goes Eric Decker now, has to move across. Bertogliati is going to give it a shot. Portal hasn't got the speed, and in fact Decker got it. We're steady on there, boys. Wow, Decker's got it, followed by Bertogliati.
Alstublieft, thank you very much in the Dutch language. That's 3 points in the bag there for Eric Decker. And just look at the way he did it. Master tactician, he was in the ideal position in second place there. Bertogliati started, and that's a bit of a surprise because Bertogliati, you know, has got himself a very good turn of speed.
He has, but he didn't quite have the wisdom of Decker, and Decker knew exactly where the line was there. So he now needs a victory on the next climb, and he'll be in the lead by a single point in the King of the Mountains competition. So he's going to try now and stay away, but it is a 20-kilometre ride, 12 miles in the crossing to the final climb of the day, the Côte de la Châtaigneraie. And then with 33 kilometres to go, the big peloton of the sprinters is going to want everybody back in the house.
That's a minute and 55 seconds as we went over the Côte de Chinon. Decker will be feeling quite happy about that. I think that's three points in the bag. He knows there are no points left back now for the main field, and I think he's going to hope that this succeeds, this breakaway, for the next 19 kilometres.
You bet.
And I have a gut feeling that it will.
All right, well, we'll gamble. It's 20 kilometres a long way, and the roads now are undulating a little bit as we head up now, crossing the 20-kilometre void, heading to Châtaigneraie.
So a minute and 40 seconds is the exact time gap given here, and you can see how all of a sudden the morale has come back into the pedaling style there of Eric Decker. He knows now he's not going to win the stage because he knows that they will get caught before the end of the day. But that's why the Tour de France is so interesting. There's races within the race, and the race that we're looking at today within the race is the race for the King of the Mountains classification, a race which is probably in third most in importance after the yellow jersey and the green jersey, but still it brings an awful lot of publicity into a team if you can get that King of the Mountains jersey and hold that lead over the first 10 or so flat stages. Nicolas Portal, a little bit of a problem there, got his hand up. I think it's probably just a question of wanting to take on board drinks, which you're allowed to do up until 20 kilometres to go.
Boy, Decker's really fired up for this one now. This is the rider in second place here, looking extremely determined. When a rider requests something from his team car, then the other two riders will not worry if he doesn't help them in the chase or the pursuit or whatever it is. They'll wait till he sorts out his problem. It's not a mechanical one, that's for sure. Now, these are the roads, of course, where nobody likes to see, dead straight and right up on a rise like that, because the peloton are going to see the flotilla of cars following these riders once they top that crest in the distance.
So the main field split in two as well, and left-hand side it's the De Witteman squad. On the right-hand side it's the guys who went the wrong way. So still holding on to a pretty interesting advantage, the three leaders there, inside now of 50 kilometres to go, 46.7 to be exact. But if you can look at the front end of the main field, they are now certainly starting to whip up the pacemaking. Everybody now starting to feel the nervousness building up. It was interesting to talk to Robbie McEwen at the start of the stage, because he said it's always a very, very nervous sprint on the first day at the Tour de France, because you can feel the nervousness building up over the last 30 kilometres. Everybody wants to be in the first 5 or 10 places, but nobody actually wants to lead. They want to be near the front, out of danger, and in the right place for the sprint. And that nervousness will start to permeate now through the whole of the front end of the main field as they start to get that little bit closer to the start of the organisation for the final sprint of the day, because I'm convinced now that we will have a big sprint. After all, Tours is the home and the shrine, I think, of the sprinters, and the finish line today is exactly the same finish line as that of Paris Tours. There you can see it's amazing, the movement in the main field. It's a movement that never ceases to stop throughout the whole of the day, and today is a 212 kilometre stage, and has never been the same guy in 30th or 40th position, because it's a distillation process. There's Armstrong looking comfortable. He never sits very much further away from 15th or 20th position, and he's never ever very far away from having one of his own teammates close at hand. He said the most important thing is to make sure that he can try and make sure that he gets down to the mountains without losing any time at all.
Hello, I am Nicolas Jalabert, more for the Tour after this break.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
So, Churchill, I hear your prices are even cheaper online.
Oh, yes.
And I could really save up to 160 quid on my car insurance.
Yes.
So, savings, a quoted minutes, and hassle-free?
Yes, yes, Andy, yes.
Oh, you're a right little internet genius, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
Right, let's have a look then.
Think car insurance, think saving money, think Churchill.com.
Nice picture.
Why, thank you.
Welcome back to our coverage of Stage 3 of this year's Tour de France. Now, while you've been away, there have been no major changes in the race. But in the meantime, let's just take this opportunity to catch up on a couple of the email questions that you've been sending in. And the first one that we've pulled off is definitely one for Chris. Here, Brian from Maidenhead writes, on Stage 1, I noticed the chain wheel on Bobby Julich's bike was not round. Why was that?
Well, Brian, it isn't actually a new idea. In fact, it was very fashionable in the late 80s. You could go down the local bike shop and it adorned most mountain bikes you could buy. The basic principle is that with a round chainring, you have an area at the top which is called the dead spot, where leverage is very, very minimal. The rider really can't exert a lot of pressure. Now, by ovalising the chainring, you basically reduce the gear inside the same stroke, so it changes speed. And this helps the rider get over what they call dead centre as quickly as possible. Now, it's a great idea in principle, but in practice, no real evidence was found that showed that it made a big difference. So it went out of fashion. So maybe we'll see it emerge again in the future.
But doesn't it, as the pedals turn, doesn't it create a sort of arrhythmia there, doesn't it?
Certainly feels uncomfortable as you change pace within the stroke. It does tend to feel uncomfortable, and perhaps that's why riders went away from it. But who knows, maybe Bobby Julich's going to restart this trend.
Excellent, thanks for that. Right, we've got another email here from Barbara in Lim. She writes, is Magnus Backstedt the tallest rider on this year's Tour? Well, unbelievably, Magnus isn't. That honour goes to the Belgian rider Johan van Zummeren. He measures 1.98 m, and in English money that's 6'5" tall. At the other end of that scale, Samuel Dumoulin measures just 1.58 m, that's 5'1". There is, however, a record that Magnus does hold. He's the heaviest rider on this year's Tour, weighing in at a carbon fibre crushing 95 kilograms, that's 15 stone. And Leonardo Piepoli is the lightest rider. He's less than 9 stone, just 57 kilograms. Another statistic to emerge from this year's medical tests was the lowest resting heart rate of any rider. Now, 2 riders share that honour, Christopher Horner and Laurent Lefebvre. Their resting heart rate is just 35 beats per minute. What was yours, Chris?
I think the lowest mine ever went down to was 37, but certainly not a Tour medical when I was very nervous.
Definitely under average, though, because the average Tour de France rider looks roughly like this. He's 5'9" tall, that's 1.79 m, weighs 71 kilograms. That's about your weight, isn't it, Chris?
Not at the moment, past tense.
Yeah, and has a resting heart rate of 50 beats per minute. Great, well, keep the emails coming. We'd be happy to deal with as many of your questions as we possibly can. The best way to do that is to go online and visit the ITV website. That's www.itv.com/Tour de France, and follow the prompts there to email any of the team.
Interesting arrival today, there is no doubt about that. I think after the climb, the big chase will start. Tom Bonan here, and Robbie McEwen still alongside him, look, keeping a very close eye. Robbie's a great tactician. He's not going to let Tom out of his sight. Tom knows he's there. He knows he's the man to beat. Oh, and Jan Ullrich is moving up through the field here now, taking a better interest in the front and beginning to cruise. He's looking good today now.
I think Ullrich has managed to turn himself around. He was very depressed after his performance in the opening day's individual time trial, but he said the problem was that everybody around him was depressed because of his crash the day before, and all they talked about was his crash, all they talked about was his injury, and he said the most important thing for me on that occasion was to try and concentrate on the time trial. He did, unfortunately, as well, have the nasty situation of having to start 1 minute in front of a flying Armstrong. And that certainly added, I think, to the blow to his morale. But he's turned himself round. He's a great champion. don't discount him.
That must have been horrible to start a minute ahead of Lance Armstrong in a time trial. It was a great carrot for the Texan. We're just over a kilometre inside the final mile to the top of the climb now. There's no real climbs, there's only little bumps. And there's the peloton. They're not going to get on before the climb, but I don't think it'll be too long afterwards. So it's up to Decker now. First or second will give him the lead in the King of the Mountains. 1.5 minutes the gap, and the peloton are not yet ready to finish it all off and chase them down. Look at this. They're looking at other people to set the pace.
They certainly are, but we will start to get that little bit more organised. It looked like Jens Voigt on the front, that bouncy, punchy style of the German rider on Team CSC. And he's just trying to make sure that there's a status quo and there's no moving away by these three leaders as we get closer to that climb, because he's trying to make sure that he keeps Dave Zabriskie right in the front of this bike race and in the yellow jersey. That's where we're heading to right now. Just in a couple of kilometres or so, it's going to be the Côte de la Taconnière. It's a kilometre climb. It climbs up to 106 metres or 330 feet. Not very much of a gradient, though, because it's just 3.2%.
Well, we're on it, I think.
33 kilometres to go.
But it's a good one for Decker then to take the lead in the King of the Mountains, a competition he knows he can never win when the real climbers of the Tour start to get to grips with the big mountains of the Tour, which often are more than 32 kilometres high. But Decker now knows he's a sprint away from picking up the polka dot jersey, and he's had it before. Not for very long, but he knows what it's like. He'll get the new version now if he can make it this time around. And here comes the sprint. Decker's gone. First or second's good enough, and it looks like Battagliati says you can have first maximum points. Bad news though for Thomas Voigtlepp, because Decker has not left it to the count back. He's now a point in the lead in that competition. He's just radioing there back to the management saying it's all in the bag. I'll be standing by for the podium later.
Clever bike rider Eric Decker. He knew exactly what he had to do. He'd read the race, and he was starting to feel that they weren't going to succeed. They weren't going to be given the liberty of surviving to the finish, because the sprinters still want to come out to play on a day like this. And so he just upped the pace a fraction to try and survive, to make sure that they could get themselves all the way up to the big two climbs of the day, get himself maximum points on both of them, and he will now lead that classification by 1 single point ahead of Thomas Voigtlepp. But Voigtlepp, I'm sure, will come out tomorrow, and he will try and battle to get himself into that lead again. Quick glimpse down here at the chateau of Azay-les-Rideaux. Magnificent chateau that was first built by Marcelin Berthelot back in 1510. He was the master of the Chamber of the Derniers, and that was in the era of Louis XI, and also going through to the time of Charles VIII.
Well, it looks as though it's got a complete moat around it there, which is rather nice. And the riders themselves now must concentrate on bringing back those three. The result, Decker got the 3 points. That gives him the lead in the mountains by 1. He now has a total of 6. Battagliati second and Portal in third place. He gets the 1 point. They've been away since the 27th kilometre today. First to attack was Eric Decker and Nicolas Portal. Quickly joined within a kilometre by Battagliati, and then they rapidly went clear. They've had a lead of 5.5 minutes. Currently now it is little more than 1.25 minutes, and I don't think they'll hold the field off, not on this course, for the last 30 kilometres.
Hi, I'm Baden Cook. There'll be more from the Tour de France after the break.
Well, with just 26 kilometres to go, that breakaway is still hanging in there. And really, it's almost a race of two halves. It may look as if the peloton's had a fairly easy day of it, but I can tell you from experience it's been extremely stressful. The crosswinds out there have meant that everybody has had to work hard to make sure that their GC rider has stayed very close to the front in case of any crashes. Now, when there's only 20 places or so at the front, that's a very difficult thing to do. So although the peloton's been tightly packed into almost a ball, you'll notice that there have been lines of teams near the front just staying together. And what they basically do is work in almost a figure of 8, letting each other in at the front, drifting back, letting each other in at the front again. And that's a really difficult thing to do, very, very stressful. Up to now, it's actually gone their way, and this breakaway has kept it fairly calm, probably influenced a little bit by the team time trials tomorrow. So everybody's been waiting for the first punch to be thrown, but it hasn't actually happened. half distance, they switched over. The responsibility became that of the sprinters teams, and they've had to play poker, working out who it is who's going to chase, all of them bluffing each other. And now this breakaway really is trying to capitalise on that indecision.
Well, as we course through these sharp left-handers, good road service as well. And Decker, you see, he's driving the train now. He knows he wants to keep this breakaway away. He is an opportunist winner. He's won 4 stages. He's won at Villeneuve-sur-Lot. He's won at Revel. He's won at Lausanne. He's won at Pontarlier. And that's where Paul Sherwin had a rather nasty accident in the Tour once.
Yeah.
Or at least you got there, but it was down the road away.
It was a long time ago, that. But these guys have just now gone under the 25-kilometre to go banner. And Eric Decker is still not going to give up. He keeps whipping up the pace, but when you've got such a large number of teams with an interest of pulling them back towards the end, I don't think they will survive, but they certainly have stretched out the agony for the peloton.
Kevin Holtzman's driving on the front as Van Summeren there struggling a little bit behind. The old Hart are getting up a bit now as the Ballas is recording 140 beats per minute and Cedric Vasseur is up to 141. Under a little bit of pressure now to try and get these 3 riders back.
Starting to come under pressure a fraction, going back to that heart rate thing. The majority of these riders, the average heart rate maximum for most of the professional bike riders in the field is around about 185. But we do know that Lance Armstrong can peak still up to 201, and that really is quite amazing, because you actually scientifically, in theory, lose 1 heartbeat for every year of your life. So yours must be quite slow now.
I'm down to about 4 beats a minute, I think. Well, we're looking at the back of the field. Dumoulin is the rider all bandaged up. He was the one that fell on the run-in yesterday, and he sat near the back pretty much all day today, hanging on to the tail. When you're going around these twists and turns here, it's a dangerous thing as they now go under the 25 kilometres. When you're sat at the back, just look how far it is to the front. If there is any form of an accident or a split because of the pressure, then you're out of the race for the day. So if you're at the back, it's safe to say that you're usually in a little bit of difficulty. Meanwhile, at the front, these are the men driving on, because we've got in second wheel there Kevin Holtzman's. He is trying to keep Tom Bonen in a good position. These splits really do disrupt the rhythm of the riders because they go out of position into the wind and lose ground. But that's a sharp end of the race. And the rider at the front, I actually haven't got his name there, but that rider from Crédit Agricole is trying to play his share on behalf of Thor Hushovd, who is also a good sprinter. I just didn't think that the finish today would suit Thor Hushovd, so he'd probably prove me wrong.
He could very well prove you wrong, because again it's going to be a tumultuous sprint, a lot of confusion, I think, because of the fact that there isn't really a strong team. Don't discount Baden Cook, because Baden Cook has got the big advantage on a long straight like this of having a man by the name of Brad McGee to lead him out, and McGee used to be one of the top pursuit riders in the world. He was a world champion over 4,000 meters. Now if he puts himself on the front at a couple of kilometers to go and just has Brad McGee on his wheel, that would be a very nice lead out. Thank you very much.
Well, this is Battagliati riding very, very well indeed here now. This is a good time. Eric Decker, of course, the man with a lot to gain. He's already in the King of the Mountains competition. 34 years of age now, stands at 6 feet tall. And he's won 4 stages in total in the Tour de France. Last year, though, wasn't a great year for him. He was on his comeback here from injury, 133rd, near the back end of the field when he finished the Tour last year. But he finished, and this man is something rather special. This is his 11th Tour de France, let's not forget that. Well, we're commentating to you at the finishing line. I just look up the straight here, and I can see all the flags except the French flags. There's an Irish flag flying. Well, I'm confident there'll be no Irish winner today because there's no Irishman in the race, but there's also American and Australian flags flying proudly at the finish.
So, as they approach the 21-kilometre to go mark, it's still hovering at the 1 minute and 10-second margin. That's a dodgy. That's why you don't want to ride in the middle of the group. You need to ride at the front. There's a narrowing in the main field there. I think almost everybody got through safely because everybody was waiting for something to happen as the main field were forced to go through that narrowing in the road there. But looking up, it doesn't look as if anybody went down, and certainly there'll be a few heart rates went up. And look at the Rabobank rider there. He saw the accident happening, saying, well, I'm not going through the middle of that. I'm going to go over to the left-hand side and try and ride safely through the field. Obviously, 1 or 2 of those riders learning from the handbook of Lance Armstrong, who did exactly just that last year. So bit of normality returning to the front end of the main field. The Lotto riders doing a fabulous job at the front end of the main field. Most of the work being done by Van Sommeren and Van Savenvent. Two big, long, lanky riders who certainly... let's have a look at this from the rear, though. That's Sammy Dumoulin at the back there. He was not going to get involved in an accident, but that's a strange piece of traffic furniture there that's been thrown onto the road by the French, and it certainly creates absolute and utter chaos for the main field when they come to it. A different variety of riders on the front. Obviously, 2 or 3 riders always there from De Vitamon Lotto in the red jerseys. Robbie McEwen's team. Always riders up there in the grey and blue jerseys of Quick Step. Quick Step thinking about the leader of the green jersey competition, the winner of yesterday's stage, Tom Boonen. It's a moment in the race when everybody's starting to feel the tension, starting to feel that, OK, we've been in the saddle now for about 4.5 hours. Now is the moment of truth. Now we've got to make sure that we get our sprinters into the ideal position. There's 2 jobs of work going on here at this point in the race. You've got the sprinters teams looking after their man, trying to keep them up at the front end of the group, but you've also got the overall contenders trying to make sure they're out of problems.
Looking at Alexander Vinokurov off to the far right of our picture, just keeping an eye on things. There he is in that turquoise jersey. Meanwhile, at the back of the field, life is not quite so pleasant for the Earless Balearis David Arroyo. And also back here too is Moncoutier. And the riders, Samuel Dumoulin, who caused the crash in the running yesterday, is now actually last man. 51 seconds, nearly 18 kilometres left to go. These boys are not hoisting the white flag. They are going to race them to the line.
They certainly haven't raised up the white flag yet. So I think, though, they are just prolonging the agony for themselves and for the main field as we take a quick glimpse back up to Bertogliati, just going through in the yellow jersey. Eric Decker in the orange, and of course your man here at the back for the French team AG2R, Nicolas Portal. They must know they're going to get caught, but they're just hoping that maybe something might happen at the front end of the main field. Maybe the main field gets delayed for some reason or another. You can't lay down arms when you attack after 27 kilometers and lead the race for almost the whole length of it. You just leave it up to the main field to catch you if you can.
Well, Decker knows these roads. This time last year, well, not quite, 6 months ago, in fact, let me see, October, 10 months ago, Eric Decker was racing to victory on Paris Tours on this very road. It's the same run-in now. He knows exactly where he is, and he's in a hurry. Look at him at the front here now as he stamps on these pedals. He is not going to give this race up. He wants no help. He is just being pulled towards that finishing line. He's been there once as winner of the fastest classic in the world, not by Decker, but that's what its status is. As we go under now, the next check, 15 kilometers to go. The gap is 45 seconds.
Well, he will not give up because he's probably in the back of his mind thinking about some of the strange results that have happened in that race, Paris Tours. A couple of years ago, Richard Virenque, the climber, escaped about 200 kilometers from the finish. He survived to win by a couple of seconds. The main field actually just came up to his back wheel as he crossed the line, and that's probably what Eric Decker's hoping for.
You've got to stay out. You can't give up now. The heartbeats on Zabaya, by the way, 130. Cedric Vasseur has been racing on the front of the peloton. His heartbeat is now at 171. He's getting a bit excited as the peloton here being driven on. I noticed that the yellow jersey of the American Dave Zabriskie, there he is popping in on the right, being guided by Giovanni Lombardi, keeping him safe. Those words from Lance Armstrong to Zabriskie yesterday certainly hit home. Stay in the top 20, don't drop back, that's where the crashes are.
Lombardi over to the right-hand side. It's Jens Voigt now taking up the pacemaking in front of Zabriskie, and this man here, sadly enough for Thomas Voeckler today, because he went out and got himself a couple of points early on in the King of the Mountains classification, has lost his lead in that race, but he's got memories. He's had the King of the Mountains jersey now, and of course he'll never forget his 10 days in the yellow jersey last year.
And he adopts the attitude, if you can't be seen at the front, ride last man where the cameras always are. 43 seconds now. Thomas Voeckler, remember, now the darling of the French. He's 25 years of age, by the way, and last year those magical 10 days. He's had one day in the King of the Mountains lead today, and he had a big win too a couple of years before we actually knew him. He won the Tour of Luxembourg.
Yeah, actually that was pretty strange because he won the Tour of Luxembourg with a very long breakaway on the first day, and nobody was ever managed to catch him back at the end of the race, which is a 5-day race. The three leaders, though, Phil, are still holding on to their advantage. They're still doing a magnificent job, but the main field is getting themselves organised, starting to pull them back slowly but surely. It's 13.5 kilometres to go to the finish line. That's not very much more than 15 minutes of racing left.
Hi, I'm Tom Bonen, and you can see more of the tour after the break.
Looking for the banner now, 10 kilometres across the road. At 20 kilometres we thought they'd be caught. We've done 10 more. They're still here. Nicolas Portal can't do the big long fast turns that Decker can do, but whenever he can, he will help. This would be a huge result for Portal, even if it were only second. There's the 10-kilometre arch. 10 kilometres, 6 miles. Either way, it's the same distance to the finish.
Well, that's a bit of a worry, really, because 10 kilometres is 6.2 miles, and it might be that worse. 0.2 that is just the end for Eric Decker here and Nicolas Portal. He looked under his arm there to see if he could see the shadows of anybody else coming across. There was a small group last time we saw the main field trying to clamber their way across this group to this group of two riders at the front end of affairs. I think you can see by the face there of Nicolas Portal how hard it is starting to become.
15 seconds, they're saying. The head of the bunch has gone under 10 kilometres to go. That is quite amazing now. You saw the face of Portal, desperate as he is. He's going to stay to the death here and try and hold them off with Eric Decker. They are getting themselves organised, but they weren't expecting a fight like this, I'll tell you, because the teams here have not organised themselves properly. There's no Mario Cipollini anymore with a well-organised chase team, and it's obvious now that it's much harder work to bring back these breakaways.
I don't think any of the teams are quite as well drilled as Mario Cipollini's team used to be in the old days, because they would have this race right now strung out at 60 kilometres an hour, starting to get themselves organised to keep Cipollini at the front end of the peloton. We are in the outskirts of Tours right now, Phil. It is a very dangerous run-in. All of this traffic furniture, these directional islands, make it very precarious to bring big bunches of riders into the heart of these French cities.
It's just this little section here before we break out onto the boulevards. We hook under ourselves and then head over the River Loire down towards that Grand Boulevard. Hazardous moments, though, for the peloton, who are now in full flight, but fortunately in a long, thin line, so they should see that gendarme and the paddy bollards in the middle of the road. Here's another little nasty switch back here. This will help the chasers, the leaders rather, because that was a nasty left flick there, and there was a big obelisk in the road. Decker here is not going to give this up. With 7.5 kilometres to go.
You do not want to be halfway down the main field coming into a town like this, because those chicanes, those little movements and changes of direction are so dangerous. You want to be in the first 25 riders right now. That's the safest place you can be. At least you can see what's happening in front of you. If you're in 180th place, you have no idea what's going on. Heartbeats right now are starting to rise because the pressure is on. Constantino Zabaya's heart rate is bumping up towards around about 170. Cedric Vasseur is kicked in at 162. They are around about 85% of their maximum, these riders right now.
And these are the boys having to do the pace for the leaders. Here's the peloton swinging out onto the big boulevard now. We've still got a little way to go to the grand charge down the Avenue de Gramont, heading into the finishing line, but we are now in Tours. The riders know it. The adrenaline is coursing, and not least through the veins of Eric Decker. In October last year, he was racing to victory on this very road, a winner of the Paris Tours one-day classic race that comes out of the capital city of France. He's got a chance again, but it's a slim one.
Very slim. He knows it could happen, but I think in the back of his mind he knows that they will get caught before the end. They are holding on to 1.5 seconds advantage, 15 seconds. That actually corresponds, Phil, to 200 metres.
I hate to tell you, Paul, but it's now 13 seconds, and that's about 195 metres as they race in towards it. Decker says, come on, give me a hand, we've got to keep going. A little word of encouragement. He speaks French to Nicolas Portal. I'm sure that as he tries to keep the youngsters saying, come on, you can still do it. We can still take this stage. He's tired, but he needs a break, and he's taking it very briefly on the back wheel of Nicolas Portal.
Slight downhill, slight decline in the road. He slits onto the back wheel of Nicolas Portal. He will recuperate just a fraction. Then he's got a bit more power to accelerate by. This is what he's been looking for, dreaming for. They're still holding on. Unfortunately, Phil, I am convinced they are going to get caught just in sight of the finish. When they turn round at 2.9 kilometres to go, they will see the finishing line in front of them, and it might just be a little bit too far.
That's the only sadness about the finish. If you're in the lead, you're dangling like a carrot in front of the proverbial donkey, and they're going to come for you. 5 kilometres to go, or 3 miles to race to the finish. They are desperately close. They've been in the lead today since the 27th kilometre of 212.
There are a lot of clubs on the front of that field there. You can see the white jerseys there. No, it looks as if it's all over, but Decker still will not give up, but they will be caught. Such a shame having led this race since the 27th kilometre, but on the front there is organisation now. The blue and grey jerseys of Quick Step, but a lot of the teammates of Baden Cook are right in the first 7 or 8 places.
The Australian Baden Cook, who messed up the finish yesterday a little bit. They didn't quite know who was working for whom on that team, because there are 2 sprinters on Cook's team. The other one is Bernhard Eisel of Austria. A little bit of confusion cost them the stage. Now it's another day, another sprint, a very different one to yesterday, as the 2 of them come under 4 kilometres to go to the finish. A sharp left-hand bend here now. The pack are hunting them down. This is going to be what we've come to refer to as the professional catch. Wait until the very end and swallow them up.
5 seconds is all it is, and Decker is a great fighter, a great battler. Phil, he's
not
going to
give up. He will not give up.
Even with 5 seconds advantage, he's saying to them, he's taunting them, saying, come on, if you want me, you catch me, because I'm not going to sit up.
3.5 kilometres to race now. 3.4. We're getting nearer and nearer the finishing line. Nicolas Portal, his eyes wide open here as he tries to drive this race to the finish. It is an incredible sight here as Portal is doing the work as best he can now. And Decker just gasping, saving a little bit of energy, and then will do his share again. That bottle's fallen off his bike in rather a dangerous place, but they continue to race on. It's rolling to safety, thank heavens for that, as the charge of the Light Brigade is right behind them. But they are making a meal of this, Paul.
This is the final little bend, the final circle before the riders will then line up and see the finishing line in front of them. They're just around about 3 kilometres to go, and once they've finished this little configuration on the road, they'll see the finishing line. They're still holding on to 4 or 5 seconds advantage. There is the organisation, the line of 6 riders. You can see the white jerseys. That's Française des Jeux. They'll be looking after their man Baden Cook, even though this morning there was a little bit of a worry. Which sprinter will we choose, Bernhard Eisel, or will we choose Baden Cook? I think they're going for Cookie.
3 to go. Now we go under the curly, line up for the finishing line here on the Avenue de Grammont in Tours, and they are still clear. They are desperate to reach them, but they can't quite get there. They're now into a confusing state, the peloton. They're trying to lead up to the leaders, while at the same time the teams are trying to position their sprinters for the finish. This could be in the home straight, quite literally, where it all comes together.
Unbelievable. I don't know how those 2 men are surviving off the front of the main field at speeds which are approaching 60 kilometres an hour. This is the Avenue de Grammont. Eric Decker has accelerated. He still won't give up.
He's gone again. He's been forced to move, but there is a charge down the right of the road now, and it looks like Cancellara has reached him here. It's certainly a white jersey as he comes up here, and this is a good move too, because these sort of moves can play. Poor old Eric Decker, 2 kilometres, inside 2 kilometres, has been wiped out, and Cancellara, the rookie of the Tour, the winner of the prologue at 2K, is gonna go. Remember, he has speed over short distances. That's how he won the prologue in Liège.
Well, that's an unbelievable move. He may well have just caught the sprinters at the right time. There are not many men in this field who can make a move like that, but Fabien Cancellara is a very good individual time trialist. He's got to ride at 60 kilometres an hour if he wants to hold off the main field, but he is looking, Phil, he is dreaming to try and see the red kite, the kite that tells these riders there's a kilometre to go to the finish. He's going to get swamped by the sprinters who've gone either side of the road here. There's green jerseys on the front. They are looking after Thor Hushoff. The white jerseys are looking very much stretch after Baden Cook, and let's not forget the man in the green jersey, Tom Boonen, will not be very far away at all.
What a finish. We're going to pass under the kite any second now. That'll be a kilometre from the line, 6/10 of a mile. They're on him. He almost did it, but Francais de Jeu, Brad McGee, has got control of the head of the race now, looking for Baden Cook perhaps. He's the boy in white to the left of our picture, moves them all over. Fassa Bortolo getting involved in this right now. Cancellata tried, it wasn't to work. He's back in the pack now, and it looks as though Baden Cook is being lined up for this. The green jersey of Tom Bowden, about 9 men back, just dodging away. Now comes a charge on the right from Leaky Gas. This is a desperate finish and dead straight.
Dead straight. This is the most beautiful finishing straight in the world if you're a sprinter, and that's exactly what they're trying to do for Baden Cook. They're trying to set him up. There's the red kite. Everybody's in there nice and safe. Still F. de Jeu on the front there. Baden Cook will be in about 4th or 5th position. You can see as well the Licky Gas riders in the lime green are starting to warm it up there. You can see Big Maggie Backstead right in the middle. There is Jan Ullrich trying to lead out Thor Hushoff just over to the right-hand side.
Well, the lead out has been done by Thor Hushoff's team here, but he's not placed in yet. Kursipu has got second wheel, the champion of his country. He's on the left now. He's also picked up Thor Hushoff, who's got right in behind him. This is going to be a tough one. I don't think Boland's going to get out of this mess, and I'm not sure where Robbie is yet. Robbie McEwen is about 5 men back. He's getting a perfect lead out as they start to switch. Boland's got McEwen's wheel. A lot of dodging here, but what's Thor Hushoff and Jan Kursipu? As they go on the left, here comes Tom Boland now in the centre, being challenged by McEwen. This is a desperate move again, and Boland's got the head of the first with Stuart O'Grady trying to break it. A little bit of a wobble. Boland has done it again, and that is an incredible second. What a sprint that was. Everybody bouncing off everybody's shoulders, and I thought for a moment Stuart O'Grady was going to win it.
Well, definitely worth another look at that one. Boonen already won the race, but behind him, just watch that yellow helmet of McEwen. He's using his head to try and make himself a hole. Left it way too late today. He's got boxed in. He needs to make himself a gap. Stuart O'Grady, well, he's not too keen on moving out the way, and now, really, that's just ridiculous. I think the commissars are definitely going to want to look at that one.
There was a bit of argy-bargy in there, and your feeling is some of it was a bit unnecessary.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly a few elbows and headbutts can be thrown, but that was a bit over the top, I think.
How did it happen from your angle? Tom Boonen was coming past you.
Yeah, Tom was coming past, and next minute I had Robbie's head on my shoulder. Yeah.
He wasn't trying to say sweet romantic nothings.
No, he just knew he was going to get beaten.
And what's the idea? You think the team might lodge an appeal, or will you might have words with him tomorrow?
Oh, I think we'll let the commissaires decide. Sprinting, you know. No one crashed or anything, but yeah, that's probably a bit over the top.
Well, the commissaires did have a look at it, and they didn't like it. McEwen clearly convicted by the video evidence and relegated to the back of the bunch, losing his green jersey points for 3rd place in the process.
Miriam Van Es, a member of the jury of commissaires, can you explain how you came to the decision to declassify Robbie McEwen?
Yes, of course. We saw the images of the sprint, and seeing the sprint itself, it was all obvious because it's not allowed what McEwen did. So it was an anonymous decision of the judges.
Mm-hmm. A unanimous decision. Can Robbie appeal?
No, no appeal possible.
Lucky it's not the Tour of Britain, or Robbie would be up for an ASBO. And the commissaire's decision left the stage result looking like this. Tom Boonen taking his 2nd win in successive days, ahead of Gerolsteiner's Peter Fröhlich, with O'Grady now 3rd. All the big names came in safely behind in the main bunch, and behind them, headbutting his way down to 186th, Robbie McEwen. So not only has Tom Boonen 2 stage wins to the good, he's comfortably leading the green jersey competition, while McEwen, who would have been in 2nd place, has disappeared off the radar. Although, like yesterday's stage win, Boonen left it late.
Yeah, I waited very, very long, but I meant to wait as long as possible, because I know stage of less kilometers like this is very hard to. If you're in front and they come from behind you, you're already lost. So it's better to wait, and then you have 2 chances. One is you get locked in, or the second is you win the stage, and there's always a little bit of luck there, but if you're strong and you're confident, maybe most of the time the luck is on your side. So.
Possibly the only man in the Tour happier than Boonen is David Zabriskie,
Burnham was expecting stage wins. A third successive day in the yellow jersey is more than Zabriskie could have dreamed of. No change at all in the general classification, or at least the top of it, where David Zabriskie retains his 2-second lead over Lance Armstrong. Tom Burnham, though, is not just leading the points race, he's also ridden himself up into 13th place overall, just behind Jan Ullrich. Now then, just before we go, here's the first of 3 chances you'll get to win a trip out to Paris on July the 24th for the final stage of the race. It's our Tour competition. And the question actually concerns the final stage. We want to know whereabouts in Paris the race finishes. And here are your options. Is it A, at the foot of the Eiffel Tower? There's no other sport in the world where individual success depends on group sacrifice the way it does in cycling. But the daily grind of teamwork is usually lost in a swarm of jerseys, as each squad does its chores alongside the domestic staff of 20 other teams. The team time trial, though, makes it all crystal clear. Like families of non-uplets, each dressed in identical outfits by their mother, the teams power around the course in formation, and the time is taken on the 5th man over the line. So this is where a team leader really relies on the depth of quality in his lineup. Today's team time trial course, stage 4 of the Tour, is 67 kilometres through the Loire Valley, then over the Loire itself here just before the finish at Blois. The teams go off in reverse order of the team general classification, so the CSC squad of race leader David Zabriskie will be the last to start. And they know that with Lance Armstrong just 2 seconds behind, they have to beat Discovery to keep hold of the yellow jersey. It's not going to be easy. Armstrong's team have won this event 2 years running, although he knows from experience that things can go wrong in the team time trial, as they did in 2001 when 2 of his teammates went down in a crash.
And there's a crash in the postal team. There's a touch of wheels. 2 riders are down here on the floor. One of them is Van der Velde, I think. The right-hand side of the picture, I'm not sure whether the other one is Tyler Hamilton, but 2 riders are down.
Accidents notwithstanding, Armstrong believes this year's supporting cast is better than any of those that helped him to his 6 Tour victories.
You throw in the guys we've had around, Tricky, Chechu, who I think are better than they were last year. Acevedo is at least as good as he was last year. George, look at the way he rode in the Dauphiné. Clearly he's better than he was a year ago. So I mean, the team is, I'm not worried about this team defending the jersey. I might be a little worried about the leader getting the jersey, but no, they know how to do their job.
Now, teams like Phonak will also fancy their chances today, but as far as the race lead's concerned, it's a straight fight between CSC and Discovery, which in terms of tactics means between Johan Bruneel and the balding enigma that is Bjarne Riis.
Hard to fathom, hard to argue with, hard to beat, and on a personal note, hard to interview.
Bjarne, congratulations, Team CSC defending the yellow jersey from stage 1.
Bjarne, yesterday you were magnificent. Today it was absolutely fantastic to see you at the front, riding with the yellow jersey on your shoulder and building up such a lead.
Yeah. Are you worried about the strength of your team in the days to come?
No.
Bjarne Riis has carved out a niche as the widely acknowledged master manager on the Tour. And here's why. CSC, the national team of Denmark, working on a fraction of the budget of other teams I could mention, has overachieved. Take the last 3 years. David Zabriskie's time trial on Saturday, in 2004 Ivan Basso's stage win, and the year before that Tyler Hamilton, Jakob Pill and Carlos Sastre. He turns the nearly men into winners.
For me there's no secret. I think it's a question of motivation and well, as I see it, my most important part of my job is to motivate and coach my riders, and then to analyze them and to get the best out of them.
Riis understands the hardships of the Tour better than anyone. Having served his time riding for Laurent Fignon, he then won it outright, a domestique turned champion. Now he wants to make the same transition for his team.
I think we can compare to the other teams. I don't think that's a problem. I think really we have a very strong team. And we have a very solid team, we have a very homogeneous team, so we'll be there.
But will they be there, or just there and thereabouts? This is a day when they definitely want to shine. Teamwork, tactics, tenacity, the three key attributes if you want to win this stage. And they also happen to be the three major building blocks in the homespun philosophy of the bald eagle himself, Bjarne Riis.
Well, Bjarne Riis won't be the only one to have done his homework. In fact, every team manager that's up for this stage will have done exactly the same thing. And I think they'll all have pretty much come to the same conclusions. The first 46 kilometres of this stage is big, flat roads, and that's where the majority of the damage is going to have been done. But then when they get to the last 20 kilometres, well, that's when the road really starts to go up and down, and it's going to test the team's cohesion. And then we're going to get to the last 3 kilometres, and as you can see, there's an awful lot of twists and turns, which is going to catch out anybody who isn't concentrating 110%. All in all, I think this is a course that's going to see just who has genuinely done their homework.
Well, we saw Lance Armstrong out doing his homework on the course earlier this morning. Although back on the rollers at the start, he didn't seem too keen on anybody looking over his shoulder. Now, there are only 2 teams in so far, Euskaltel and Lamprey, but their times are going to be well eclipsed by the end of the day. Let's join Paul Sherwin and Phil Liggett now with T-Mobile about to start.
Well, Jan Ullrich now, the big start by Jan Ullrich, and they look across at each other. Gotland's get themselves organised very quickly here. It's a good team. Cloden was second in the Tour de France last year. Ullrich was 4th. Oscar Sevilla has been a star of Spanish cycling. Daniel Nardello, a hard man. So too Giuseppe Guerini and Matthias Kessler. The newcomer is Stefan Schreck. His brother Andy's not riding, who's also superb. They're on form. They've got to get it together today. It's important today for them.
Well, that's Cloden just taking up last position there. It's a big question as to how Cloden is going to perform here this afternoon, because as the man who finished 2nd overall in the Tour de France last year, he's yet to show us, Phil, the form that's going to make him a podium challenger this year.
Liquigas Bianchi of a team that's setting the trends now out on course, as we now look here at the Crédit Agricole team.
Euskaltel fastest team at the 6 kilometre to go time check, 61 kilometres covered. Euskaltel 1 minute and 34 seconds faster than the French team AG2R. As we look down here on the Crédit Agricole squad, they have still got to get to the 25 kilometre mark, where the fastest time so far has actually still been recorded by the Liquigas Bianchi squad.
So just 4 teams left to go. This is Gerolsteiner now on the start line. They're led by the American rider Levi Leipheimer, and he feels they've got a chance.
I have high hopes for the team, and I think we proved that we have not only the strength but the know-how to ride fast in the team time trial.
There is Leipheimer, crouched low over the bars.
Well, this is not the same team that supported him at the Dauphiné Libéré. This is a much more bolstered team, and the reason for that is they need to ride well in that discipline.
3 teams, that's all that's reached the finish. Euskaltel Euskadi still leading at the moment.
Well, this team's still looking pretty well organised, pretty well drilled, as you see here. Crédit Agricole, the 2 time trial champions at the front there, Kursipu and Hushoft. They've also got a very strong team time trialers in this group as well. The man who wears number 101, if we get a chance to glimpse at him, that's Christophe Moreau. Sitting at the back as well is Laszlo Bodrogi, who was in that first road stage of the Tour de France breakaway. He too is an excellent individual time trialist who is, I think, today going to add a little bit of engine power to this team Crédit Agricole.
Euskaltel Euskadi, that's the situation at the finish. 1:14.38, the time to beat. Lost 10 seconds behind came Lamprey, and then AG2R recorded 1 hour and 16 minutes 2 seconds.
Team CSC, that's Carlos Sastre close to us. Ivan Basso next to him. I'm looking to see if I could spot the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie, but that's Bobby Julich up at the top end.
Now here's one of the top teams of the year 2005 so far. This will be a big test for Phonak, and you know, Floyd Landis really thinks they've got a good chance.
For the team time trial, we hope to win, obviously. There's a couple teams that I think are very good for the team time trial. Ours, obviously the Discovery Channel has a good team. Also CSC has a very good team, so we're certainly not going to claim to be able to win easily, but I think we have one of the best teams.
Well, it's all for one today, as it always is in the team time trial. They're away. You can see circling in the background the Team Discovery squad of Lance Armstrong. They have to wait 5 minutes before they're called to the line.
By Santiago Botero moving this team away. This is the team of Robbie Hunter, the South African sprinter, who I would think today will have to really pull himself inside out to make his contribution to the team effort. As we come to the finish line, here is Saunier Duval. This is the team of Chris Horner. There's Horner just in second position.
This is Saunier Duval, as Paul has said. They're heading up now. The third place team is 1:16, so it's not going to be a great time. This, I think they'll slip behind the team of AG2R as they hit the line now. 1:15.45 and third place for them.
And we'll take a break there. Only 2 teams left to go now. When we come back, we'll see Lance Armstrong and his Discovery team on the start ramp.
Bonjour, je suis Alexandre Vinokourov. On sera après les petits pubs.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
I just think Tarantino's over.
Well, alongside me is a man called Rolf Aldag. Rolf is a T-Mobile rider who for many, many years has ridden in that team alongside Jan Ullrich. What sort of frame of mind is Jan in at the moment?
He's riding aggressive, so I think his mind is okay. He's still focused to try to win the Tour de France in 2005.
And the team, because this is after all team time trial day, what do they want to achieve?
Yeah, it's real big pressure today for everybody in the team, because it's really important to lose not too much time on Armstrong. If you have to chase him, it's always difficult from tactical side. So it's a real big pressure. And I talked to a few riders this morning, and they're really nervous. They got wet fingers, and so they're sweating already.
Yeah, T-Mobile need a big performance, don't they? More so than ever. And in recent years, it hasn't been the best for them.
Yeah, that's true, because they always take the decision to take many climbers to the Tour. And then this kind of course is not perfect for them. So they really have to fight. If you see the results from the first time trial, it was not so brilliant. And they really have to fight. They really have to give everything. And they are not going for the win, that's for sure. So they really need to be third, if possible, to lose not too much time.
And just one final question. Who is the captain of T-Mobile?
Nobody knows yet. It's still an open race for them. And I think the decision will be made in the Pyrenees, not before that.
Looking here at Lance Armstrong as he held up on the start ramp, all 9 riders, the champions, not just of the Tour de France, but the champions of the team time trial for the past 2 years. Waits for the count. 5 minutes behind him comes Dave Zabriskie, another American leading a Danish setup. But right now, Armstrong is on his way, and the only other American on this squad is George Hincapie.
And the only man to accompany Lance Armstrong to every one of his victories in the Tour de France since 1999. It's going to be very strange for George Hincapie when he wakes up on the first day of the Tour de France next year, because there will be no more Lance Armstrong. Armstrong has promised to retire, and he will retire on the 24th of July this year, win or lose the Tour de France.
Well, the pedaling machine from US Postal from the new Team Discovery are underway. We're looking at Cofidis here. These are doing okay, but they're coming up to the line. Third or fourth? It's going to be third, I think, and they've only got 5 riders. So the last man has stopped the clock. Wow.
Well, that's exactly what happened to Team Cofidis last year. They just went to pieces. It is so important to try and ride at the strength of your weakest link. It's almost like a chain riding a team time trial. Everybody has to do the little bit. Even if the weakest man on his team can ride for 20% of the course, you take advantage of him. Here's confirmation at the first time check, the second time check, I should say, 42 kilometers to go. Crédit Agricole went through there in 26 minutes and 9 seconds, just 4 seconds faster than Leaky Gas. So Armstrong is out on the road. That means there's only one team left to start, and that is the team of the leader, Dave Zabriskie of the United States, and of course of the Danish team, Team CSC.
Dave Zabriskie, a little introduction to the crowd, a little smile on his face. Will he be in yellow tonight? 2 seconds isn't much in the team time trial. Right, Bobby Julich on the right there will help him. So too will Ivan Basso. Big effort, don't get the start wrong. Gentle roll out and then dig in. Nice applause from the girls who have held them up on the line. There's the team. It's a good team, Paul. Basso, Lombardy, a former Olympic champion. Orbison, an under-23 world champion. Luke Roberts, a world champion and a record holder. No doubt about it, in this team for the team time trial. First tour for him.
And of course, let's not forget what Johan Brunel says about the man at the back there in the yellow jersey, Dave Zabriskie. He has the best aerodynamic position of any rider in the pro peloton. That's Bobby Julich, the very experienced Bobby Julich, taking them away from the starting house. So important to get yourself off to a nice, smooth start and not put everybody immediately into the red zone.
So there is Team Discovery. They're a bit 5 minutes ahead on the road.
Quick time check at 6 kilometers to go. The third time check. Liquigas still have the best time, 1:07:13 ahead of Davide Monlotto, 15 seconds in arrears, but then a massive gap back to Euskaltel Euskadi. We're looking here at Georgia Hincapie, and there's Lance Armstrong slipping back. He said over the last couple of months that he has felt so comfortable on this time trial machine of his. He spent a lot of time in the wind tunnel in San Diego to try and get himself into as aerodynamic position as possible. In fact, at the Allied Aerospace Center was where he spent many, many hours just trying to see which was the best position that he could adopt to be aerodynamic but not lose any of his power at all.
Meanwhile, this is going to be an interesting one. Liberty Seguros coming through. This is the second check. 45.8 kilos, 21.7 to ride. They've been surprising everybody, and I think they'll continue to surprise here. There's plenty of time in hand over Crédit Agricole, who were top of the leaderboard, still are for the next few meters. But Liberty Seguros carrying Roberto Heras and Joshiba Bolocki. There's Bolocki. Oh, sorry, that's Heras as they come down the straight. And it's going to be the best time thus far. So they're keeping their men in the mountains up on top of the leaderboard for the moment. Very important here. And this team time trial looking good for Liberty Seguros. And I'm quite sure the Australian Alan Davis will be helping out here because he is a flat man rider. And as they go through, 47.28, best time for Liberty Seguros.
T-Mobile looking at the second time check, and it looks to me as if they have accelerated over the middle part of the course, because with 21 kilometers to go, they're looking at the time here of Liberty Seguros, who've gone through with 47 minutes and 28 seconds. Phil, this is going to be rather an interesting finale. The last 7 or 8 kilometers are going to decide this race.
Well, they are locked together. 4 great teams here. There's nothing between them but a large blanket. As T-Mobile now look as though they're going to set it up. They're running close here. This is going to be a good ride. They'll be closer this time, I think, as they make the turn here to Liberty Seguros. They may be picking up the tempo. Liberty Seguros currently there, dropped to place. Mobile have gone up. T-Mobile are up 47.15. They've gone over them.
I'm Andreas Bilden, more from the tour after this break.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to stage 4, the team time trial, and we've had a couple of new best times at the finish in Blois. First, Illes Balears, then Crédit Agricole.
Liberty Seguros coming up to the line. The time to knock off the top of the leaderboard, 1:12.20 by Crédit Agricole, and they're going to go well inside of that to set a new record speed, but there are still a lot of teams to come. We're waiting for the time of Lance Armstrong's Discovery Channel at the second check, but this is a new best time for Liberty Seguros, 1:11.32, a beating of 48 seconds of Crédit Agricole, and they are moving the bar higher and higher. But look at the face there of Roberto Heras, the little climber who hopes one day to be a challenger for the overall victory at the Tour de France. Discovery Channel now coming up to the second time check. They're looking at the time of T-Mobile, looking over their shoulders, making sure that everybody is still in contact. They're trying to beat the time of T-Mobile here, a time of 47 minutes and 15 seconds. It's going to be very, very close.
It is. They make the right-hand turn here. These two teams, amazingly, Paul, are running at virtually the same pedal-for-pedal speed. This is incredible. Look at that, 1.5 seconds, but now Discovery Channel are slipping into top gear. Best time, 47.14.
Best time for them, but they're still out on the course behind them by 5 minutes. Team CSC, and let's not forget Team CSC recorded the fastest time at the 25-kilometer mark. Look at Armstrong there. 4 riders from the back. That face is one of absolute and utter concentration, and Tricky Beltran, I think his face there at the back told it all.
Alexander Moos, former champion of Switzerland, on the back.
It's a real horrible discipline, this, if you don't know how to ride, if you're not the strongest man in the team. Phil, I have a funny feeling the turbo is now starting to kick in with Lance Armstrong. Did you see that very long turn he did on the front? That is now starting to pick the pace up. He knows now's the moment to lay down the law. He's used his team to absolute perfection up to this point, and now he's starting to do the slightly longer turns, giving them the advantage to recuperate, being in the slipstream for a few more seconds.
We're watching a machine in motion here. Lance gently slips back towards the rear. Watch every rider go by him. The wheel just centimeters away from the back wheel of the rider in front. Now Lance almost urging to go through again. He can't even slow down enough to get onto the back wheel here, as he wants to get back on. Now, cool as you like, a quick drink, and off we go forward. This is the previous pacemaker. He is coming back. Remember that T-Mobile are leading this. They've just gone through with best time now at the final check, which is 1:05.36. 20 seconds better than Liberty Seguros, who are in currently with the best time.
Well, again, that is probably going to be one of the best performances ever. Now, this is interesting. Now, look at this. This is the team of the yellow jersey. Dave Zabriskie coming up. Team Discovery Channel have the best time at this point, but I have a feeling we're about to see a brand new best time come through from Team CSC.
Well, Bjorn Rees has put his reputation on this time trial because, as I said, they brought Luke Roberts on board and they sacrificed Jacob Peel. He wants to win this time trial. They believe they can win it, and is this proof? Because David Zabriskie could be getting ready to celebrate another day in yellow as they come through 47.14 to beat. There's not going to be a lot in it here. They are getting close to Discovery and T-Mobile, but for the moment, they're still 6 seconds in the bank. 47.08.
But Team Discovery have actually halved the gap. At the first time check, they were around about 15 seconds in arrears. At this time check, they were only 6 seconds in arrears. I'm just casting my mind back to what Lance Armstrong said, Phil, before the start of this race. He said this team time trial is going to be decided in the last 10 kilometers. And once again, he seems to be the prophet of doom.
There's a rider being dropped here from Team Phonak. It looks as though it's Grabsch, and it is. And I'm a bit surprised it's Grabsch because he's a pretty good rider in the time trial, but he's gone. That's not going to help now. But what I was about to say, Paul, is 25 kilometres, Phonak was 7th. They're now up to 5th, which gives them at least another few seconds in the bank because of the timing system.
Well, it does because of the timing system. It is a bonus if you can keep yourself within striking distance of the top teams at the end of the day. But that's the horrible thing we've just seen to Bert Grabsch there. If you are a guy who is on the rivet in the team time trial, all of a sudden, bang, and the lights go completely out. And this is hard as well when you come around a corner like that and you try and accelerate.
T-Mobile now are charging in. This is going to be a new best time. Here comes Jan Ullrich driving the train towards the line. As they head up now, they will be better than Liberty Seguros. Then it's down to the others to match the pace. This is a big demonstration by T-Mobile because they were devastated after the individual time trial. But now they are going to tell us they are back. Alexander Vinokurov is also coming up towards the finishing time now. This is going to be a fantastic time, Paul. Take it in.
Well, they're pulling themselves up to the finish line. Jan Ullrich must have done some massive turns out there in the road because there you can see Ullrich has switched off. That's Guarini not too far away. Vinokurov is very happy with his time. He's taken up 6th place there, but the time they're looking to beat is the time of Liberty Seguros. It's going to be very close indeed. 1:11.32 is the time to beat, but 1:11.15 is the time of T-Mobile. So T-Mobile, the team of Jan Ullrich, and look at that, a little clip of the hands as they go #1 slot, but there are still still 4 more teams to finish, and 2 of those teams have already recorded faster times than T-Mobile out on the course. Discovery Channel and, of course, Team CSC of Dave Zabriskie, the overall leader.
Ciao, sono Ivan Basso, il tour continua anche dopo la pubblicità.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
I hate
As we now look at Lance Armstrong's very, very fluid formation here, they are still likely to challenge. At the check, it was Team CSC 47.08, Discovery at 6 seconds, T-Mobile third at 7 seconds. Then comes Liberty Seguros and Phonak. They're the top 5 at the second check. At the moment, T-Mobile are home with best time over Liberty Seguros. The others have got to get to the next check out on the highway.
At the back here, Pavel Podrinos, but if you can look at the front, you can just now see the number 1, and Armstrong finally, Phil, seems to be turning up the gas. He's now, as we get to the latter part of this race, doing the longer turns, and I'm not surprised at that. He's doing turns of 400 or 500 meters on his own to give the rest of the guys a chance to recuperate. Look at the power, look at the dedication. Now he's thinking about the win here. He's got the time checks from the times behind him. He knows that they are behind Team CSC at the first and second time checks. He really wants the win today, Phil. That's what his team manager, Johan Brunel, said. We've got to try and do this, and if he does, this will be the 3rd win in 3 years.
Benjamin Noval leads him through. This rider came home in tears a year ago, felt he'd left the team down. What a difference a year makes. He's driving at the front now in the closing stages of the team time trial. At last we get some views out on the road of the big team of the day, Team CSC. This Danish lineup, which is at the moment being led by the American Dave Zabriskie, comes from Salt Lake City but lives in San Francisco in the Bay Area. And boy, they are turning on the style today. They are still topping all of the checks with the best time. They have now got 15 kilometers to go, 15 golden kilometers perhaps for Zabriskie.
Look at Zabriskie there. Now just look at that position of his. You see how his arms come in almost like a point at the front end of the machine. That's why Johan Brunel tips this man as being one of the most aerodynamics in the peloton of the professional racing circuit. He really is riding on a crest of a wave, and he's enjoying his days in the yellow jersey. But Phonak have lost another man here. Alexander Moos is actually hanging on if he could, and all of a sudden the lights went out.
We've now lost Grabsch, Jalabert and Moose in the team Phonak. They can only lose one more, then they've all got to slow down and wait for number 5, because that's where the clock stops. That is amazing. Phonak, I think, believed in themselves today a little bit too much, perhaps, because they've cracked themselves trying to match the pressure being applied by the other teams. Here they are.
And you can't say they haven't invested an awful lot of money, because as we look now with just 6 riders left, each one of those machines they're riding is reputedly worth $25,000 US, which is really quite remarkable. Looking here at the back, they're going to have to think quite a bit now, Phil, because the big problem is they've only got 6 men left. They've only got 1 more they can lose, and poor old Steve Zampieri on the back there certainly doesn't look very comfortable.
I'll tell you what, Paul, that was Robert Forster, the sprinter on Gerolstein, who's gone by, so they're cracking as well. They're riding just 5 minutes ahead on the road in real time of the team Phonak here. In at the finish, don't forget, it's T-Mobile have done their job. They're 1:11.14, tops the board, 18 seconds over Liberty Seguros. 3rd place is Crédit Agricole. It's going to change soon. It's only a question in which order, because frankly, the top teams are riding so close together. One little mistake, a touch of wheels or a puncture, and they could lose 1 or 2 places in the order.
That's what it's all about. This team here, though, have spent a lot of time drilling themselves for the team time trial. You can just see there the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie. He was really nervous the first time we went out in the team time trial, but he seems to be rising to the occasion. That's Ivan Basso at the back there, number 21, the leader of this squad, and the man who believes that he can get back onto the podium as he did last year. You know, Zabriskie's yellow jersey is the first yellow jersey ever for Team CSC. I suppose you can't really count Bjarne Riis's when he won the Tour, because then he was riding for T-Mobile. But here is Gerolsteiner, a couple of riders short.
2 riders down. We know one is Robert Forster. Michael Rick won't get dropped. He's the boy in white, national time trial champion. Still doing okay at the moment, but then the others have still got to arrive as Gerolsteiner race up the home straight. They're challenging the time of Crédit Agricole. It's a long way up this home straight, and 6 seconds is not very long. They will drop behind Gerolstein, behind Credit Agricole, as they leave it to Michael Rick to bring them home, but they're going to go down to 4th now. They should get the better of Elis Balearis as they race up towards the line. The 5th man will stop the clock. This has been a rough day for Gerolstein. There's the face of Levi Leipheimer passing through. Desperate moments for the American. He's bringing them home himself here as he races up towards the line now. They are just going to be outside the time of Elis Balearis. 5th place for them.
This is Giovanni Lombardi. He is the team sprinter, so not surprisingly, he's the first man to get popped off the back here of Team CSC. But over the final few kilometers, a man down can be a serious handicap. I think that's the 10-kilometer to go banner. So 10 kilometers at this speed. The speeds we're seeing today is around about 12 minutes of racing for Team CSC, and I'm still waiting for the time of Lance Armstrong's Discovery Channel at 61 kilometers covered as they come into the town of Blois. Unfortunately, they've got to ride right the way through the town for 6 kilometers to get themselves up to the finish line. Phonak now in the streets of Blois are down to just 5 riders. They have to keep everybody together. Santiago Botero on the back. Floyd Landis should be in front of him, and I hope Oscar Pereiro is in the group, and yes, he is, because those are the 3 men who are regarded as the team leaders for Team Phonak. But again, as they did last year, they have lost 4 riders from the group. Huge crowd turned out. They're not just on the distance there. You can see that bridge over the road. That is the 1 kilometer to go sign, 1,000 meters. But what a very difficult 1,000 meters it is. You have to climb over the bridge, over the River Loire, drop down a fraction, then it climbs all the way up to the finishing line here, just on the far side of the town of Blois. We're still waiting for Lance Armstrong's team to arrive at the 61 kilometer time check. And as we look at Team Phonak, it's a raggedy team coming to the line.
Well, look at this, Paul, now. Phonak coming up here. They're just about qualifying with the 5 riders. It's been a terrible day for them, but they're going to have to make the best of it now because they've got the top 3 men here. Santiago Botero, Floyd Landis, Oscar Pereiro. They have survived to stay up there, but it's placing that will give them the times. That's now Floyd Landis who's doing his best to bring them home, just like Levi Leipheimer was forced to do with Gerolsteiner. As they come up at the moment, it doesn't look too bad, does it? They've continued to improve despite the problems they have had. Phonak then, who really we thought would have been a top 3 team on the day, should get in top 3 team at the moment, but they will slip away as the teams Discovery and CSC come to the line. Here they come though. Floyd Landis, his face twisted in pain, hits the line. 3rd best so far for Phonak.
3rd best time for Team Phonak, 56 seconds in arrears. That was the face of Santiago Botero going through there. A very difficult day for him, but again, it was one of the team leaders here, Floyd Landis, who led them up to the line. This team came to the team time trial here with massive thoughts of taking out the overall victory, but that was not going to be the case. And just looking at the finish line there, we can see in top left hand of the screen Sheryl Crow, the girlfriend of Lance Armstrong, giving an interview to German television about the performance of Team Discovery Channel. And at 6 kilometers to go, Team Discovery Channel have just gone through with the best time, a time of 1:05.12, 24 seconds faster than Team Mobile. And that is an unbelievable turnaround because they are starting to open up the gaps. There is only one other team to come to that point, and that is the Team CSC, the team of Dave Zabriskie and the team of the leader of the race. Armstrong has still, though, got all 9 men together. It's a question of pride, I think, for Armstrong to keep the whole of the squad together. He said yesterday, well, it didn't matter if we lose 1 or 2 riders down towards the end, but he really didn't believe that in the back of his mind because this is like the 3 Musketeers.
Well, here they are at 1 kilometer to go now. 2 kilometers to go as they race under the banner. That was a tremendous last 15 kilometers, Paul.
Well, that's what Armstrong had said, Phil, before the start of the race. It's all about the last 15 kilometers. You see how he was holding back in the first part of the course because he knew he needed to use the big engine to pull the team along towards the end. And again, they still have 9 riders. He really feels for this team. He really enjoys this effort. way back since he raced on the Motorola squad and finished second in the team time trial at the Tour de France. He has loved this discipline. He hasn't ridden so much with the team in competition in team time trials this year, but certainly he doesn't need to, because this is a great squad, and it's as if Sheryl Crow is looking down on him, and I think she was a little bit nervous there.
She looks extremely worried. What's she got to worry about? This is a team where win or lose now stays right up at the leaderboard, because the worst they're going to finish is second, because they're coming in with the best time. That's for sure. A little bit of a shuffle down there now as somebody's left the door open. Now they're all patching it up as they come towards the finish.
Big George on the front there, right-hand side with the white glasses. He swings off. He's waiting now for Pavel Padronos to come up and do the turn. T-Mobile recorded a time of 1 minute 11:14, and Discovery Channel are going to go well inside of that. It's going to be a massive sprint up to the line, and Armstrong allowing the team to take him up to the finish line as they're all over the bike. That was Popovic just going through. Armstrong comfortably on the wheel of the pilot fishing Cappy.
Now, will they be all smiles like we've seen the past 2 years? There is Lance. There's the time to 56.86 kilometers an hour by T-Mobile, and this is going to be even quicker than that. Lance is going to lead this Tour de France into retirement, having led his team to the fastest ever time trial in the history of the event. Here they come now, driving up to the line. Wait for the smile. What determination. 1:10.4, 57.31 kilometers an hour.
We now only have, Phil, as a hand goes back for congratulations there to Jose Acevedo. We only have 5 minutes to wait, and at the 6 to go sign, Team CSC still had a 2-second advantage on Discovery Channel.
That's the difference between Lance Armstrong and his fellow countryman Dave Zabriskie. How ironic is that? Because if we were to finish right now, he would have doubled his lead.
He would have doubled his lead, and that is the important thing. And look at this. The face of Sheryl Crow on the right-hand side is looking at Lance Armstrong, and she has now got to wait for around about 4 minutes for the arrival of this team. Red, black and white, Team CSC.
But you know, this team will now know exactly what the time has been done by Discovery, exactly the time gap difference just a moment ago at the last check. There it is. Discovery Channel are 2 seconds slower than Team CSC. 26 ahead of T-Mobile. It's now the #1 American team, Discovery Channel, against the #1 American in the Tour de France, David Zabriskie. And he's a specialist in the time trial. This is the case where the race leader is driving the train. And this is going to be a sprint for the finish, and the loser will lose the yellow jersey, or he'll increase his lead.
Absolutely. Number 25 at the back, Luke Roberts, one of the fastest men in the world, over 4,000 meters. There is the yellow jersey on the far side, wearing number 29, Dave Zabriskie. What a leader he has been since he won the first individual time trial on the island of Noirmoutier. They know what the results are here, Phil. They know what the finish line is. They know they only have one team to beat. They were 2 seconds to the better of Team Discovery Channel with 6 kilometers to go. They have only got 2 seconds to lose over this final 6-kilometer section.
Well, they may take some sort of solidarity in the fact that it looked a little bit ragged for Discovery in that last kilometer, but I have to say it doesn't look too good for this lot now. As we're watching here, these riders know, because Bjorn Luis will be saying, boys, the 2-second margin exists. You've got to sprint the last 3 miles of this race, because it is going to be as close as that, the blink of an eyelid. We have never had a team time trial like this in the Tour de France. They brought this back into the Tour in the year 2000, and it has given us some great excitement. But this one is heart attack material.
This is an unbelievable discipline. Now, I just see there, Phil, the sign which says 2 kilometers to go. Team CSC have got to get to the finish in 2 minutes. 2 minutes they have to ride right now at 60 kilometers an hour, and with the corners, I don't think that's possible.
Well, Paul, look, number 21 is the leader of the team in the weeks ahead. That's Ivan Basso. It looks to me as though he's sitting at the back now. He's not so sure he can drive this group anymore. But the boy in yellow, Zabriskie, is itching to get through. He's such a strong man. This is very difficult through here now as we go through the S's and they approach the line. Remember, 2 seconds is the margin.
2 seconds is the margin.
And the yellow jersey's down. What has happened? He's overshot the bend. Total disaster. The yellow jersey has hit the bend. Well, that is it.
That is it, because he is no longer with the team. His teammate just behind him managed to get around him, but Dave Zabriskie has gone down very hard. He will not now be able to finish with the team. He will not get the same time as the team. So win or lose by Team CSC, he has lost the yellow jersey with that horrible crash at 1.5 kilometers to go.
And it was heavy. Look at his shorts, his jersey, the maillot jaune is sullied. There's no 1 kilometer rule in a time trial. He will lose the time. The team will race on. They will get the time, but Zabriskie won't be just a couple of seconds down. He will now lose all of the time in real time as he races to the line. Let's bring home CSC though. All of that training has gone to the wall now as they race up to the line. Discovery Channel 1:10.39. If they set best time, how ironic it will be as they come home, and I think they might have done, you know. It's a long way up this home straight at 1:10.39. They drive on now. Team CSC heading up towards the line. 39 is the time of Team Discovery Channel. It's still a little way to go. They may be just outside it. They've got 10 seconds to get up this straight. It is a long way. It is a vicious sprint, but I think they'll be the wrong side of 39 anyway. But it doesn't matter because the yellow jersey has passed the Lance Armstrong. They hit the line. The 2-second margin continues to haunt them. 1:10.41. It's the wrong way anyway. He would have lost it, but now he is going to slip out of the top 10 probably.
Phil, that is the most unbelievable team time trial I think I have ever witnessed in my life. That was very sad here for Team CSC with Dave Zabriskie going down that dramatically at 1.5 kilometers to go to the finish. His team carried on, but Lance Armstrong will be in the yellow jersey this evening with a 2-second beating of Team CSC, but sadly the man who wore the yellow jersey crashed with 1.5 kilometers to go and couldn't finish with the team.
So poor David Zabriskie, the consolation, if there is one, he would have lost his lead anyway, but what we would have had was Lance Armstrong and Zabriskie equal first in the Tour de France. How incredible is that? As it is, it doesn't matter because he's coming home in his own time, losing time, and that welt on the side of his thigh is beginning to look rather ugly. Dave Zabriskie, don't feel ashamed because you almost did it. But at this time, I'm afraid the master has played the master stroke. Armstrong is back in the maillot jaune of the Tour de France.
And 3 straight wins over the last 3 years for Team US Postal Service, now Discovery Channel, as the yellow jersey crosses the line. It was a tough day for this young man. He's been a great leader of the bike race, and the crowd appreciate the courage. And I tell you what, Phil, as he rides past in front of us there, he looks as if he's going to be in a fair amount of pain tomorrow.
Well, having crashed out of the Tour de France while wearing the yellow jersey in 1998, I'm probably best qualified to know how David Zabriskie's feeling right now. We did say at the top of the show that these final few kilometres would need the riders to have all their wits about them, as David's just proved what can happen if you do have a momentary loss of concentration. Well, only David Zabriskie actually knows what did happen, but from examination of this video footage, I would say he simply pulled his foot out of the pedal and lost balance.
Well, the man who could confirm that was saying nothing as he made his slow and painful progress past the world's press and towards the CSC team bus for a trip to hospital for x-rays on his collarbone and ribs. Even his teammates could only speculate.
I don't know what happened, honestly. It was just one of those crazy things that happen in bike racing, but all of a sudden he was on the ground right in front of me, and how I got by, I don't know, but we had done some crisis training, and we said even if David crashes or flats in the last 5K, we have to leave him. We never thought it would happen, you know, and then to lose by 2 seconds is just like a punch in the guts. I mean, it's definitely, maybe we wouldn't have won, maybe it would have been like a second or half a second that US Postal would have beat us by, or I'm sorry, Discovery would have beat us by, but we would have kept the jersey still.
Well, the frustrating truth is that they would have, because even with the delay caused by the crash, Discovery only won the stage by 2 seconds. And if it had been any other rider that had gone down, David Zabriskie would have held the race lead by a 1/10 of a second. As it is, he came in 1:28 behind his teammates, and although the rules allow for a rider who crashes in the final 3 kilometres of a race to be given the same time as everyone else, the team time trial is specifically excluded from that rule. So the stage to discovery for the third year running, the two previous wins of course as US Postal. And this is what the result has done to the overall standings. Lance Armstrong now leads the Tour by 55 seconds from his own teammate George Hincapie, who won't be much of a threat. Then come two of David Zabriskie's CSC colleagues, Jens Voigt and Bobby Julich, with two more Discovery men, Rubiera and Popovic, rounding out the top six. T-Mobile's third, now 7th. David Zabriskie slips to 9th on the same time as his team leader Ivan Basso, and Jan Ullrich is another 10 seconds behind them. So the first yellow jersey of his final tour for Lance Armstrong, followed by his first net bolting interview wearing it.
The yellow jersey, close though, 2 seconds.
Close, I know. I know. We were trying to watch the race in the bus. Our TV was in and out, and we were just everybody on pins and needles looking at the clock. And we knew it was going to be close because the wind was so favorable today that difficult to make a selection, difficult to get big time differences. And CSC was strong, you know, so tough to beat them.
Just a word on your countryman Zabriskie. That was tough on him, wasn't it?
Yeah, bad luck. I mean, we couldn't really see the crash on the TV because the reception was in and out, but it's tough to stay focused at the end of the TTT because you're so much on the limit, and you know, it's easy to cross a wheel or hit something and then boom, the next thing you know you're on the ground. So, but Dave's a great rider. He's a big rider for the future, and I suspect he'll see another yellow one.
Enjoy the yellow jersey.
Thanks.
Right, we're going to pause for a second to catch our breath and give you another chance to enter our tour competition. The prize, remember, is the chance to be in Paris for the main bunch. And having taken the yellow jersey because of a crash, he will be all the more aware of just how easily he could lose it the same way. After all, as the cliche goes, it's a long way to Paris. Today, though, it's only just over a kilometre from the finish.
I got some new feelings that make you uncomfortable. So bring on.
Hello, stage 6 brings the Tour to Nancy and the fabulous Stanislas Square, built for the last Duke of Lorraine, designated a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. Now, today's stage actually marks the Tour's centenary visit. It's been coming here since the 3rd edition of the race in 1905, and Nancy has been associated with winners pretty much from the start. In fact, in 1905, it was the opening stage of the race, Paris to Nancy, and it was won by Louis Trousselier, who went on to take 5 of the 11 stages and the race overall. Fausto Coppi won 2 tours in 1949 and 1952, and both featured stage wins here, the second of them a brilliant time trial performance in the first televised Tour de France. 2 years later, it was Louison Bobet in another time trial, this one in the final week, to cement the second of his consecutive Tour titles. In 1962, the race itself began in Nancy, and another great Frenchman, Jacques Anquetil, launched himself to victory in the second of his 5. The last home win here was 1978, and it announced the arrival of a brilliant 23-year-old Bernard Hinault. Hinault won the Tour on his debut and went on to win 4 more. A number eclipsed only by the man currently leading the race, and coming into the stage, Lance Armstrong is 55 seconds up on his teammate George Hincapie and just over a minute ahead of CSC's Jens Voigt. Armstrong's nearest major rival, Alexander Vinokourov, is 7th at 1:21, with David Zabriskie, Ivan Basso and Jan Ullrich bunched behind him. There's this morning's start in Troyes, and we've had an email asking how 180-odd riders managed to start the race without crashing. Well, the truth is, there are 2 starts, as some of you may know. There's the ceremonial one in front of the crowds in the middle of town, when the whole bunch just ambles out. Lance has a word with the race organisers, and everybody gets their pictures. Then, once the road's widened out and the pack's rolling along, the flag goes down at a pre-designated kilometre 0, and the hostilities begin. Having said that, 3 men went down during the rollout today, which will have gained them no sympathy. None of them hurt, though, and they all got back into the race. Not so Claudio Corioni of Fassa Bortolo, though. He was hurt in a crash near the finish back on stage 3, and he abandoned not long after this morning's start. There's the route in front of the riders today, 199 kilometres from Troyes to Nancy, with 3 bonus sprints along the way and 4 fourth category climbs, the lowest designation a hill can have in the Tour and still count. Now, today's breakaway has 5 men in it, a couple of them French, Stéphane Auger and Christophe Mongin, Mauro Gerosa of Italy, The Dutchman Karsten Kroon and Jan Kuursepu, the Estonian sprinter, will be favourite to win the stage if they can stay away. Auger picked up the points for leading over the first climb of the day, the Côte de Joinville. Karsten Kroon pipped him at the summit of the second, and the pair of them are on the verge of overtaking Kroon's teammate Eric Decker in the King of the Mountains competition. Now, as we pick things up, the lead group is approaching the third climb of the day.
These are the leaders on the Côte de Montigny, 58 kilometres to go. 4 minutes 30 is the latest time coming at us, Paul.
It really is slowly but surely coming down, and in fact in the second half of the race it really is an undulating race route because it's up and down. There's hardly any flat sections at all. I think we've left most of the flat part of the Tour de France behind us. That was really covered over the first few days as we went away from the Atlantic, coursed our way right through the Loire Valley. Now we're slowly but surely starting to move ourselves up into the higher mountains. Little move here by Mangin. Mangin looking to try and get himself some points. He's obviously here trying to see if he can do something special. And there's the move coming on the left-hand side by Auger, and Karsten Kroon is challenging.
Well, this is to be expected. Second is good enough for Auger on the left, and second it's going to be because Kroon's done a good job trying to keep him out of the major points. So Karsten Kroon now has 7, 1 ahead of Decker, but Auger has 7. Oh, it's equal.
It's equal, and it's going to go to the countback. So there's, let's not forget, still one climb of the day to go. And so we could see that battle going right down until 15 kilometres to go. Well, that was a very good move there by Karsten Kroon. Obviously, the order coming from the team management. And these two guys, in fact, at least they've got the time to smile about it. They weren't smiling when they were sprinting up to the line, but that is the sportsmanship, and that is the camaraderie that gets formed in a bike race like the Tour de France. Everybody over 3 weeks of racing suffers together. You build up a relationship with other riders in this race more than you would in any other event in your career. And if you go through a few moments of emotion in the Tour de France, they are things that will stay with you for the rest of your life and the rest of your career. So looking down there is Santiago Botero on the left-hand side, just standing out of the saddle. He's the team leader, probably the team leader for Team Phonak, and it may well be that there's going to be a battle for supremacy with Phonak down towards the finishing line. It is still raining as we look outside, Phil, and as it is out on the course, but they're taking this chase seriously.
It's really heavy now. I think Kroon for the moment in the lead, Paul, he's got the same points as Auger because he's won the last 2 climbs. That probably will give it to him.
It will go back to the countback, and the fact that he's won 2 of the climbs today will give him the lead at the end of the day.
Still 1 to come.
Let's not forget, there's still that climb, the Côte de Marron, right down towards the end, and that may well be where it gets decided, because, you know, if it all comes back together and Eric Decker gets the win, well, he'll keep the jersey. Complicated, this sport, isn't it, really?
It's good, isn't it?
You've got to keep on top of your maths.
Never good at that at school, never. Anyway, 3 points for Mangin. Sorry, 1 point for Mangin, 3 in total. He was third over the climb. So it's early days, the king of the mountains, the real climbers, the great Spanish riders. They're not going to get stuck in until we get to the mountains.
They won't get stuck in, but we're slowly but surely bearing up towards the higher spots. It's going to be a lot of difficult riding on Saturday and Sunday. And interestingly enough, the amazing thing, Phil, looking down at France here is we may well not be seeing anything very magical, but the area we're riding through at the moment is known as Joan of Arc country, because it's only about 20 kilometers away from the race route where we are now that Joan of Arc was actually born, in the small town of Domremy-la-Pucelle. She went on to lead the French armies against the Brits.
And then she met the bonfire in, I think it was Orléans.
Yep. That was
not too far away either. We've been through Orléans in the last couple of days, of course. There's the result of the mountains there. Kroon getting it. Equal on points, 7 each now with Auger. And Kroon should be the next man in that polka dot jersey, but it depends whether they're still clear to fight out the Côte de Marron, which comes with 14 kilometers to go.
Well, I have a feeling the way they're eating into that advantage of those riders at the front end of the bike race, we could very well see it all come together before that final climb, and then Eric Decker will have to do something special. Although he won't be too worried about losing the lead to his own teammates on this occasion, Karsten Kroon. I remember Karsten Kroon the first time I actually cast eyes on Karsten Kroon. That was in the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago, and on that occasion he in fact was the leader of the King of the Mountains classification after a very long breakaway on one of the opening stages. And in that event, he actually ran out the overall winner of a competition known as the Intergiro, and I think that was back in the year 2000 when the Giro started right at the very bottom at the heel of Italy. If you look at these roads here, you can see just how difficult they are. They're made more difficult by the climatic conditions. The rain has brought the temperature down to around about 15 degrees Celsius, and the road itself is very rough.
There is all of the Lotto boys. Now next on the menu is the second bonus sprint of the day at Challans, 54 kilometres. As we speak, they've gone under the banner here, not even bothering to sprint. They've given that to the new boy, Mauro Gerosa, followed by Jan Ullrich. They've no interest in that sprint because they're not featuring in the overall classification for where there are a few seconds time bonus, and they're not featuring either in the points competition. In fact, it wasn't. There's a replay, yes, and there it is, Gerosa taking it, so he's got a prize, little bit of money to take back for the team.
Bit of money to put in the team kitty at the end of the day, and he will always remember the fact that he won himself a hotspot sprint competition in the Tour de France. The big battle, though, out on the road has really been for supremacy in the King of the Mountains classification. At the moment, two men are locked at the top of that battle, Karsten Kroon and Stefan Oge on the left-hand side there for Team Cofidis.
So Ullrich also would love to keep this away. He will be odds on to win the stage if he was to get these 5 riders to the finish. He's a very fast rider. Christophe Mangin getting the 3rd place of what we will call a sprint, but wasn't really. Here come the peloton. Now it looks like they're closing in pretty fast. They've got barriers. They must be on top of the climb here. Yes, they are. They're coming over the top of the climb. Just getting on with the job in hand of driving on here. That's what they've got to do now. 4:19 at the latest time gap.
Hi, I'm Karsten Kroon. You can see more from the Tour.
Welcome back to stage 6 of the Tour de France, where the riders are now 46 kilometres from the finish line in Nancy. The 5 leaders are still out in front, but their gap to the peloton has been reduced to just 3 minutes 51 seconds. Right, well, Chris Boardman is alongside me now to answer some of the emails that you've been sending into the show. Let's kick off with this one, Chris. Catherine Fulwell from Greenwich writes in with this. It's a good question, this. What happens to the riders' bikes at the end of the Tour? They end up on your website?
Well, generally, the bikes are sold off by the teams, generally at the end of the year, though. And I think if you have a hunt around on the internet, perhaps start at the team's official site, you'll probably be able to find out where you can get hold of one.
You're not going to get hold of Jan Ullrich or Lance's, though, are you?
I think probably the big bikes, the ones that perhaps win the Tour, they're going to be in somebody's display cabinet somewhere, perhaps in a museum, but I don't think you're going to find them hanging in somebody's garage.
No. Well, here's a sort of follow-up question to that on a similar line. Roger Hill from Wareham writes, do the teams change their tyres after each stage? And if so, what do they do with them?
Well, as an amateur, you'd hope to get perhaps a full season out of a pair of expensive tyres, but certainly not the case here. The mechanics will inspect the tyres meticulously after every stage, and the slightest sign of a nick or a cut, and then they'll be straight off and another pair of tyres goes on. So maybe they'll get 1 or even 2 stages out of them.
Excellent. Well, a lot of you have been writing in, like John here. He's been asking, how do you get hold of grandstand tickets for the final day in Paris on the Champs-Élysées? Well, this morning I actually checked with the organisation just to make sure what the procedure was, and they confirmed with me that they do not sell tickets for the Champs-Élysées. That means you simply can't buy a ticket. So our only advice to you is get yourself over to Paris, get to the Champs-Élysées, stand up on the barrier as early as you can get there, and don't move.
The sounds are coming over the race radio as if there's been a problem at the back end of the group. Somebody's had a flat tyre, and in the meantime 1 or 2 riders have decided to try and launch an attack off the front end of the peloton. So this is it at Arrière de la Course. Let's have a look. Who's the guy with the flat tyre here coming up? It looks like a CSC rider, and it is. This is Ivan Basso. Now Ivan Basso, I presume, has just had a very quick no. He hasn't had a wheel change yet. Here's the team car up alongside him. I did hear the race radio crackle and mention the name of Ivan Basso. He doesn't seem to be panicking at all. He's looking down. 2 teammates have stopped up alongside him. This is the man who, let's not forget, finished 3rd overall in the Tour de France last year. So he has got a slight problem. The team mechanic is out of the window trying to assist him, pushing him along a fraction. And there is a big gap. This is a bad moment. This is a moment of panic. The convoy of cars is not far ahead.
Just looking there, Paul, I'm wondering if he's got a slipping chain because of the rain.
Well, I heard a crackle on race radio saying there was a problem, a flat tyre for Ivan Basso, but it doesn't seem to me that he stopped at the side of the road, and it could be because of the weather conditions, Phil. You know, if you try and keep the chain as dry as possible with just a small amount of lubricant on it. But what happens then if you get a very wet die like this, you can find that the chain gets a stiff link and starts to jump, and that could be the situation. But immediately you notice there, CSC sent 2 riders back to go alongside Ivan Basso, who they see as the man again able to get up onto a podium position. You always look after a leader, and I still cast my mind back to that crash of Dave Zabriskie, and I was very, very shocked and saddened that they didn't leave just one man to accompany the yellow jersey to the finish line. Even though it was only 1.5 kilometers, it's something that you really ought to do.
Well, Jan Ullrich is noted for being a hard man on the bike and as a team manager, and so if he was on the floor, he chose to leave him behind. We're just looking at the peloton here, Paul, with the air balloons grounded. We're now down to 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. But coming back to the CSC story, you know that they've done a lot of crisis management. They've done a lot of commando training. I always thought the commandos never left anybody behind.
I think the SAS motto is all for one or one for all, isn't it, or something like that. Anyway, number 21, the team leader, has been awaited this time as Ivan Basso. And somebody else was on the roadside there, and I caught a glimpse. It could have been another CSC rider as we shot by.
You know what? When you have bad luck, it is absolutely bad luck all of the time. These guys were very close to having some serious bad luck yesterday when the man wearing number 21 there, Ivan Basso, in fact got one of the feeding bags stuck in his rear chainring. 2 teammates alongside him, they'll look after him for as long as possible. One of the guys who's come back there very quickly there was Nicky Sorensen.
The other one's Lombardy.
He doesn't look as if he's panicking at all, and that is a sign of a true professional. Whatever the situation, if you panic, it makes it worse for everybody. It makes it worse for the teammates, it makes it worse for the team management. You know, if you're going to come back, you'll come back anyway, and I don't think I'd want to go up in a hot air balloon today.
Well, it looks as though it's come down in the trees, but that is an optical illusion, actually. There's the field going by. I'm absolutely certain that was a CSC rider who was also changing her wheel as we raced by. Giovanni Lombardi and Jalabert were the 2 riders trying to bring back the leader. Behind, I noted the Team Carver rival team. Those bikes will never get to the finish. I don't care what they say.
They'll never take off.
No, they'll never take off. They'll need to pedal faster. Here they are, the boys at the front, unaware of the little bit of chaos at the back of the race. They're continuing to drive on. We're inside 3.5 minutes to the gap.
3.5 minutes with 42 kilometers to go into the town or city of Nancy. It really is right on the limit of being able to pull them back. I'm sure they will, because these guys have done so much work so far that they want to finish off the job, but they may well have to push that right to the end. There's Freddie Rodriguez in the dark glasses and the red, white and blue jersey of Team Lotto, himself a very good sprinter and former 2-time national champion of the United States. And it was a CSC rider at the side of the road there, and a little bit of a blurred figure. I'm not quite sure who that was, because we went past at around about 35 miles an hour, but certainly everything seems to be going wrong for CSC. Got themselves organised here. They've got a few more riders have dropped back to try and pace Ivan Basso up into the main field. 4 riders have stopped for him. That's Jens Voigt over on the left-hand side. You can always recognise him by his pedalling style. Low on the bike, elbows out a fraction. Looks as if he's a little bit bandy, but certainly he's very strong. Not a good time for this to happen. So there we go. The main field is still stretched out an awful long way, but they are doing the job that they need to. They're trying to set it up once again for a day for the sprinters. And after a day like this, you can see some rather strange results, because riders will have used a lot of nervous energy in weather conditions like this, always looking to the brakes, always making sure that when they hear the squeal of tyres, they're ready to slow down, ready to avoid an accident. We've seen a lot of crashes in the early part of the race. Right now we've seen a lot of flat tyres, and that's something you will always get on days when there's a lot of rain as well, because the rain washes the small stones onto the road, and those small stones get lodged into the thin tyres, and then they finally work their way through, and you end up with the air being released and you're riding along on the rim. Just stretching his back, Servais Carnarvon. 25 miles ago, that's Axel Merckx with the white jersey on, the white raincoat. Axel always recognizable. There we go. A chance to see the yellow jersey here, Phil.
Oh, time to take the coat off and get ready for the action, like it or not. Anybody there going to take this off the captain? Because he's got plenty of teammates around him, no volunteers. I don't blame them. It's rather wet.
There'll be a volunteer pretty quickly there, because
otherwise
somebody
the salary get docked.
Will take that jersey back to the team car for Lance Armstrong. It's been a long, hard chase for Basso, but he doesn't look to have panicked. I'm pretty sure he had
there's three of them now. No, there's four. No, there's three of them. So maybe the other punctured rider either caught up or they sent somebody else back. But he's back in the game. They've certainly had a rocky old ride. First of all, we had the bag in the wheel yesterday for Kurt Attel Arvidsson, and now we've got Basso in trouble here himself. And half the team are on the floor with also a crash yesterday. But they're all okay. These are things which they climb over. The odds of the Tour de France, you've got to get on top of them. As we race on, inside 40 kilometres now from the line. I don't think the rain is going to stop. It's that horrible steady rain now that doesn't look like going away until tomorrow.
I think this rain has set in. There's only a slight breeze, 20 kilometres an hour from the southwest, and it's certainly not going to break up this cloud. The cloud and rain certainly does seem to have set in. As we look here again at this remarkable job that's been done basically by two of the top sprinters teams. Quick step of Tom Bonen, Lotto of Robbie McEwen to pull back this breakaway, which when we first heard, Phil, that the break had gone up to 9 minutes advantage, I thought, well, that's it. This time the breakaway is going to succeed. But the teams of the sprinters had another thing on their minds.
Well, there's Jan Ullrich. He's been in this situation many times before. He's been in a breakaway very similar to this when he won. He was the man when Lance Armstrong won his first Tour back in 1999, who was in the escape group that got away when there was a crash on the Passage du Blois, and he won the stage.
Bonjour, c'est Stéphane.
So it looks as though we've got a puncture here. It's Crédit Agricole. This is what happens when it rains, of course. The little fins stick to the tyres. Just having a look, see if we can see who it is here. And in fact, that is Thor Hushovd. Yes, it is. It is Thor Hushovd. Now, that's a bad time to puncture. There's a big effort required here now. Here he is.
Not the right time to have a flat tyre. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of riders in the green and white jerseys of Crédit Agricole come to try and pace him back into the main field. A couple of riders from Sonia Duval having a hard time too, trying to pull themselves back up to the race.
There's the beautiful River La Moselle, which takes us into Germany later on this week. Thor Hushovd, I bet his heart's shot up now because in fact it's at 123. When he makes an effort, his heart seems to slow down. As he's racing down that hill at 75 kilometres an hour, he's been clocked at. And now, is this with the breakaway cut back to, or is it with back? It's with the bunch here, and it's well, that's a bad time to puncture, I can tell you that, because this rider is at the back of the field.
That looked like Sylvain Chavanel who went down there.
I thought it was.
Yeah, that was Sylvain Chavanel, and he's one of the team leaders of Team Cofidis. Although he's 105th overall, over 5 minutes down, the big problem is he lost the majority of that time because of the team time trial. And again, in the last 20 kilometres or so, it's really not a great time to have a flat tyre. If you have a flat tyre earlier on in the day, it's quite easy to get up, and maybe that's a bit precarious too.
Well, that's the way to see the race, and when we've all gone past, I hope they can get down.
Maybe they just want to drop in.
1 minute and 26 seconds. That was the team leader of Cofidis, Sylvain Chavanel. I thought for a moment it was Stuart O'Grady. It looked like 1-2-1, but in fact it was 1-2-4, the number. Girosa sitting on the right. There's another banner, and that is 15 kilometres to go now, and they're just over a minute. And look at this.
They've said
both of them decide no, he's going to go for it. They're marking each other. This is a bit silly, really, because we're only talking of a point or so.
That is an amateur move, Phil. I do not like to see a move like that. Jan Ullrich said, well, those two boys, they can mess about if they want, but I want to survive. I'm not going to play these kind of games. And he's gone up the road, which is amazing because he's not normally a sprinter, a climber.
There's only 3 points for the mountain. They will get nothing, these two, now, because the three have gone up the road, which means, in fact, the Karsten Kroon, by our calculation, will be the new leader, equal on points with this rider here, Stefan Ogier. Really not worth bothering about, but then again, they both want to wear the polka dot jersey, and Kroon, I think, has got it all worked out. Girosa has cracked here on the attack by the other two as well. They'll be caught now, and there'll be two out front shortly.
Well, you know, the amazing thing about this breakaway is it's splitting up on this climb, but if we just put it all into perspective, Phil, not one of the men in this early morning breakaway of 5 was in any way dangerous at all to the supremacy of Lance Armstrong in the overall yellow jersey race. Ullrich is getting dropped off the back. There you can see the move going by Christophe Mangin, and let's remember just one thing about Christophe Mangin, Phil. He is the local boy. He comes from this area. The town that he comes from was in fact just a couple of kilometers ago. The little town of Villiers-le-Sec, which we went through 10 kilometers ago, was the hometown of Christophe Mangin, and that might just be the necessary push for him to stay away to the finish.
He's won one stage of the Tour before. He knows what it's like, and this is a big move now for the French. Goodness me, they could do with a result just to put them back on the board here. He's a long way behind overall, sitting at 142nd. He's not thinking of the 5-minute deficit on Armstrong. He's thinking of first prize down in the finish, and to win in Nancy is a big result, especially for a French rider. Well, they messed it up, and then this man got away. Kersipou couldn't control him. It's up to him now to go or be caught.
Well, you know, this is probably a climb that he has done on training many times throughout his career. He will know this climb to absolute perfection. He's the only rider in that leading group of 5 who knows exactly where the summit is. He knows how the road unfolds, and this is rather shocking, Phil, because the former French national champion, Thomas Voeckler, is getting popped out of the back of the race.
Well, surprise, surprise here. We didn't expect to see poor Thomas Voeckler being dropped on this climb, but it is a long climb, and it does climb that 500 feet or so. But I'm surprised Voeckler has gone there. He must have been suffering at the back all day then.
A lot of riders.
Look at the split now. These riders have cracked.
There's the main field. There is the cavalry. They're about to catch these two guys. It should be at the end of the day King of the Mountains jersey for Carsten Kroon, but I didn't appreciate those tactics.
Well, that's the infighting. That's up to them. This man said that he was having none of it. He's made his move. It's been forced on him. He's now going to have about 13 kilometers to dive down to the finish. Rhodes, as Paul has said, he knows probably is better than anybody else in the Tour de France today. And these people will cheer him on. As you can see, the camper vans are out, so they're not local people. They're enjoying the holidays here, not far away from the beautiful Moselle Valley.
Christophe Mangin is not too far away from the summit of the climb right now, and he will hope to get a time check of around about the 1-minute mark. He knows there are 14 kilometers to go to the finish. He's going to have to find some very special local power, I think, Phil, if he wants to survive. But that local knowledge just might push him to the win.
Well, he hasn't won a race for 2 years and 4 months. The last time he won was in France, in Cholet, in a race called the Tour de Loire. And now he's going to try and make it on his home doorstep. Kersipou will be rather upset here, but even so, he's still in with a chance.
The main field is only 40 seconds behind Christophe Mangin. They have halved the gap in the 3 kilometers of the climb. It's going to be very difficult now. The organization, this is Bobby J. Bobby Julich is on the front here with Jens Voigt in 3rd position. They are whipping up the pace. They're going to try and pull it all back together. Maybe on a day like this, they're thinking about the possibility of a win for Giovanni Lombardi. Just there, Georgie Hincapie, pilot fish, lieutenant, whatever you want to call him, is looking after the boss, Armstrong.
Well, this tempo on this climb is enormous, and if our cameras could get down the back, I think we're going to see a lot of riders now saying, ooh, let's just wait till tomorrow, and they're dropping off. 34 seconds now. That is, of course, the chase to the next man on the road is 20. It is splitting all the time now. It's 33 seconds top to tail as far as we can ascertain just now. It's going to be tough. Just don't look over your shoulder, Jan, because I think the peloton are almost about to line up in your radar. There they are. They've got these two. I hope they're counting who they catch, because otherwise they're going to have to start asking, did we get 5, 4? How many did we get?
Well, it was 5. Now it's 3. Very shortly, it's going to be just 1.
Now look at
the damage. There is damage there because there are no cars behind. That's a sure sign to know that riders have been left behind by the main fielder. There's the referee coming up in the red car. He will then slowly call up the team cars one by one to make sure that the team cars don't get into the gap between dropped riders and the back end of the main field.
Now these are risky moments here for Mangin. He's going to have to take chances. He's going to have to pedal his legs off down this hill and just see. Kersipou looks over his shoulder. Good job we don't have sound on the riders, because I think he would have been very unhappy when he saw that group coming up. I think he cut
it would have been in Estonian. We wouldn't have understood.
Good point. It would have been a chance for him to win today, I think, and he thought that. Kroon is the leader in the overall classification. That's been confirmed. 7 points, same as Ogier, but on countback with 2 wins today, he will pull on the polka dot leader's jersey at the end today. It looks as though Lance Armstrong is going to be happy in the yellow, because it shouldn't be a change in the overall, because although there's a split, the men that counter in it. There's the almost traditional handshake here from Gerosa in his first Tour de France. Although he's been a pro since '99, there's a man in his 12th tour with him, but he's never finished one of them. But he usually takes a stage win. He's looking really fed up now, is Jan Ullrich. He's tried and it didn't work. Meanwhile, this man still lives in hope. Christophe Mongean heading for another sign over the road. This will be 10. 6 miles, 10 kilometers. It sounds better at 6 miles than not
6
so far.
miles sounds much nicer,
Not
but
so
unfortunately
far,
it's still going to take him around about 12 kilometers. He
12
went
minutes.
over the 12 minutes, sorry. It's going to take him 12 minutes to do the 10 kilometers. He won himself the King of the Mountains at the Côte de Maron, almost on the outskirts of his hometown. But right now he's gone through the town of Villers-lès-Nancy, and he's heading down on this very rolling road now into the outskirts of Nancy. I hate to say it, but I don't think he's going to survive, because he's got around about 30 seconds, and in the main field those guys all know that there's one last survivor of that early morning breakaway of 5 riders.
Bonjour, c'est Christophe Mongean. On se retrouve sur le Tour de France après la pub.
Well, this stage 6 finish in Nancy is definitely shaping up like it's probably going to be yet another sprint, and like those other sprints, it finishes with a few tricky corners. Possibly not too dramatic unless that long-awaited rain actually does materialise. This is one of the 2 main obstacles that I can see. Just under 2 kilometres to go. The riders are going to come round this corner. It's really going to string out the peloton before they plunge down 300 metres to the Flamme Rouge. Well, even though they've just come underneath it, most of the riders are going to be heavily on the brakes by now. And here's the reason why. A sharp right-hand bend with just over 900 metres still to go. You might be able to pick out the adverse camber and the white lines, and that's what's going to make it a little bit more hazardous if it rains. Once through here, it's more or less a straight 900-metre dash all the way to the line. Perhaps ironically, considering that we're talking about final kilometre mayhem, and after David Zabriskie's crash, this has actually been one of the safest Tour de France first weeks in recent history. And that's no coincidence. After Laurent Jalibert's clash at the finish line in Noirmoutier, one I narrowly missed myself, the Société du Tour de France has taken steps to make the finishes as safe as possible. And nowhere is it more evident than here in the final few hundred metres. As you can see, these are custom-made barriers. There's no feet for the riders to come into contact with. They even slope away from the peloton. The Société du Tour de France has even made sure there's a little place for the local gendarme to take his pictures in perfect safety.
Axel Merckx there in 2nd place. Bobby Julich over to the right-hand side in 3rd place. Jens Voigt. Don't discount Jens Voigt in the sprint, because this man can time trial, he can climb, and he can sprint as well. Move going over on the left. That's Liquigas trying to see if they can surprise the sprinters.
Well, it's good to see that they should have attacked on the climb, but I think the pace was just simply too quick on the climb. They couldn't lift the speed. Little bit of a rest period as they come over the top, and here we now have an attack by a rider from Liquigas. Long, tall and thin. How about Albacini? Because I'm not sure who this one is.
It's Dario Cioni. It's Dario Cioni.
Well, it doesn't look like it, does it? The way he screwed up his face in agony here.
Well, we got very much used to him over the years in the white jersey of Team Fassa Bortolo. This man is a rider who came to the sport of road racing very much from being a top mountain biker.
Christophe Mongean, remember, he was at the start of the day 5 minutes 40 behind Lance. He's now about 17 seconds ahead of him. As he looks over his shoulder, just a quick glimpse. Time to get on with the action, though. Here around the same corner is Dario, and if Dario can reach Christophe, together the tandem might just beat the sprinters, because these conditions, are a little bit dangerous.
That was a bad line by Dario Cioni.
No
I'm not
line
sure
at
if you
all,
saw
Paul.
what a great line Mongean took. Wide over to the right-hand side, cutting straight across the apex of the corner, hardly losing any momentum at all. That's how he won himself the title of French national cyclo-cross champion. He's a good handler. These conditions might suit him. You can feel the pain almost when you look at these images going through the body of this man, Christophe Mongean. His legs, his pedaling action has slowed down a fraction at 5 kilometers to go. He's got a 20-second advantage over the main field. He will have it right over to the right-hand side. He'll be using the biggest gear that he's got on his bike, just trying to squeeze every last bit of power into his pedaling action if he can, but it's coming downhill very rapidly. I would think the law of the sport is dictating that he will get caught before the end, and that's a shame because I like to see the attacker survive.
A big sweep right, everybody safely round now as they line up again, and this man is still ahead inside 5 now, looking for 4. He's just got to stay with it and hope that perhaps a little slip or a slide will disrupt the chase by the peloton. The rain has stopped, but the roads are still extremely wet, so the spray on the cameras coming off the back wheel of the man now who is running for his life here, breaking away at 23 kilometres. Here we are, nearly 180 kilometres later. He's within sight of the finish, and the peloton are snapping on his heels.
Well, in sight of the finish, Phil, but if he looks back, he's in sight of the main field as well, because they are almost breathing down his neck. He can almost feel their breath on his shoulders as he courses his way through this town. He wants to win this for the region. He wants to win this for his team. He daren't look back. As soon as he looks back, he starts to lose a fraction of momentum. We can look back, though, because at the front end, in fact, he's actually opened up a reasonable gap. Not many riders left in that gap, though, as they charge into town, and it's still, it looks on the front as if it's still Van Sommeren.
They're saying 4 kilometres, haven't seen the banner, he must be under it, and it's 15 seconds, 16 seconds they're saying at the moment. As we look at the big bunch, and it's still Van Sommeren here for the Lotto. No, this is Axel Merckx now stamping on the pedals at the front as they're trying to bring him back. If they hesitate, or worse still, Paul, if they start taking risks on these corners, anything could happen. It is still so slippery out there.
Look at the way Montargis is pulling himself to the front of his saddle there. He's trying to get a bit more power. He's using his whole body now to transmit power into the bottom of those pedals just to keep them rolling over. He's looking after this long breakaway. After 23 kilometres he attacked, and he's built up a lead of 9 minutes. Right now he's holding on to just 13 seconds. It's good to see, Phil, that he's actually never looked over his shoulder. He doesn't know what, he doesn't want to know what's going on behind him. He's just got to think about himself. But the organisation he's having, look at the riders from Française des Jeux moving up there. They're trying to slow it down. 3 kilometres to go, and he's still got 11 seconds.
Showing 13, but they're saying on race radio 11 seconds is now the gap as he makes another successful turn. And these turns will help him because the peloton slows as he scurries into the centre of this beautiful city of Nancy. Doesn't look so nice in the rain. Now, as the bunch all got round this one safely, they're not taking any chances today after overshooting yesterday. But you know, Montjean, oh, there they are. This is such an incredible chase by the bunch. He is going to come up now to the last couple of kilometres, and he's going to still hold a very, very slight lead.
These long kilometres right now will not be good for Christophe Montjean because the main field will be able to judge the distance they are behind him. But it seems as if there is no organisation now by the sprinters. It's all over. This is Alexander Vinokourov is going for it.
That's a crafty little move by a man who could win the Tour de France. He's tried to liven it all up here for the T-Mobile squad. Remember, they're going home in the next couple of days. They're a German-sponsored team at 1.3 miles to go. We are now at 2 kilometres from the finish. Vinokourov has taken it up.
And he's still got 10 seconds lead. You can see the darkness in the back there. That is the main field. They're charging through the streets of Nancy. They're less than 50 metres, and Alexander Vinokourov, Phil, is getting himself halfway across the gap. I'm not sure who he's trying to lead out for T-Mobile, but there it is. He's got the gap. He's got the gap over the front end of the main field. Clever rider.
Oh, well, this is such a typical move by Vinokourov. Looking from the helicopter now, the first picture there we can see he's going to hit the kilometre probably ahead, and then Vinokourov is going to join in. There's more help on the way. The peloton have not got a hold of this race yet.
I hope he doesn't hesitate like he did on the final stage of Paris-Nice. As soon as he catches Montjean, he has to go straight over the top. Otherwise, he's going to get caught up by the acceleration of the sprinters.
Well, somewhere above us, we will see 1 kilometre to go. Christophe Montjean has seen the 2 riders catch him now. He will have to take a deep breath and try and work with them. There's the kilometre kite. There are now 3 riders. What a dramatic finish this is. Oh, and he's gone. He's overshot. Vinokourov skids and misses him. There's another crash, a massive pile-up on that bend, and that is going to give the victory to the breakaway. They just lost their concentration here. But it looks as though Armstrong again on the late crash has gone through on the inside with all the skills. I'm trying to nail this rider, Paul, but it looks like a rider. Is it from Fassa Bortolo? It is. It's not Fabian Cancellara, I don't think, but it's a big rider. It could be Kim Kirk, and this of Luxembourg is clear. We pull back from the shadows of the arch on Stanislas Square, and now and there is Robbie McEwen. He's down.
picking up the bits, and there is the fallen Christophe Mongean. What the way to end the day here, as we need to cut back to the beginning here. He looks okay, a little bit stunned. Gerard Port, the doctor, is there as well. This rider, whoever he is about to win the stage. Vinokurov skidded, missed the crash, and it's coming again. The champion of Kazakhstan, and the legs on that big man, I've got a feeling it might be Kim Kirken. That's who we're going for. He has got the victory on the line. It's not Kim Kirken, but he's got the victory on the line, and Vinokurov gets a second, and the rider who's won is Lorenzo Bernucci of Italy.
Well, that was an unbelievably timed move by Bernucci coming across there. It really was an incredible move as well. There is Lance Armstrong, but I think, Phil, if we look back at the results, the referees will give everybody there the same time. Armstrong in that group, not showing any emotion at all on his face. That crash was well inside the last kilometre of racing, well inside the last 3 kilometres of racing. So I feel sure that the judges will give everybody here the same time. Very sad, though, for Christophe Mongean to come down so close to the finish.
Yeah.
And the 2 sprinters, too, involved, Robbie McEwen and Bonin.
They both crashed. They're shaking heads. They're talking to each other. The man who has won has never won a race in his life, but don't take it. I don't mean that he didn't deserve it. He most certainly did. He took his chance. He was already clear when the crashes happened. He had great skill to go round the falling Mongean. And Lorenzo Bernucci there wins the day. And that is a huge result for him. But the sprinters sit here and chat on the ride in. There's no hurry home, where because of where they fell, they were with the leaders. They will be given the time of the main field. So they're not really worried about time, but they'll be fed up with the fact that they have not had chance to take part in the stage sprint.
Do you think that was an accident waiting to happen?
That was going to be a crash today, no matter what. So
okay, I'm just pleased you got out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a bad road. I think most to blame is Tour de France's organization. They should have warned for such a dangerous corner in the city with rain like that. I mean, it was bound to happen, and it was like hitting ice. It's amazing.
Do you think it was unnecessarily dangerous, that finish?
I mean, if it's dry, it's normal. It's not their fault that it's raining, but yeah, for sure, today was really dangerous.
More bad luck on this year's Tour de France.
Yeah, that's the way it goes sometimes. I mean, look at these conditions. The guys, whoever was leading the peloton at that point in that corner was just going too quick for the conditions and went down, took down a couple of teammates. Then it was just a big domino effect. I mean, there wasn't much room in the corner anyway. Anyone who hit the brakes after that went straight on the deck. And I was coming through, I was going so slow and so careful, but I just got 2 bikes underneath me, and it just brought me down as well. And so there I was laying on the road for a wasted day.
I mean, obviously it was a hairy finish, a lot of turns, and when you add the weather and the fact that it's in town, so you have the crosswalks with the paint on the crosswalks, it's awfully scary. So you just try to stay up front somewhat, and the last corner there it was completely blocked, so there's nothing you can do. And now we have this new 3-kilometer rule, so stuck behind a crash like that, you just have to sort of pick your way through and make it to the finish.
Well, plenty to pick our way through, and Chris Boardman, I suppose the first thing to say is that the riders were warned about this final corner.
Absolutely. The very first yellow warning triangle in the race manual was this one single corner, and obviously for Mongean, the adrenaline just took over. He pushed too hard and went down. The other riders have actually got through if Kasipu hadn't slid into him and just completely blocked the racing line.
And Vinokurov, although he did well to survive the crash, had to pull his foot out of the pedal.
Well, Vinokurov certainly lost a little bit there, but on the other hand, he gained too. He actually made his move before the crash, remember, and it's something almost unprecedented by a team leader. Fantastic move by him, and he has pushed himself closer to Lance Armstrong.
And if you look at the back of the crash here, amazing what the riders' priorities are. Even in a moment like this, as soon as he's off his bike, Fabian Cancellara at the back in the blue and white, straight onto the radio to shout encouragement to Bernucci up the front. Armstrong and Ullrich both avoided the crash, and Armstrong never crashes, does he?
Well, Armstrong, he seems to know instinctively when to push hard and when to back off, and on this occasion he obviously saw it was dicey and left everybody a little bit of room.
Well, the first man to go down, Christophe Mongean, was one of the last home, and tomorrow looks like he's going to start with a black eye. His manager, Mark Madio, though, was more upset than he was. All right, let's have a look at the stage result now. Lorenzo Bernucci takes his first ever stage win, just ahead of Alexander Vinokurov. But more interesting is the gap from Vinokourov back to the rest of the field. 7 seconds on his team leader Jan Ullrich, who came in 19th. Lance Armstrong was 32nd on the same time, and Ivan Basso 75th. Add in the 12-second time bonus Vinokourov picked up for second place, and he took 19 seconds off the other big names. The more immediate glory, though, goes to Bonucci, 25 years old, and second place in a stage of the Tour of Switzerland, his best result prior to this one. Now, let's see what today has done to the overall standings, and Vinokourov's sheer nerve has moved him up into third, just behind Bobby Julich, and a minute and 2 seconds behind Armstrong, instead of the minute 21 he was this morning. Jan Ullrich actually finished in a group ahead of Armstrong, but because the split was caused by a crash inside the last 3 kilometres, he got the same time, so his deficit remains the same. Well, he's still comfortably in yellow, Lance Armstrong, but perhaps a bit less comfortable than he was this morning. Vinokourov's unpredictability is the one thing the Discovery team's meticulous machine can't factor into its calculations. For the record, Carsten Kroon is the new king of the mountains, although once the real mountains start, he'll be back in his team colours. Now then, you're running out of chances to enter the first of our weekly competitions. Saturday will be the final. Today, the Tour heads into Jan Ullrich's local dialling area, but calls to the T-Mobile team leader are being routed via Kazakhstan. No need for Torhushov to call home at all. He's brought his mum with him to do his cooking. And we explain the Tour system for keeping tabs on every rider in the race. Good evening. Stage 7 brings the Tour across the German border to Karlsruhe, which, as anybody who's read the Tour de France press pack knows, is the birthplace of cycling. Although, funnily enough, not the birthplace of pedalling, because it was in Karlsruhe that the Baron Dries von Sabran invented this wooden contraption, the Dandy Horse, which is a sort of seated walking machine on wheels. And apparently there are still Dandy Horse races staged around here among local purists who consider cranks and chains and derailleurs to be the work of the devil. Now, today's stage obviously is going to be a big one for all the German riders in the race, as well as the German teams. And yesterday's was a good stage for the top German team, T-Mobile, although it was entirely down to their Kazakh rider, Alexander Vinokourov, who staged an audacious attack in the rain on the run into Nancy and produced a change at the top of the overall standings. Vinokourov actually took 19 seconds off Lance Armstrong with that attack, and without the crash inside the final kilometre yesterday, it might have been more. Nonetheless, he's up to third now, just over a minute behind the race leader. The best placed German rider is Jens Voigt, 2 seconds behind him in fourth, while Jan Ullrich, Vinokourov's teammate and still officially his team leader, is currently 13th. And Ullrich, as he does every year, is carrying a Henman-esque burden of national expectation. Greater, in fact, because of course he's actually won this race, and ever since he did in 1997, the German presence on the Tour has been in proportion to his ability rather than his results. Here's Ned.
That's us, that's ITV, that's our truck. But from here, all the way across, right the way through to here, how many vehicles? Can you count up the number of vehicles you have?
I think it's about 80, but it's only the
80 vehicles?
Yes, but also the cars we're driving in.
And that considerable German convoy has been hurtling from Autoroute to Autobahn in anticipation of another Volksfest by the side of the road.
It's a big day for you and a big day for German cycling as well, isn't it?
It is. You know, Freiburg years ago and Saarbrück years ago have been of a great interest. Millions of people standing at the track, seeing and looking and watching what happens. The interest depends always a little about what's about Jan Ullrich, for instance, or Erik Zabel. But unfortunately, Erik Zabel is not on the team of T-Mobile this year.
They'll miss Erik Zabel for sure this year. This stage is ideally suited to him. But it's the form of their idol in pink which is cause for concern and a little condemnation. Rudi Altig, who won the points competition in 1962, hasn't been mincing his words.
Diese Feststellung ist, dass Jan Ullrich einfach die ganzen Jahre immer schon zu wenig gearbeitet hat. Denn wenn so gearbeitet hätte, wie Lance die ganzen Jahre gearbeitet hätte oder hat, und dann hätte Armstrong noch nicht 6-mal die Tour de France gewonnen.
Und das glauben Sie?
Da bin ich von überzeugt.
He's very popular because he is maybe like people are, with advantages and sometimes with handicaps. And so he's very beloved in Germany.
He's still as popular as he ever was.
Yes, I think so.
Mich macht es müde, weil man 5-6 Jahre schon immer wieder dasselbe hört. Jan bereitet sich nur auf die Tour de France vor und jedes Mal dasselbe Problem. Und das jetzt schon 6 oder 7 Jahre. Und das macht mich müde.
Well, there's unlikely to be anything to change Rudi's mind today, because other than the fact it's coming to Germany, this isn't really a stage where Jan Ullrich would look to do anything other than sit in the bunch. 228 kilometres, just under the last 30 of them in Germany. At the start this morning, there was a minute's silence for the victims of the London bombings before the race began. And somewhere in the bunch, despite his crash a kilometre from victory yesterday, Christophe Mongeam. The first sprint of the day was contested by two Dutchmen, Leon van Bon and Eric Dekker. But more interesting was that Thor Hushovd took third place behind them, and that brought him within 5 points of Tom Boonen, the leader in the green jersey competition. Alexander Vinokourov set off knowing he'd be a marked man today after nicking those seconds off Armstrong yesterday. Unlike Fabian Wegmann, who attacked on the first climb of the day, the Col de la Chapotte, and just kept going. Behind him, Discovery were leading the chase, but one of the VIP cars almost saved them the trouble, cutting Wegmann up on a corner and forcing him to take evasive action. Wegmann, a German rider on Gerolstein, a German team, was also first over the day's second summit, which put him into the lead in the King of the Mountains competition. And if he didn't know himself, he soon heard over his radio. Now, Chris Boardman, we know why Wegmann's on the attack. He's a German rider. Why are Discovery chasing?
Well, this is fairly textbook for a flat stage of the Tour. First hour, we see everybody up there desperately trying to get somebody away before the mountains. And then as soon as the right combination goes, somebody who's not dangerous for the overall classification, Discovery get onto the front and inject just enough pace to discourage people from attacking. Now, they don't actually want to bring him back. They want him to stay out there all the way, because while he's up the road, nobody else is going to go and cause trouble. So they'll stay there until the sprint teams decide that it's time to take up the chase.
And then we'll see whether the sprinters' teams have left it too late. Well, as we join the race, Wegmann has just gone through the second sprint at the 146-kilometre mark. He's got a lead of over 6 minutes, and the pack are just approaching that sprint themselves. Let's join our commentary team now. Paul Sherwin and first Phil Liggett.
It's going to be a nice little sprint, this, Paul. There's no doubt now that the Crédit Agricole boys have got a great deal of faith in Hushovd. Mum's watching in the background at the finishing line, and he's going to try and turn the style on and see if he can damage the inroads of Tom Boonen for that green jersey. And there's Boonen's team right behind the Crédit Agricole squad.
This is a big battle. These riders are currently, the standings are only separated by 5 points. There's 4 points at stake here for second place, so you can be absolutely certain that Tom Boonen is going to try and come out of this field and keep himself in the green. And it is still very easy, I think, in the main field, because most of the heart rates are still hovering around the 125 to 130 beats a minute mark.
Big lead out coming now. We've just gone through that kilometre board there for the finish of the sprint. Only second and third get these points. 4 for second, 2 for third. And if Hushovd gets it and Boonen doesn't score, it'll be a 1 point separation going into the last sprint of the day, which comes at Rastatt, which is in Germany. So we've got 2 lines now. Lead out on the left for Boonen's squad. Off our camera to the right, the lead out for Thor Hushovd. Quick Step have got the advantage now. In fact, bit of a strong sprint there by Kevin Hulsmans. Now he's waiting for the boys to catch up.
Well, in fact, Boonen is in the first position of the sprinters. Hushovd locked onto his wheel there, and not too far away you can just spot Jan Ullrich. But this is the big lead out coming from Quick Step, and they were trying to try and set it up there for Boonen, who makes his move.
You think it was the finish of the stage here. Hushovd is waiting, sitting in the slipstream now either side of the domestique. It's a one-on-one. I think Boonen will be too fast one-on-one. Look at the man on the left. Our camera's lost the right man, which is the one I wanted to see. Well, I think he probably got beaten. I think he probably got beaten. Our cameraman there, he's probably dislocated his back. He couldn't turn around far enough, unfortunately. Look at this one now.
Let's have a look at it from the helicopter. You can see there Boonen accelerating right down the gutter, and in fact there, Hushovd has sat up. He knew he was beaten before the line, so it's 1 for Bonen. Well, I should say 2 for Bonen, 3 for Hushovd. So Bonen recuperates the 2 points that he lost earlier on today.
So 4 points for Tom Bonen, 2 for Hushovd, and we're back to where we were this morning. Now let's get back up the road where Fabian Wegmann's lead is coming down. It's 2:42 now, but at least he's almost home.
And there is the German border. France, Germany. And so now Wegmann has crossed over. He's back home.
He's back at home, but it's not an easy ride to the finish line for him, because he's now looking at 39 kilometers to go to the finish, and that should take him around about 50 minutes of racing, because I do have a feeling now the sprinters will start to crank it up a fraction. Seem just puffing and blowing a fraction there, Phil. I think this has been a long, hard day in the saddle for this young man.
I wonder what he's thinking now. This was his target, to get here first. Now he's here. What's he going to do? Because he's never going to hold off that field once they organise the chase. A couple of minutes is no distance at all right now. And this is the long bridge, by the way. You have a river, then a canal, then the section where they make power, and then a lock.
Well, there's a sign for the rest of the main field. Vous quittez nos routes. You're leaving our roads. Good race, bon course, and that's from the local region here, the region that the riders have spent the majority of today's stage in, the Basse Rhine. And now they know that they're about to leave France and head across the Rhine and into Germany. 39.8 kilometers to go to the finishing town of Karlsruhe, and the French now will realize that they'll leave France behind just for 24 hours, because tomorrow we will be heading straight back in for a finish in the small town of Gérardmer at the end of a 231 kilometer stage, with a nasty second category climb right down towards the finish. Kevin Hulsmans in the blue and grey jersey of Quick-Step on the front, and he's wondering whether or not his big man Tom Boonen can they get the victory again. Big lad, Kevin Hulsmans. Very much happier when he's on the flatter roads of Belgium and the northern France, and this is the back end of the main field. We haven't talked a lot about Alejandro Valverde, a man who I thought was going to have a brilliant Tour de France this year, the Spanish rider on Isle Baleares. He's the kind of rider who may well pop out with a strange victory. A couple of years ago, he won 10 races, I should say, in 2003. There's the local power station generating for the Electricity Society of France. This river, by the way, the Rhine, is 1,320 kilometers in length. That's a very long river. That corresponds to around about 800 miles, and the majority of it is very much navigable. There we go, the Bundesrepublik of Deutschland, the German Republic. And the first man in there from the main field is Jens Voigt, and he had a little bit of a giggle about that.
Hello, my name is Fabian Wegmann, and you can see more from the tour after the break.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back. Fabian Wegmann is within 34 kilometres of the finish in Karlsruhe now, but his lead is down below 2 minutes. Before we rejoin commentary, here's Ned.
Well, riders on the Tour de France will do anything to gain an advantage over their opponent. They surround themselves with a support staff of psychologists, dietitians, masseurs, you name it, they've got it. Thor Hushovd does it a very different way. He's got his mum and dad with him. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. So tell me, you have driven all the way from Norway, which is a long way in my books anyway.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of kilometers, but it's okay. It's our holiday, and we like it.
Where were you for the first week?
The first week we was driving from Norway and down here. So the holiday started too late to reach the start.
What does Thor feel about you and your wife, mum and dad, always being at his side on the tour? Does he like it? Because I'm not sure that I would like my mum and dad being with me when I'm doing my job.
Yeah, he like it, and he asks every year if we are coming to look at him. So he preferred that we stay here.
Got a fantastic camper van here. You take it to every hotel that Thor stays at, and the team stay at, and you stay outside, or do you have rooms in the hotel?
No, we drive. Sometimes we go to the hotels, And today Tor is eating his dinner in the camper.
My mom and my dad, they would follow Tour de France with their camping car, and often they like sleeping outside the hotel. And this year she will, I think I will eat more with them than in the restaurant, just to get changed and get like my mom's food, which is the best in the world.
It's an idea which could catch on in the peloton.
I reckon it'd be good actually to have a mum figure in the team, like to sometimes say cook the pasta in the hotel, because they always overcook and it's all sloppy and just tastes like nothing. So it'd be good to have someone who can cook a bit. It'd be good to have someone who's really focused on doing the wash and you get it back clean every time. I reckon it'd be good to come in like at night and your wash is all folded up on the end of your bed and it's actually clean. That'd be good. So yeah, good on him. Might set a trend.
Back in the camper van, the smell of cooking was becoming seriously good.
What does he eat when he comes here?
Oh, it depends. It's normally a Norwegian food. In Norwegian we call it gryterett.
It sounds fantastic.
It's fantastic, yes.
What is it, pasta or chicken or...
No, it's... No, I don't know what you call it in English.
It's just gryterett.
Yes,
yeah.
it's that.
Well, however you pronounce it, eventually the smell brought the Hushofts' golden boy out of his hotel room and into the camper van for dinner. A little late, but then he had been out on his bike all day. A short moment of tension before the big man gave Mum the thumbs up.
Minute 49 is the gap, 1:49, 33 kilometres to go. That little sprint on the way. And Bortolami for Lamprey also trying to push his way through now to the head of the peloton.
There's the green jersey, Tom Bonen, just behind his teammate. Jan Kursipuu moving up there as well himself. A very good sprinter, but here at the Tour this year, I think his job is to look after Tor Hushovd. Hushovd is second overall in the green jersey. Oh, there's a crash there. Somebody's gone down right in the middle, and it was a couple of riders from Ile Baleares, and they went down on the railway lines there. You've got to be so careful. Armstrong is in front because Armstrong was in 8th or 9th position. You have to be so careful. If you want to go over these rails when they are wet like this, you've got to go over them at 90 degrees.
Well, the rider here putting his bottles on his bike, that is Matthew Sprick. Matthew Sprick, there's the little shunt that happened, and it looked as though it was... I'm just checking. That was, in fact, that was Angelo Furlan, the sprinter there, who went off to the left. I think they're all okay, but to see the obtuse angle of that railway track caught them all out, and this rider here from AG2R is looking a little bit stunned. He's going to have to get going whether he wants to or not.
Well, you see, Phil, it just goes to accentuate the point that you have to be attentive on every single kilometre of this 3,000-kilometre race.
Yes, and in fact, Pavel Paternos just near his camera number 6 from Discovery being stopped at least.
David Moncoutier was at the back. There's amazing to notice that just before that crash had spotted Armstrong right at the front end of the main field, and one of these riders going down is Sylvain Calzati.
And the sprinter, the other guy is Jean-Patrick Nazon, who's just in front of him. So he's the sprinter. Hasn't been sprinting out well right now, let's face it, but a great shame. They'll try to get back into the race, while meanwhile that was a massive pile-up of riders. They weren't really expecting that one, were they?
Well, they weren't, but it's again a little bit of question of inexperience for some of the riders who hadn't spent a lot of time racing up and down in Belgium, because you know yourself riding in Belgium that you've got to hit those railway lines at 90 degrees when they're wet. Otherwise, there's no excuse. You just go down.
Well, the other rider, in fact, wasn't Nazon, Paul. It was Samuel Dumoulin. And if you may remember Lance Armstrong's comments when he crashed the other day, he said, oh, Dumoulin is always in the crashes. Well, he's proved it again today. The gap is now 1:31. That chase, the crash rather, might have disrupted just a little bit. Heading into the sprint here now at Rastatt. So at least he's got another couple of euros in the bank for Fabian Wegman as he goes through in first place. But the chase now, somebody is going to start the big effort now to get it back together again. Again here in Rastatt, a super crowd, and the timed gap just for the moment, there'll be another one on the finishing line, is 1:34. There's a lot of riders being left to chase at the back now, that's for sure. I hope they're all up and safe. I certainly saw the big sprinter Angelo Furlan go down. Now, €800 is the first prize at these sprints, by the way. Not to be sniffed at. It's about what? About $1,100, something like that?
About $1,100 at the present exchange rate, and Wegman has taken a couple of those out on the course today, so he's probably going to go away with between $3,000 and $5,000 in his back pocket. This is the panic coming back here from Domino Vacanzi.
The rider's bringing back Furlan is Kortinovas and I think Vanotti trying to get him back in.
That's Furlan there, third in line, number 184. But look at this at the front end. We've got to set up the sprint for the two big men who are leading that points classification, Tom Boonen and, of course, Thor Hushovd.
Well, this is incredible now because here we go again. Second can do well here. There is just a small gap between the two in the green jersey overall now as they race for the line.
Well, Boonen there moving over on the left-hand side. He's got Thor Hushovd right on his wheel, but Boonen really has the big explosion. I'm not sure whether or not Hushovd has got anything to come by. No, thank you very much. 2 more points advantage for Tom Boonen over Thor Hushovd. 4 points there for second place, 2 points going to Hushovd, so the gap once again starting to extend between these two men at the top end of the race to be the most consistent sprinter and to win the green jersey.
Hello, my name is Thor Hushovd. More from the Tour after this break.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
So, you want to offer your new customers car insurance?
28.5 kilometres to go now to the finish in Karlsruhe for the lone leader Fabian Wegman. You can see the bunch bearing down on him in the box, while Phil and Paul answer a couple of your emails.
OK, just 3 questions while we take a quick break from the action. The first one from Martin K. I notice each bike has a little yellow tag attached to the frame. I assume that this is the method by which the riders are timed, but what happens when a bike is changed or Domestique gives up his bike to the leader? Well, you're quite right, Martin. In fact, every bike does have a little yellow tag. It is, in fact, a timing transponder. It's fitted to the rear forkstay, and it does produce the first and immediate provisional result. But after that, the judges will check the photo finish, and it can cause a few alterations. And also, of course, if, as you say, there is a crash, there is a change of bicycles, there's no transponder on the bike, then they have to find out exactly where that rider slots in. OK, let's move on to Doug's question then. The guys with the blackboards on the motorbikes provide the riders with time gap information between breakaway groups and the peloton. Where do they get the information from? Do they stop and time the gaps themselves, Paul?
Well, actually, at the Tour de France, the motorbike gets the information from the race referees who do all of the timing. The way they do it is actually in a rolling method. The first referee's car actually picks a point on the race and starts his clock. The second referee, who's normally behind the main field, will start his clock, and then once he reaches that point, he'll have the time gap. He'll then communicate to the blackboard, they'll write it down and show it to the riders. But actually in some of the lesser races, sometimes the race motorbike actually stops at the side of the road and they do a manual check.
In the old days, of course, they always had to do manual checks. Right, James William, which nation has the most riders in the Tour? Well, James, these are the figures at the start of the Tour. Noirmoutier, Spain had 35 riders, France 30, Italy 27, Belgium 11, Australia a record number of 10. But I think the most significant point today is Germany has 16 men in the race, and one will try to win. Bet on that.
Well, this is a bit of a tight fit, to put it mildly, here, as they've all got to squeeze into this side street here. Follow the yellow arrows towards the arrivée. That's the red arrow on the left. And Robbie McEwen is now right down at the back of the field in that white jersey, about 20 men at the most from the back.
He's not worried, I don't think, McEwen. McEwen will move up at the right time. That's the amazing thing about McEwen. You look for him when you see the headshots at the front end of the main field, and you cannot see him until, of course, it gets down to the last couple of kilometres. Then all of a sudden, the national champion of Australia's jersey is right up there. Heart rate starting to climb up a fraction, up to 141 for Cedric Vasseur. And also moving up to around about 157 for David Cañada. That means pressure is starting to build in the main field. That's not nice, is it, Phil? When you see that, the wide open road behind you, Fabian Wegman knows now what's going to happen because you can see the darkness. That's the front of the main field.
They are coming. The outriders are ahead. He'll see the headlights. He's going to, when he gets to half a minute, they'll say goodbye to the cars. We're saying goodbye to the cars. They'll leave the space. The idea is he's waving to people, but the idea is, of course, they try to leave the void in between because the riders are chasing the vehicles because they can see them easier than rider. Puncture here, and this is bad luck for Giuseppe Guerini, big lead-out man.
and pacemaker for Jan Ullrich. He'll need Guarini in the mountains, and nobody will help him. It's up to him to try and get in. He's such a plucky bike rider, though, and he's back on the way pretty quickly.
Very quick. You know, if you can get a quick wheel change, you're immediately back into the convoy of cars. And although it's against the rules, you can use the team cars to move forward because they just happen to be in the way, and you do get a little bit of advantage.
And you're going so fast, in fact, you really want to go past them, but they just won't get out of the way, is what they'll probably tell you. 27 seconds now, going down quicker. 26 is what they're saying elsewhere. This is amazing now. There's the field massing, repositioning now. They're on German soil. A German is leading. That should be encouragement enough here for Fabien, the 25-year-old who has led virtually all of the day since the 53rd kilometre. He's now just 25 to go. It's been a long, long way in the lead for this rider, and he certainly has been racing hard, because the average speed today is again another enormous one to keep this race on record speed. He's got the King of the Mountains. He's been wanted at the podium today, but he would have loved to have been there as the stage. Well, listen to the crowd.
They're really getting behind this man. You know, the majority of people at the side of the road here have actually been following the race on portable televisions. They know exactly how the race has been unfolding, and they're just running out to the road at the last minute to witness this man going by, and it's great for them to see that they can cheer on a German rider. 22 seconds. It won't be long before he's back in the main field. Lance Armstrong is still leading this race ahead of Alexander Vinokourov by 1 minute and 2 seconds, and Ivan Basso long way down, 1 minute 26 in arrears, and Jan Ullrich, the big German favourite, Phil, as we go under that banner there, is well outside 1.5 minutes in arrears. They're just leaving him out there for the moment. They're waiting for him to sit up.
He's been leading the race now for 150 kilometres. That's 90 miles, and here come the cavalry again. Calmly, the domestics, the pacemakers are slowly shutting it down. They do it agonizingly slowly. It's almost torture to the man who is out in front, because they don't want to close it down. Absolute. They know there'll be more attacks. Fabien Cancellara here. I'm wondering if he was involved in the crash, because Fassa Bortolo have a lot of riders who are now chasing back into the field. The one in front of him there is Dario Frigo as well.
I think Cancellara had a mechanical, because nearly all of the riders who were involved in that crash actually managed to get back into the main field. Wegman looking over his shoulder saying, come on guys, where are you? I'm still 18 seconds in the lead.
And I must also say that down in that crash, the AG2R rider was poor old Simon Gerrans, the Australian rider from Melbourne area, who is riding his first Tour de France. We haven't seen too much of Simon yet. He'll find his feet.
Find his feet. He'll learn a lot about himself over the next 2.5 weeks of racing. It really is a special effort. That last week of the Tour de France really is very difficult, and once you get through that physiologically, you're never ever the same athlete again.
18 seconds. Here they come. It's hardly as if they're chasing down. They're all so unanxious to get into the front here. They're all packing in. There's the face of Fabien Cancellara, who won the prologue last year at the start of the Tour de France, held the yellow jersey briefly.
Actually, Cancellara wasn't in a bad position yesterday coming into the final couple of kilometres, and it was rather interesting. Although he went down in the crash, the first thing he did when he stood up was he got on his push-to-talk button on his little two-way radio and shouted to his teammate Bernucci, keep going, vai, go for it, because he wanted to let him know that there'd been a big stack up behind, and all he had to do was put his head down and go to the line. Got himself the first victory of his career.
Well, here it is. The catch is being preempted by Wegman. He knows he can't hold them off. He's turned off the gas now. Now he's just got to hang on to the peloton if he can and try and get in with them. Bye-bye, kisses to the cameraman. He's been with him for the last nearly 4 hours out in front on his own, going over the mountains. He made Germany first. That's a flag, feather in his cap as well. But at just on 23 kilometres to go, it's all over. He broke away at 53 kilometres today. Well, there he is, all together.
I suppose he would have said to the cameraman there, Dankeschön, when on normal occasions he would have said merci. Kevin Hulsman's on the front, Johan van Sommeren in second place, Servais Knaven up there in fourth, not too far away. Our man who's been wearing the heart rate monitor, Cedric Vasseur, up at the front end of the main field. Number 21 there, you can see, is Ivan Basso. 81 Juan Manuel Garate riding at the front end of the group. This is the first time, I think, Phil, since the start of the Tour, I've seen Garate, the Spanish national champion, riding off the front. Congratulations there. Like Levi Leipheimer saying well done to his teammate.
I'm Fabian Cancellara. You can see after the break more of the Tour.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to Karlsruhe in Germany. The bunch are back together again and just a few kilometres now from the finish line. Well, joining me here is Rudy Pevenage, Jan Ullrich's personal trainer and a key figure in former days with T-Mobile. There's going to be no T-Mobile winner here today, is there?
You never know, but I think the chances are not so big.
And Jan Ullrich, you've been with him throughout this tour. You see him every day. What sort of shape is he in? Is he getting stronger every day?
Well, I think he's every day in a better shape, and tomorrow will be a little test, and also tomorrow much better. Then we will see. Starting next week after from Courchevel-Briançon, it will be the real tour.
He's beginning to sound more and more confident, isn't he?
Yes, he's feeling fine. So only Saturday after the crash it was a bad day for Jan, but from Monday it was better, and Tuesday in the time trial of the team he was very, very strong. He was very okay, and now every day is better.
Okay, just finally, if it's not a T-Mobile rider today, who's it going to be? Who's going to win this?
My favorite is Bonen.
Bonen, thanks very much.
The white jersey there is Jaroslav Popovic in front of Hincapie, in front of Lance Armstrong.
Well, I know what Alexander Vinokourov is doing, Paul. He's not going to do anything if nothing happens, but he's in a position to take advantage if something does happen like happened yesterday.
He's riding like a man who is looking to challenge Armstrong in the latter part of this race, and he's riding so much closer to Armstrong than Jan Ullrich. That was a very crafty move yesterday, and I have to say Alexander Vinokourov is one of the greater tacticians in the sport. He will see an occasion present itself and immediately grab it and take advantage, but he's being leaned on just a fraction there, and the man leaning on him from the Liquigas team was Magnus Backstedt. Now, I don't think I'd lean on Big Maggie.
No, he's rather heavy. As right in the centre there too, I can see the other American in his first tour. He's just popped off to our left now, Chris Horner, and that's a good position for him. Look at the face here of Matt White here, the guy from New South Wales. Best friend of Stuart O'Grady, on the same team, first Tour de France, checking where Stewie is, and he'll lead Stewie all the way to the line if he can. And we've got the white jersey of Popovic off to the left too, best rookie. They are really thundering now, aren't they? And in fact, all of the Discovery boys are making sure they are holding position near the front. We're inside 8 kilometres.
Inside of 8 kilometres to go to the finish. That is the city of Karlsruhe. We actually finished just south of the city by the exhibition hall, and it's a very safe finish here this afternoon. Big wide boulevards, nice and straight. No nasty bends to worry the sprinters here this afternoon, so it should be long and straight and exceptionally rapid. The other day uphill, Robbie McEwen was clocked at 63 kilometres an hour. I have a feeling today the winner is going to go just a little bit faster than that.
Just look at this now. We are racing across the centre of the city of Karlsruhe. They've had to choose their route carefully. There's a bottle wild in the peloton just there, because there are so many tram lines in this city. At 7 kilometres to go, though, they'll bring them safely through and out of the city, change of direction to line up for the finish. We're actually commentating about a 10 or 15-minute car drive from the centre of the city. These riders will do it quicker than that, I can tell you. And still doing the work and keeping control of the race is Servais Knaven. Advantage Boonen at the moment.
Matty White is right up there in 4th position now, moving up into about 10th position. I just caught a glimpse of Stuart O'Grady. The man on the right there from Quick-Step, done his job for the day. Thank you very much. He's been on the front for about 60 kilometres, and now I think he's just going to leave the pacemaking up to the rest of the group. Matty White up into 2nd position. There you can see Kevin Holtzman's, Johan van Sommeren moving up through the middle, the pink jerseys of T-Mobile. I wonder if they'll think about a last-minute attack to try and take the glory for Germany.
And also moving up nicely is the team from Française de Jeux. And they're getting themselves into the picture as well, which we expected, I think. Change of direction, listen to the crowd as we race across the centre of Karlsruhe. This is a very busy town, but it's been shut down now. German flags are flying. German riders never won on German territory in the Tour de France. Matt White, the rider from New South Wales now, is driving the race on, celebrating, enjoying his first chance in the Tour de France. Last year, he crashed 2 hours before the start and broke his collarbone.
Unbelievable sadness for Matty White on that occasion. Today, he keeps looking over his shoulder. This is the pain at the back of the main field. These guys are not going to get into the top 30 at this moment. All they're thinking about is hoping that the race gets itself over and finished with quite quickly. I'm pretty shocked to see David Moncoutier, the French climber, at the back of the group here, but the action really is all at the front, and these tram lines really make the run-in very dangerous. Matty White seems to have disappeared. In fact, no, he hasn't. There he is, still riding at the front at 5 kilometers to go in 4th place.
Johan van Summeren, the big man who on the Lotto team, using those legs to great effect here as he drives this group towards the finish. We're approaching 5 kilometers to go now. Holtzman's, his mouth a bit wider open in that blue jersey. Matty White is in behind the 2 boys in red. And just down the back there, we've got Stuart O'Grady. And O'Grady is riding superbly this year. Sooner or later, he's going to pop in with a big one.
Well, I reckon O'Grady was the best placed rider of all the sprinters yesterday, but what you've got to say about these Lotto riders, in Flemish they'd say sterke manneke, strong boys, and they have been strong boys for the last 60 kilometers of racing. I don't know where Johan van Summeren is finding it all for. There's O'Grady just popping into the picture now, trying to make sure he doesn't go to the front too early. Forster over to the right-hand side, the Gerolsteiner rider from Germany, hoping that he too can take the win home.
And it's the big Swedish rider, the only Swede who's ever won a stage of the Tour de France, Magnus Backstedt, who's looking like David over Goliath when he comes up alongside O'Grady there. As all of the riders are moving up, Fassa Bortolo, who got the stage win yesterday, their tails will be up now. Bonen is just sitting outside of all of this movement, just keeping an eye on things without making a move. The big sprinters have just got to let the domestics get on with it, but they must be ever vigilant. They don't lose position. We're in the 4 kilometers from the line now.
Just check out Matty White swinging off there. Job done. Go on, Stewie. He's probably shouting, it's all up to you now. I've kept the pace high. I've stopped you getting swamped. But now Fassa Bortolo are trying to sort it all out. They've got the big line. This is great to see Fassa Bortolo making the lead out. Normally they would have done it for a man by the name of Alessandro Patacchi. He's not riding the Tour de France this year. He's thinking about the Tour of Spain later in the season. The green jersey of Tom Bonen, very comfortable there, looking nice. But there's an organisation behind him because Jan Kursipuu is on Bonen's wheel, and behind Kursipuu is Thor Hushoff, the Norwegian.
There could be new names on the sprinters block today because they're all fancying their chances. There's no curly bends and rain falling. There's no chance of a fall, I don't think, unless they cause it themselves. And I think that Cancellara is the man who's attempting to be the final winner for Fassa Bortolo. He's right at the tail of the lead-out men at 3 kilometers to go. There's the green jersey, centre about 15 riders back. And now there's a change of order at the front. This is the big difference now when there's no certain winner. All of the teams believe they can deliver their man to the line. From our point of view, this makes a one terrific finish.
It is so dangerous when it's like this, though, because not one team could control the main field. Not one team can string them out like a Mario Cipollini's team or Alessandro Patacchi's team. But that is exactly what Frances de Gerve now decided to do. You can be sure that in 3rd position there is Bradley McGee, trying to set up, I would think today, Bernard Eisel, who's been so good over the last couple of sprints. It is in 3rd place, Bradley McGee. Yep. On his wheel is Bernard Eisel, but there's a whole host of other sprinters still queuing up. And it looks to me right now as if you look there in about 15th place, the green jersey is a long way back.
But he has been in the past and he's delivered at the line. Carlos de Cruz is the Frances de Gerve man. Again, the workhorse at the moment, under 2 kilometers to go. This is a great road for a pure sprinter. There are no bends. It is simply who is the fastest man in the Tour de France and who is going to deliver now as Leaky Gas take it over to the left now. Don't forget, on Leaky Gas, Pagliarini is a big sprinter. There's a rush down the outside. There's a change in the middle. Carlos de Cruz is no longer the leader under that bridge. Where have they gone?
There they go, out of the bridge, out into the open, and they're still now looking to see where is going to be the kilometre sign, but there's a bit of confusion at the front. Look at those arms, and somebody's leaning right over there, trying to make a move in that middle, trying to keep his space clear, and I think that, in fact, was Pagliarini looking for the line. 2 lines now. Licky Gas over on the left-hand side. You could see Frances de Gerve were losing the line, so they're smoothing across into the middle of the road. Still, Bradley McGee is waiting for the last moment. He's the kind of rider who's got a great leader, but look at Boonen right up there, moving up through the middle onto the tail there of Jan Ullrich in the black, blue and white jersey. The champion of Estonia has got Thor Hushovd right on his wheel.
Boonen rides at this minute in 12th position in this pack from the helicopter. The leaky gas boys still feel the confidence in Pagliarini because they've got to control the front of the bunch. Toe 2 for Thor Hushovd here. Off to the left is Bradley McGee now, and locked on his wheel is Baden Cook. That's the big Australian double. That's McGee in the white. McCook is behind him at second and third to those boys. This is going to be one terrific rush for the line. Robert Foster's trying to get in for Gerolsteiner now. Thor Hushovd is moving up as they start to fan across the road. They're looking for 1 kilometre to go.
They're still looking. In fact, they've come inside. There's 500 metres to go. We've gone bowling past the 1 kilometre sign. McGee has got Cookie on his wheel, but there's a big launch coming from Ullrich in the middle and Thor Hushovd.
Yes, that is Hushovd on the right there, but he's checked himself, and this is a brilliant lead out by Bradley McGee. McGee has now got Baden Cook. He launches Cook at the finishing line as Cook now makes the run for the line. On the rails there's been a crash, and in fact Furlong has gone on the left, and look at McEwen through on the inside. Magnus Backsted's got his wheel. Here comes Magnus Backstead to the line now. I think McEwen's held him off. McEwen on the line thinks he's got it, that for sure. The big surprise there, absolutely no sign in the top 5 of Tom Bonen. He was out of that today, but there was a nasty crash there. I know Furlong was involved, but there was 2 riders went, and as they come through here, well, Robbie McEwen didn't cause that. There's the crash. That is Galvez, in fact, being treated by Gerard Porte. He looks totally disgusted, laying the bike down, walking away. Looks quite cool, actually. And this is the other bike, and look at this. Furlong is not happy, blaming Galvez. Galvez doesn't want to know about it. Let's have a look at the sprint. Look at this now, and there's no doubt about it. McEwen has got it, but that is a great sprint by Magnus Backstead. Big Maggie is back in the big time with that sprint finish. There's no doubt of that.
There's confirmation of the result, and it needs confirming today. Not an easy sprint to follow at all. But Robbie McEwen took it ahead of Liquigas Bianchi's Magnus Backstead and Bernhard Eissel of Française des Jeux. Tom Bonen had his lowest sprint finish of the Tour in 7th, 2 places ahead of Thor Hushovd, his closest rival for the green jersey. The big names were all safely in the bunch, and all of them ahead of poor Fabian Wegmann, who came in 126th after his solo effort out front. Now, Chris Boardman, that was possibly the least organised sprint we've seen all Tour.
Yeah, I think really what we're seeing now is the fatigue starting to take effect. There was just no team strong enough to control it all the way to the line. I think the big surprise for me there was Boonen. He came out the centre of the pack and he was just going backwards.
And obviously he'd been out there chasing the green jersey points. Behind them, though, a crash that we weren't expecting because it was a big wide open straight.
Well, I think that was exactly the problem. Nobody was controlling it. There's bodies everywhere. Alan Davis broke right, and I think he actually caused the crash. He was going after Robbie's wheel, and he inadvertently took out Isaac Galvez and Angelo Furlan too. On the outside there, we can just see Anthony Jalan of the Bouygues Telecom team. Somehow he managed to squeeze between them and stay upright.
Great bike handling from him. Not so good bike handling from Galvez, who really should have been able to follow Alan Davis's wheel, I think. Well, Galvez needed a lift to the team bus after his fall, and from the looks of him, he'll start tomorrow. Tom Bonen evidently went down somewhere today too, although we never saw it, and perhaps that had something to do with his 7th place. A good day for Robbie McEwen, though, and his De Vitamin Lotto teammates, as he squares the stage win score with Bonen. He also moves up to 3rd in the points competition, but still 37 points off the lead. All right, let's hear from him and from the man he beat into 2nd place.
Now, listen, it stands Tom Bonen 2, Robbie McEwen 2, and I know you wrote off the green jersey earlier, but you've narrowed the gap a little. Has it gone?
I mean, I don't think I've even narrowed the gap. I lost more points out in the road today in the intermediate sprints because I didn't do them. Took a few back at the finish, but I guess it stayed probably status quo. Everyone's saying, oh, now it's 2-2, but I keep saying it's not a football match. I'm here to try and win as many stages as I can, and so far, so good.
It was a long, long straight there coming in there. You just had to wait and wait and wait.
Yeah. No, I prefer those kind of sprints, you know. It's like you're coming in really, really quick, and like my acceleration is a lot better from higher speed to higher speed. And yeah, like with the team that I had in front of me today, they just kept me out of the wind, and then I sort of got a little bit boxed in, but managed to get out again and got on Robbie's wheel, and you know, another 100 metres, who knows.
And there are the overall standings, no change from this morning. It's still Armstrong, Hincapie and Vinokourov in the top 3 places, with Jens Voigt, the best placed German rider, perhaps disappointed not to be more visible today. Ivan Basso is 9th, Jan Ullrich 13th, and the time gaps remain the same all the way down the line. Another day, another line for Lance, and no Vinokourov to worry about today, but that's only today.
Lance, what do you read into the tactics of Alexander Vinokourov yesterday, and have you got an eye on tomorrow's stage, because he might do something there again?
Well, he's a scrappy rider, so I mean, scrappy, I mean that in a good sense. He stays up front, and he had the opportunity to go away at the end there, so he always takes those opportunities. I'm sure he was disappointed not to win, but
he doesn't steal it?
You know, I have 3 small kids and 2 weeks to go, so I'm not going to be up there taking those kind of risks.
Do you think he's the main man at T-Mobile now? Because Jan Ullrich was saying before the tour, you're never going to know who's the captain.
Is that important? I mean, we have to ride our race, you know, and not to sound like a snob, but I mean, we had to prepare ourselves to get here, and now we have a strategy and we have a great team behind us, and we're going to ride our race, and ultimately if you know, the secret leader comes along from another team and beats us, then we lose. But I think right now we're happy with what we have.
Now the first of our weekly competitions closes tomorrow, so if you haven't already called in, now's the time to get dialing. Hello, we're in Gérardmer for stage 8 and what looks like being the first diagonal day of this year's tour. It's not the Alps or the Pyrenees by a long stretch, but we have got 5 climbs on today's stage, the last and hardest of them just 15 kilometres from the finish, which could set up a furious downhill chase to the line for anyone looking to win the stage or steal a few seconds off Lance Armstrong. And Armstrong remains the only man worth stealing them off. Coming into today's stage, he has a lead of 1 minute and 2 seconds on his nearest challenger, Alexander Vinokourov. George Hincapie, who's currently second, is a teammate, of course, and no threat. Of the other main contenders, Ivan Basso is 9th, 1 minute and 26 behind Armstrong. Jan Ullrich is another 10 seconds back in 13th. Behind him are Floyd Landis, Roberto Heras, and perhaps the best climber in the Tour on his day, Iban Mayo, all the way down in 111th, nearly 6 minutes off the race lead, which could make him all the more dangerous as an attacker, if not today, then certainly when the race hits the high mountains of the Alps and the Pyrenees. So Lance Armstrong's chief rivals are where he usually likes them, behind him. Let's hear his assessment now of where he thinks the chief threat to his 7th Tour title is going to come from, starting with his thoughts on Jan Ullrich.
I have to be honest and say that I'm not sure, and I'm not trying to take anything away from Jan, but I'm not sure he's the best guy on the team. Because what I saw in Dauphiné and what I know from Vino is he's good, he's strong, and he's motivated. He's looking for a contract. I mean, you have to take everything in consideration. He's a great rider. He's very aggressive, tactically smart, looking for a new contract. I mean, all of these things add up to being one hell of a dangerous guy. You know, Jan is always there. He's never far off. I mean, I'm not his trainer, so I can't. You know, I'm not going to give him it. But the gear, I think the gear is still too big. I mean, you can't, especially in the Tour de France, when you have these climbs here and you have all the best riders in the world here and you have all the best climbers in the world, and they start accelerating on the climbs, and you're turning that gear, you can't follow the accelerations. And when I say those climbers, I mean, they could be us, they could be other guys. I mean, if you consider the way Mayo climbed a couple of years ago, if he starts doing that stuff with accelerations, I'm sorry, but Jan can't follow that with that gear. So, you know. But then again, you know, he's been doing that for a long time. Maybe that's what he has to do.
Who will you look at the most?
The biggest mystery to me is Basso, because what we saw on the Giro was a very different Basso than what we saw on last year's Tour. A guy who really learned to time trial, obviously focused on it, focused on the position, focused on the training, focused on the whole discipline, and drastically improved. But then he had the problems, and so he wasn't able to probably live up to what he would have done or should have done. So if he can bring those newfound abilities and traits to the Tour de France, he'll be dangerous.
Well, Ivan Basso was certainly about the only rider who could stay with Lance Armstrong in the high mountains last year. And Chris Boardman, what do you make? What's your assessment of Armstrong's assessment?
Well, I think Basso has certainly got a lot more ingredients than he had last year, but for me, he just misses that aggression, and we've seen that very much already in this race from Vinokourov, so he could do with some more of that.
And what about Ullrich? T-Mobile is saying, well, he's only half a minute really behind Vinokourov. He remains the team leader. How do you see that playing out?
I'd have to agree largely with Armstrong's assessment of the situation. I think Vinokourov is probably their best bet, but we're not going to be able to tell that for a few days yet.
And he insists, doesn't he, Jan Ullrich, even on really steep climbs, on pushing his huge gear. Now, is that because he just can't emulate Armstrong with the high revs, because it suits his physiology more?
Well, back when he actually won his Tour de France, he didn't. He actually pedalled quite fast, over 80 revolutions per minute, and he was able to respond to the fast movement of the other riders. He seems to have slipped back, and he does push a big gear now, and that is going to give him a handicap.
Is that just something he can't help then, or what's forced him back into that style?
It's generally what people do when they're struggling. If you watch the race all the way through, when people are really pedalling slow, it generally means that they haven't got anything left to give. And Vinokurov, well, he's been pedalling fast all the way through this race.
And he's been pedalling pretty aggressively. Now, Vinokurov has not only been about the only man to attack Armstrong so far in this race, he was pretty much the only man to do so in 2003, the last time he rode the Tour.
Just look at this now. This is such a typical move by Alexander Vinokurov, and he's free to fly. Vinokurov coming up the home straight. It's been another great battle, another late attack, and he's got time back on Armstrong. He's winning. Here he goes again. Vinokurov just will not lay down today. And the man from Kazakhstan, well, he really does bring the Tour de France to light. He's at it again. Here he goes. Go get him, Alex. You know, I think the one man Armstrong really fears is Vinokurov, and there he is, right in his slipstream.
Now, today's route bears more than a passing resemblance to one into Gap back in 2003, when Vinokurov attacked over the last summit and flew down the descent, picking up almost a minute off Armstrong in the process. As you can see, the last climb today is 15 kilometres from the finish here in Gérardmer, and Ned Bolting's on it.
I'll tell you what, it's a proper climb, this one. It's down in the route book as a Category 2, but having just driven up it, there's more than the width of Category 1 about it. 16.8 kilometres long and an average percentage gradient of 4.4. I reckon after a long week in the saddle, the peloton are going to struggle up here, and we may see quite a lot of riders getting dropped.
Well, back at the start in Pforzheim this morning, the first significant news was that Christophe Mongean, who crashed within sight of victory 2 days ago in Nancy, didn't start. He cracked a bone between his eyes in that crash. And a couple of other riders climbed off early in the day. Sylvain Calzati of AG Desert, and one of yesterday's crash victims, Isaac Galvez of Villas Baleares. Now, the first escape of the day was by Michael Rasmussen of Rabobank. He led over all 4 of the early climbs before being caught by the peloton, and that was enough to give him the lead in the King of the Mountains competition as things stand. At the other end of the race, Tom Burnham, the leader in the sprinters' green jersey competition, was struggling in a small group the best part of 4 minutes behind the main field. And once he heard that on race radio, Tor Hushovd, who started the day second to Burnham, set off in search of points. He picked up 6 for being first man through the intermediate sprint at 125 kilometres. Behind him, rolling along in the bunch, the race leader was happy to engage the motorbike cameraman in a mixture of French and English conversation.
Ça va, ça va. Ça va bien. Silence. Okay.
And as we join the race, there's a group of 7 riders out front. The best placed of them is Nicky Sorensen of CSC. He's 20th at 2 minutes and 1 second behind Lance Armstrong. Then there's Ronnie Schultz of GST, Juan Antonio Fletcher of Fassa Bortolo, Peter Wiening of Rabobank, Salvatore Camesso of Lampre, Cedric Vasseur of Cofidis, and Nicolas Jalabert of Phonak. Well, it's inside 29 kilometres to go now. Their lead is around 2 minutes 28. Peter Wiening is attacking off the front on the climb. Here's Paul Sherwin and Phil Liggett.
2 minutes 20 seconds the gap, and as we started the climb here of the Col de la Schlecht, the last climb of the day, some 30 kilometres to race, Peter Wiening has attacked. He's had 6 wins in his career, but for the Espoirs, he's now got his chance on the big team for Rabobank, and he's wasted no time launching the attack as soon as the climb began.
He certainly hasn't. He's gone straight off the front of the group. He's one of the riders that Rabobank have developed over the last couple of years. He was on the Rabobank development team back in 2002. He came up to the third division team for Rabobank in 2003 and came into the fully fledged team in 2004. But that was a very mean attack.
Well, Nicolas Jalabert, the Phonak rider, is anxious to reorganise this chase. He's tried a tentative. Whoops, watch out. Oh, the policeman got through. Salvatore Camesso, he might be useful for the moment, but he's not going to make the top of this climb with anybody who's got strength. He's a sprinter.
and weaning those long, thin legs. We've not seen this boy in action at this level before. It's his first Tour de France. He was an outstanding under-23 rider, and he's now looking as though he's got no respect at all for riders with a big reputation. There he goes, and the brake is splitting up.
Brake is splitting up pretty dramatically, but behind they're also turning up the pressure too, because the main field now is only 2 minutes in arrears of this leading group, which is fractioning on the early kilometers of the climb. Peter Weening, it's only his second year on the top professional team Rabobank, but he's been a development rider with Rabobank for a long time. A quick chat back to the team car. What's happening? Who's been dropped? Who is chasing? He wants as much information as possible, but he's still facing up to around about 12 kilometers of ascension here. It's Camesso doing most of the work in the chase behind. He's split the group into 2 halves. I think Juan Antonio Fletcher has managed to accompany. Yes, he has. The blue and white jersey there is present of the Fassa Bortolo rider. And on the back there, the man who started this move, Nicky Sorensen. Ronnie Schultz using the apex of the corner there, trying to nail the gap back as much as possible. And Cedric Vasseur, well, I think he's just basically trying to survive. But at the front end of the main field, the big pressure is now coming on from the team of Alejandro Valverde, Isla Baleares of Spain. And in fact, this is the back end of the race, and these riders have called it a day. There's a lot of riders now starting to go out of the back.
2 minutes 12 seconds, Paul, back to the peloton, which we're looking at now. Tom Boonen got back after a long chase today. He'll drop off, I think, once the climb begins. His team are rounding to look after him. But somebody like Michael Rogers on that team, he'll want to stay up with the leaders there. In fact, Bonen's gone off the back. I think that's a group already been dropped.
Yeah, that's a group who've decided that right now they are not going to get eliminated. Tom Boden, I think, will try and recuperate over the next couple of days, and he'll certainly be looking forward to the rest day on Monday.
And that was Eric Decker slipping down there as well, also slipping away. These are the riders, Yuri Kritsov. Well, just as we start the climb here, it all goes a little bit wrong. One rider I'm surprised to have seen dropped there, Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano, on what is not a huge climb of the day. But this hill already starting to hurt the riders.
Hola, soy Iván Mayo, más del Tour en 2 minutos.
Le Tour de France on ITV, sponsored by Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back. 24 kilometres to go on stage 8, and Peter Weening, a second-year pro making his Tour debut, has attacked. He has currently a lead of 12 seconds over the chasing group. Let's get back to commentary with Phil and Paul.
Well, we're on the slopes of the Col de la Schlec. Terrific tempo riding being done now by the riders from Islas Baleares from Spain. They're riding on the countryside that they love most. When the roads kick up, they're looking to try and launch Alessandro Valverde into the lead at some stage, as the field behind now is cracking a big time here. This is Toby Steinhauser dropping back, and also Daniele Nardello there of T-Mobile. 2 big names, not the biggest names, but that team very disappointing just now.
Very much a surprise, I think, Phil, to see so many of those riders from T-Mobile going off the back. In fact, Tobias Steinhauser the other day was dropped in the team time trial. He couldn't believe it because he felt that he was riding well, but he just couldn't stick the pace set by the other riders in the group.
Well, that was a shot of Laszlo Bedrogi, once 3rd overall in this year's Tour de France. He also has gone backwards now. Gentle winds blowing from the left. There's the flag of Breton, or Brittany, as we come up towards the front runners now, because this is Luke Roberts here, the younger Australian who was brought in for the team time trial. He's wise to take it a bit easy now, I think. And it looks as though Marcus Lundqvist, who was working well earlier for the team of Leaky Gas, has now fallen out as well.
Phil, there's not very many riders left in this group on the slopes of the first climb of the Tour. So just looking there, I caught a quick glimpse of Bobby Dooley moving up to the front end of the main field. So he'll be looking here after Ivan Basso. This man leads the race. He's only got about 15 seconds advantage over the 3 chasers. Fletcher in second position on the road, but first in this group, Salvatore Camesso and Nicky Sorensen. But there's a big job of work in the front end of the main field being done by the Spanish team, Il Baleares. They want to pull it all back together if they can, because I'm sure in the back of their minds they reckon one Alejandro Valverde can get them the win here this afternoon. So there you can see Peter Weening, and looking back down you will see in a moment a blue and white jersey leading the chase, and in fact that gap is starting to open up, because I would make the gap now around about 30 seconds to the three chasers, and it's being communicated by race radio that it's actually 25.
Confirmation of time gaps, 21 seconds to the three riders chasing Wienen and 1:57 to the main field containing Lance Armstrong. Wienen is 101st in the race at the start today, 5 minutes 25 seconds behind the American, but he's making some ground over an awful lot of riders now, because, Paul, that big pack, the peloton, what would you say riders-wise, about 40?
Not very many, 40, 45 riders possibly, and that's all because of the pressure that was put on initially by Liquigas, the Italian team, but then after that, the pacemaking was taken over by Il Baleares, who literally left half of the field at the side of the road, all the sprinters gasping for breath. And it just makes me remember what Lance Armstrong said to us a couple of days ago, Phil. Yeah. There are a lot of tired bike riders in this field.
Well, there is the peloton right now, I think, from the helicopter, and looking down there, we've got just a handful of riders. Armstrong's down there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in line in the yellow jersey. And the pack now, it's fast tempo climbing this, and that's the way it's going to be. If you can't match the tempo, you are slung off the back of the group. Levi Leipheimer, where is he? Coming back, I think. Now, I can't believe he was dropped. He might have been coming back from a problem, but he is coming back anyway.
I would think he had a mechanical problem, and it's a difficult time to have it when the main field is splitting to pieces on the slopes of a climb. We're looking at around about 7 kilometers to the summit of this climb. That's going to take them at speeds like this, which is quite remarkable speeds on the slopes of this climb, around about, I would say, something like 9 or 10 minutes.
Christophe Moreau has hung in, the rider in green there. This is the man who's surprising everybody. Nobody would have picked this name out of the hat for victory today. Peter Weening, first Tour de France. He's now getting a full crack at the major Rabobank team. He didn't wait. As soon as the roads kicked up, he was gone. He split the breakaway up and he spread-eagled them down through the Black Forest.
And he's opening up a pretty smart advantage over the three chasers. It's hovering between 22 and 25 seconds. But it seems that the main field are not closing it down quite as rapidly as they were before, because the main field is only 1 minute and 50 seconds back. And if this man can get over the summit of the climb, Phil, with 1.5 minute advantage, I don't think they'll see him again.
Well, you know, you could be right. I can't see they're going to take too many silly risks on the way down. The good news is the sun is with us all the way to the line now after the torrential downpours at the finish area this morning. There is Juan Antonio Fletcher, and he's trying to do what he can here, and I have to take my hat off to Salvatore Comesso. He's willing to work here, and he's looking as though he's riding on very, very good form. There's the main pack, still chasing here.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Patrice Algan, et je vous donne rendez-vous sur le Tour dans 2.
Well, things are looking good for Peter Weening. Less than 5 kilometres to go to the summit of the final climb of this stage, and his lead is up to almost 1 minute over his chasers and 1 minute 40 over the rest of the field. Let's get back to commentary now and see if he can hang on.
So the lone leader now, and he is completely on his own at the front end of this bike race as we look down at the three chasers. Juan Antonio Fletcher, Nicky Sorensen at the back there, Salvatore Comesso in the middle, and they are actually losing ground on the lone leader, the young man from Holland, Peter Weening. Peter Weening has ridden for the development squad of Team Rabobank since 2002, but he's been a member of the fully fledged team since 2004.
As we look here at the leaders, well, these are coming out of the front of the group here. Vinokurov, the little terror, is in third place. He is looking for the move now. This could be where he is planning an attack. And look at Lance. Lance Armstrong is not going to let him out of his sight this time. Vinokurov, the acceleration has forced Armstrong to come out and play.
Well, that's Salvadelli trying to nail down the gap. Armstrong not panicking, but Vinokurov true to his word. He really is the dark invader, isn't he? He's looking to try and see if there's any weakness in Armstrong's armour.
What a super bike rider. He's always taking the race to himself, and haunting him just behind there is also Jan Ullrich. Here comes an attack now from Christophe Moreau. They may not chase him with such enthusiasm.
Well, they're not too worried about Christophe Moreau as he goes inside of the 20-kilometre to go banner, because he's a man who... No, another move here by Alexander Vinokourov. He's going again.
Just what he wants, somebody else to draw the sting, and he's gone. And this time, no. Forget it. This time Lance has reacted like last time.
This time it's Armstrong himself in person chasing everybody down. And look at that, they've caught the group of 3 riders who are halfway across the gap. And I tell you what, it looks as if there's a little bit of daylight there in between Alexander Vinokourov and Lance Armstrong. He's taking his time to pull this one back.
Well, one Antonio Fletcher has had the legs to try and join in there. He's jumped onto the back. The others have gone off. But Christophe Moreau joined by Alexander Vinokourov. What a great bike racer he really is. He's not going to take defeat lying down at all. Armstrong is very, very wise there. He may have lost 19 seconds on the road to Nancy, but he's going to mark that boy now.
Yeah, but Big Jan is there as well. He's right on the tail of Lance Armstrong. You can just see the pink jersey moving up. He's being very attentive. And there's a rider moving in there from Île Baleares. I think that is Mancebo.
1, 2, 3 to Armstrong, 4 to Ullrich. Ullrich knows these climbs. He trains in them, or has trained in them during his maturity years. A top bike rider. He's not living too far away. Armstrong, it's already looking like a very select little group, this. And all of the hard work by Île Baleares, that'll be Valverde, who is in 4th wheel.
They really have scattered this field. There's a couple of riders from Team Phonak now trying to come and scramble across the gap. Well, it's great to see Alejandro Valverde covering these moves, and that is why Île Baleares was so aggressive. He's a good bike rider, Alejandro Valverde. He's 3.5 minutes down in the overall classification. I'm sure they won't chase him down.
Well, they certainly have shut off. Lance certainly hasn't chased him down, because Lance wants to keep the 2 riders there. But look at Vinokourov, gone again, and immediately Armstrong forced to react. He was watching there, Jan Ullrich and Vinokourov, saying, well, boys, you're doing the riding today, I'm doing the following. Which one of you is going next? Here comes Vino, straight over the top of Valverde. This is Alejandro Valverde's first Tour de France. He must think they do this every time they come to this race.
He's on a fast learning curve here at the Tour de France, Phil. He's come here for the first time. I was amazed when he won a race in Paris-Nice in the start of the season. It was the first time he'd actually won a race outside of Spain or Portugal. But he certainly has. There's Cadel Evans moving up there as well. Now this is another move. Now this is Andreas Kloden. Who would have believed that?
Well, I certainly wouldn't have believed it, because he was riding so badly in the Dauphiné Libéré, and this has got to be a tentative. I can't believe his form has become from nothing to absolutely magnificent in 12 days. But at the moment, Kloden has found his legs, and up comes the reaction. And the rider from Rabobank there is Denis Menchov, who's gone forward as well.
Well, Kloden a fair way down in the overall standings, almost 2.5 minutes behind Lance Armstrong. He started the day in 24th. We talked about the triptych, the trio of riders who could attack, and Armstrong now being attacked by Basso. Everybody seems to want to go up the road.
Basso has gone. Armstrong is watching them sprint around. He's still sitting by Jan Ullrich. Not sure he's getting such a good idea. Now Ullrich is going to have to catch up as well. This is an amazing showdown. I never expected this on the climb today.
You know, this is the only way they're going to beat Lance Armstrong, to launch attack after attack, just keep going. But he's actually pretty cool here. He said, right, Big Jan wants to win this Tour de France as well. I'll just sit on his wheel and see where he's going to go.
Well, Lance has got about a dozen riders in front of him here, and he's watching every one of the moves. Santiago Botero has just hooked up at the back there. As they're all getting back into this, Michael Rasmussen, the new leader in the King of the Mountains, is tagged on the back as well. Could even score points on this climb. Andreas Kloden, remember, as far as I know, we haven't passed Peter Weening yet. He is still ahead on the road. The camera's watching the action here. I can't believe that Weening, we've got no time check on him, is Savard. There he is. He's still ahead, but he's got to be caught shortly, because there's flurry of attacks behind. It must be close. The lead car has gone by, and they must be right behind.
But Phil, you look at his pedaling style here when he's rocking the top half of his body like that. That's an indication there's not that much power left. He is really suffering. Look at the difference in his style to the style here of Andreas Kloden, who I cannot believe is coming to form at the right time. And look at the gap that he's got over the group behind. He starts the day 2.5 minutes down on Lance Armstrong. These 3 riders from Team Mobile are going to attack from now all the way to Paris to beat Armstrong.
Well, this has to be a surprise. I'm not sure Lance will have written this one into his calculations, in all honesty, because Cloden hasn't looked to be going well. He must have done a lot of work for the last 10 days before the Tour de France. 25 seconds is the difference now between Cloden and Peter Weening. Weening must be in the last 3 kilometres of the climb, and Lance is still deciding to mark just the attacks of Vinokourov and Ullrich if he goes.
Well, he knows when it comes down to the time trial down towards the end, he's got a big advantage over riders like Andreas Cloden. He can give this man a minute or so when we go into the final time trial and still beat him. There's a slight reorganisation here as we look at the group behind. They're starting to reform, but T-Mobile came out today with a plan. They wanted to launch the attack. The man who set it all up is just about halfway down there in the turquoise jersey, the champion of Kazakhstan, Alexander Vinokourov. But I tell you what, nobody, I don't think anybody in this field expected a move to come from Andreas Cloden.
I'm absolutely certain they didn't. Here he is. He's still looking quite frisky as well. He's still got to pick up the leader, of course, Peter Weening, as we come towards the top of the Col de la Schlucht. Then it is going to be a very, very difficult descent now, because these boys are going to turn the pressure on going downhill. Andreas Cloden, who finished so far behind, you needed binoculars in the Dauphiné on Mont Ventoux, all of a sudden is off the front in the Tour de France.
Unbelievable. He looked like a sack of potatoes in the Dauphiné Libéré. He rode like a sack of potatoes, but right now, I think he's peeling off the front.
Well, there's a huge crowd come out to this mountain, as you can see here, and they've been waiting to see the main peloton. They've cheered a man they probably didn't recognise. Here is Peter Weening, making a little name for himself today in the Tour de France. I am wondering if he was meant to soften the riders up before their new signing, Denis Menchov, because Rabobank have never been a team to race for the final yellow jersey before, but they've got in Menchov a possible winner if things go his way, and he's in that group now, which we'll call the Armstrong group. Here it is.
Il Balear is still thinking about the victory, but this is quite a big group now. We're 1 kilometre from the summit of the climb, and we will be then faced up with a 10-mile descent down to the finishing town of Gérardmer.
And just look at this man. He's going to get the points at the top, the double points, 20 for the winner today. Not sure how that figures with the overall, but good for him as he rocks and rolls his way up with 10 miles to go, or 16 kilometres. This is a big moment in this rider's young life. It's probably a big moment in that chap's young life too. As we now look at Cloden, second on the mountain, heading up towards the summit.
And he looks good. His pedalling style is smooth. He looks comfortable on the machine. All he's going to face himself up to now is a very rapid descent. A bit of confusion at the front there. All the motorbikes want to get the first shot they've had of this man there so far this season, because he's never really been at the front end of the main field anywhere apart from a stage of the Bayern Munich Rundfahrt.
Look at this man. His tongue locked into the right-hand side of his mouth there, concentrating, eyes just staring at the summit and giving himself a feeling they are drawing me in as we go underneath this little overhang here. And as that group is, funnily enough, is getting bigger rather than smaller right now, so they may have slowed down a bit. This will be good for the leader.
If they've slowed down, Phil, it's only a fraction, because look how long that group is. The pressure is really on. The attacks are coming again thick and fast. It really is a lot of pressure. We can see here the man just coming out of the back of the group, Juan Antonio Fletcher. Not really a surprise. He was in the breakaway nearly all day.
Paying for the price, but he's nearly at the summit. He may descend quite well, and Cloden has gone. He's going to try and outsprint him. He didn't know he was coming, and he's going to really kick himself for that, because look at that, 10 metres from the line. Cloden is over first.
And Cloden is going to be the polka dot jersey leader of the King of the Mountains classification tonight with 20 points. And Rasmussen, I don't think, will be too happy about that.
No, because he would have thought he'd done enough today, and it's all swung around. Well, I can't believe that. The man who was second in last year's Tour de France, showed no form at all this year, is now the next man in the polka dot jersey, and looking rather good just now. The two riders over the top together. Now it's full bore down to Gérardmer.
Well, I tell you what, their advantage is not very much over the top of the climb. Race radio just crackled through and gave confirmation that the lead of those two riders was only 15 seconds, and that is not very much.
And it's certainly not very much, as we see the two leaders have gone through now. They'll probably stay together. Let's see how they descend. It's not an immediate drop off the top as they now begin the way down.
Just caught a glimpse of the group. They're only just behind, maybe 100
seconds.
metres. It's not a lot. This man, Andries Kloden, though, has certainly made the move today. T-Mobile have come to the Tour de France this year, Phil. They are dedicated. Brad McGee's on the front of the group.
Brad McGee has made it. Vinokurov, Floyd Landis swings off. He's also here. That's a good decision. Alejandro Valverde. They've shut down again. These are the men beginning to shadow box. This helps the two leaders. Here comes another move from CSC. They're smarting today. They made a lot of moves.
Bobby Julich followed there by Cadel Evans. They want to try and pull it all back together. This is a big battle here. The first big battle of the Tour de France so far this season. There's Cadel. Oof. Bobby Julich nearly went straight back into his wheel.
And that's not what we want to see. Cadel Evans again brought onto a new team here for him to try and get them an overall leader as he left the T-Mobile team. In fact, here comes the catch. They're all going to come back into the nest here and have to live to fight away on the descent.
Well, Andries Kloden has really lit the fire here at the Tour de France this afternoon. Matthias Kessler is the T-Mobile rider straight up towards the front. But I'm a bit surprised, Phil, to see the lack of Discovery Channel riders in this group. They seem to have all disappeared from the front of the race.
Well, in fact, Michael Rasmussen has taken 8 points on the climb, Paul, and that might keep him in the lead.
That will keep him in the lead. That'll give him 24 points at the end of the day. So he was being very attentive to the action that was going on at the front. Andries Kloden now is about to get caught. Peter Weening has done a great ride here this afternoon. He won't lay down his arms just yet, but this is a descent you have to be very careful on. It's pretty tricky, and it looks quite as if the road has actually dried out.
Well, just look at this now as they get themselves nicely tucked into the descent here. This Peter Weening is a man with a bit of class, I think.
He certainly wants to keep going. He will continue to... In fact, they're starting to open up the gap once more. Peter Weening now has got Andries Kloden with him. They'll take all kinds of risks on this descent. They're using the motorbike, and it's quite an interesting way that these professionals will use the motorbike. What they do is they actually look at the brake light on the motorbike to get an idea just how fast they can go into these corners. Pretty risky, eh?
Very, very risky, and we're topping speeds here now of probably 70 to 80 kilometers an hour, and they're still pedaling just on 12 kilometers down to the finish, and they're working together here one-on-one. And you know, these boys might take a little bit more risk than the big heads of the Tour de France, because they've no reason yet to chase everybody down. There's a huge day tomorrow, don't forget, when we go through the big mountains of this region. And there they are. This is a very select bunch here, and the Australian Cadel Evans has made the selection here. A lot of people were talking of him as a likely stage winner today. Well, it could be the case yet.
It certainly could be the case. And now this again is the big risk here. Look at them using all of the road. Peter Weening accelerating up to the wheel there of Andries Kloden. This is a daredevil descent. Still holding on to a slight advantage, but it's not really very much more than 5 or 10 seconds. Kloden using all of the road there. We're looking now at 11 kilometers to go to the finish. They were almost here on the tail of these two riders, and now they are starting to come back. Andries Kloden, been a professional since 1998. He came to the fore when he won himself Paris-Nice a couple of years ago, and we thought then that this was going to be the next big star of German cycling. But from 2000, where he won 7 races, to 2004, he never got himself a victory until he won the national championships in June of last year. And then all of a sudden, this man finished 2nd overall in the Tour de France. This is a very select group of riders coming down the mountain.
Well, these boys are edging away. I get a little bit nervous. It's sometimes the camera lens foreshortens exactly how close they are to our motorbike, but even so, it does make you flinch a little bit, as Kloden now is looking like the Kloden of old, the man who got 2nd place in the Tour de France a year ago. If he finds his form, and this is the first day of it, then Lance Armstrong can start having another name to worry about here.
Well, the big thing that T-Mobile has got is now they definitely have 3 riders who can challenge Armstrong, and as long as those 3 riders can work together as a unit, well, then they've got a very good chance of giving him a few problems going into the Alps.
10 seconds still. It's holding at 10 seconds on the way down here. These boys have got the chasers pinned. It's going to be a desperate last couple of kilometers once we're off the mountain, though, as we run into the town. They're not safe by any means. There they are, just coming into sight as we go round the corner. They will have seen them.
They will have seen them. It is not very much. A little bit of picture breakup because we're in a very precarious part of the descent here. But I can tell you one thing, This man on the front, Peter Weening, is a great bike rider. I don't know where he's finding his energy from. He was in that breakaway. He's the last survivor of the breakaway. He wants to win this.
9 kilometres, just over 5 miles to race now. Into the tuck position. King of the Mountains confirmed. Rasmussen keeps it. He just scraped in there. 12 points, in fact, in the end. He's got over the first point scored in the Mountains title by Cloden today. He got the 20. So, as we look over the shoulder, the cavalry is heading down the Col de la Schlucht to try and rope them in.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a discussion there going on between Cloden and Peter Weening. I think he realizes right now that they're about to get caught, and so he's going to sit up and wait and see what happens on the development in the last couple of kilometers. Arrière du peloton, this is the back end of the race. This is Roberto Heras at the back end of the group, but they are still holding on to around about 150 meters advantage. As we look here at Cloden getting into that very low aerodynamic position, we are probably here looking at a speed very close to 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometers an hour on this descent. There is Armstrong comfortably at the front of the group. Nothing to worry about too much for him. He has a 2.5 minute buffer over Andreas Cloden, so he won't take risks on a descent like this. But what it has shown us today is that there are a lot of tired bike riders in the Tour de France already, but there are 50 or 60 riders very capable of staying together on the slower climbs.
Well, it's 7 seconds now, and the bunch have clearly got them in sight. They're not going to escape them, Paul, because it's not literally an all downhill drop right to the line. They're going to sweep them up.
Well, what's important in that group behind is somebody's got to take the responsibility of actually chasing down the group. It looks very much as if it's Il Baleares. It's a large group. I would say it's still pretty close to being 40 riders. Armstrong just floating in the middle there, not too worried at all about what's going on. He's being attentive, keeping his eye on who is chasing and who's got the form to stay with him.
And there's a close-up of the man right down in the tuck position. It's a bit difficult when you're as tall as Peter Weening to fold yourself neatly up on that bicycle to get out of the wind. But he's offering a lot of protection to Andreas Cloden when Cloden gets behind him. As we run off the col now into the town here, we'll be heading towards Jaromir shortly, as this isn't it. As Cloden now drives on here. T-Mobile couldn't win in their own country of Germany. Can they do it here? Now they're back in France.
Well, there's a big organisation. Look at this, Il Baleares on the front, 1 or 2 riders moving forward. There's Jan Ullrich. To watch out for Jan Ullrich as well, Phil, you know, because in the early part of his career, this man was a punch sprinter.
He was.
He hasn't had to do it in recent years, but having seen the work laid down by his teammate Andreas Cloden, he might just go for the 20 seconds bonus.
5 kilometres to go, more or less now. This is the chase is down to just on 6 seconds. The catch has got to come. We're looking for the 5 kilometre banner now. And these 2 riders still willing to give it their best shot. And while Cloden is working here, of course, he is in effect giving Jan Ullrich a free ride. Jan just sits there and hides in the shadows and just watches, because he won't chase his own teammate. There it is, 5 kilometres to go, or 3 miles to the finishing line. Cloden rode up the mountain well to catch Weening, but now I think he has to be the stronger of the 2 now to try and hold off the chase. Here comes a move from Elis Baleares, I think it is.
That's Mancebo moving down the outside. He will try and pick up the pace if he can. It's 8 seconds at the 5 kilometre to go mark, and Francisco Mancebo on the front there has now decided he needs to pull those riders back into the fold. He's obviously been asked by Alejandro Valverde, go to the front, whip up the pace, because I can win this for Spain.
Well, we know that the majority of the top Americans have made this split. Certainly Armstrong is here. We haven't seen Hincapie, but I'm pretty sure he would be here. Bobby Julich is here, so too I think is Levi Leipheim, but not too sure about that one.
And Floyd Landis I caught a glimpse of as well. Yes. So most of the top contenders for the overall race have made the junction in what has become a very select group of riders here. But Il Baleares under a bit of pressure trying to pull it all back together. But I think everybody in this group knows, Phil, that in fact, you look at that gap, it's now starting to extend a bit more as we look at 2.5 miles to go to the finish.
They've stopped chasing, in fact, and this is because they're now they feel that they've attacked each other. They haven't got anywhere with the attacks. They're now consolidating their gains, just sitting together. They might be letting a dangerous man come back into the Tour de France here, though, with Andreas Cloden driving.
They could be, and I tell you what, there's no real organisation on the front of this group. We're now looking at around about 3.5 kilometres to go. Here comes a move by Jens Voigt, it looks like.
Who else would it be? We expected Jens Voigt, but we felt he didn't have a chance of winning today because of his currently high overall position in the race, and he certainly caused a ripple of excitement because they're on him straight away. Now they're looking at one other game. We reckon about 30-35 riders in this group. Not sure if any of the riders can sprint like we normally see a bunch sprint, but we're certainly going to be treated to a good winner today. Will it be one of these two here? Inside 3 kilometres to the line, they are still holding.
They've still got a chance because there is no organisation in that group behind. Not one single team has come to the front to organise a chase. And I just caught a glimpse there. I think it must have been Michael Rasmussen of Team Rabobank trying to slow them down a fraction. The group of the yellow jersey is now at 17 seconds, race radio is telling us, but they are flashing up 28, so I wonder what the truth is.
Well, either way, they're not caught, and that's all we need to see at the moment, as Elis Balira still tries that. Valverde, by the way, also another good man who can sprint when it comes down. Michael Bogart is also there. He can finish well. 2 kilometres to go now. Just 2 kilometres. They'll just drop into the town for the finish. It is actually very slightly uphill, and they level only on the finishing line. That could be crucial today.
They've got a great gap there into the area where the barriers start now. They will be feeling they've got a good chance. Another move here. This will be Pereiro trying to lead it out. Just behind him you can see Francisco Mancebo. Armstrong has got a couple of teammates up there, but you can see Alexander Vinokourov not too far back.
Well, they're also at 2 kilometres now. It is about 22 seconds, they're saying on race radio. 22 seconds. I think that might even be enough here because of the hesitation at 2 kilometres. These two can't afford to hesitate. They're going to have to race one-on-one when they get to the line. They cannot slow at all.
Well, Peter Weening can. He can actually sit on the back wheel of Andreas Kloden because he knows Kloden wants to get the 20-second time bonus. Weening has been away for an awful long time, and what he needs to do now is try and catch his breath a fraction, because this is going to be the most important sprint of his career. If they start jockeying for position like this, Phil, that group is going to come back. There's the red kite, 1,000 metres.
And there's the little rise which takes them up to the finishing line in the far distance here. Well, this is a skillful tactic by the rider from Holland. He's learnt an awful lot in just a week in his first Tour de France. He stopped working with the leader. He's going to just wait and take the risk of them catching up. Kloden is racing for time. He's thinking of the future in the Tour de France. Wienen is thinking of about 800 metres in the Tour de France. And that will be his first ever stage win. And I'll take my hat off to Kloden. He's not made any effort to force the other rider through.
No, he knows that what he's got to do is ride for time. It's so important for him this afternoon. He's going to move himself up. It's 30 seconds back to the main grid. So it's one of these two riders is going to win the stage.
They've got it. Now, Wienen is obviously going to come out of the slipstream. He'll be the fresher of the two. He made the move right at the base of the Col de la Schlucht, and he stayed away until Kloden stole the prize off him 10 metres from the top. And now he's forced the German rider to open up the sprint. He's going to have to wait. Oh, has he got it? Look at the look in his eye. He's got this. He'll move round him at the very last minute. Which side's he going to go? Now here he comes. His first ever victory in his first ever... Oh, did he get it, Paul? I don't know.
Well, that's a photo, Phil. That is a photo. Side by side, those riders were as they came across the line, and I don't think either of them knew who got the win.
Jörg Jansk on the far right of our picture here. Cadell Evans on the far left in the red jersey. Vinokourov is looking for a time bonus. There's a third-place time bonus at stake as he starts to come out of the attack. Here, Christophe Burrow comes on the right, Valverde, and also Jens Voigt, and he's been washed away, Vinokourov. I think it's going to be Valverde who gets third on the line, and a very small time bonus.
A very small time. A quick glimpse there of the yellow jersey coming in. Lance Armstrong home and safe, and this is the rest of the group. Jaroslav Popovic is in this group. And this is one of the riders from Boyka Telekom charging up to the line, trying to get himself the minor placings of the day. But looking back in that group, they have lost themselves a fair amount of time here this afternoon.
There'll be huge time gaps spread across the field today because of the speed that they climbed right up that mountain. Top speed split off a lot of tired riders. And then after that, of course, they just ride home. And we're still awaiting the result of that photo finish. We haven't got it yet.
This is Laurent Brochard coming in. I just caught a quick glimpse of the mullet there under his helmet. There you can see the guys behind are not too worried about this. All they're worried about is getting themselves to the line at the end of the day.
Well, Brochard is a little bit down Another good result for him, former world champion. As almost his teammates right on his back wheel there, led home by Jerome Pino, just behind his teammate Brochard on the line. There's Gerard Mer, and there's the polka dot jersey, be worn tomorrow by Michael Rasmussen, who had to really work hard on the last climb to consolidate his lead he gained in the early part of the day.
With Sylvain Chavanel from Team Cofidis on the front, and he's obviously going to lose himself a little bit of time. He thought he would be a challenger for the overall race here, but obviously he's left himself a few minutes out on the open road, and you can see a lot of riders in that group, Phil, bearing the consequences, some of the early season crashes. And here is the winner. I think we're being told that here is the winner of the stage.
As we're watching the riders come in, we can see that from our position it looks as though it is going to be Peter Weening. We'll be very excited to see the photo, but I think he's got it because he's been taken away to the presentation area. Boy, that's a result for that guy, because that was a fabulous finish. He almost left it too late, but it wasn't. He's only 24 years of age as well, Peter Weening. First Tour de France, and he's a winner. Well, they're actually just confirming on the computer here that the victory has been given to Weening, but it must have been very close indeed. It was all down to the lunge for the line. He lost the Col de la Schluck in the last 10 metres, so he made sure Cloden lost the stage in the last 1 metre. What a result. Well, as much as we know, nearly all of the major contenders finished in that leading group of riders who sprinted it out for third place. I don't think anybody was really left behind. We'll get a chance to see when we look at the full results. Looking at that result then, so it's Peter Weening was given the result there ahead of Andreas Cloden in a very close photo finish. Alejandro Valverde was the next man home ahead of Kim Kirken, and Jens Voigt was up there as well in 5th place with Jan Ullrich in 6th. But what a battle that was. More results coming through. Cadell Evans was 7th, Christophe Moreau was 8th, and the other American, Chris Horner, was in the group as well in 9th place. Alexander Vinokourov crossing the line in 10th. Let's just have a look at this. This is the photo. It's the lunge for the line there. Well, I tell you what, I can't tell from that. I tell you what, you'll have to look at that with a magnifying glass to separate those two riders, but the judges have given it to the man on the inside. Let's have a look at it from a different angle. They're side by side. The Dutchman here waiting till the very last moment, lunging it at the line. Difficult for one to separate there. I'll leave it up to you to let me know. Valverde, though, there's no photo required here. Very easily getting that. Kim Kirchen closest to us, then Jens Voigt, and then Mr. Jan Ullrich. That's Horner in the yellow jersey. Alexander Vinokourov just over to the left-hand side in the turquoise jersey, the champion of Kazakhstan. But Lance Armstrong was very comfortably in that group, not having too many problems at all. So what a great win there. It was very tactical, very clever, waited till the last possible moment and just had the energy to get past on the line. But Phil, that could really only have been millimeters. Well, it definitely was. He did definitely hit the line first. Not that I'm disputing it, I just can see he did. But looking at a centimetre, I think, or maybe even millimetres, he left it late. I didn't realise the finish, because of the tight camera angle, was quite as close as it was. But look at the face on him here. And we can't tell from that picture who won, of course. But I think he won. Great win for him. I think he won because he had longer arms. In fact, it was that lunge again. Longer arms and longer legs. If you know how to make that lunge, you can get yourself ½ a metre in the last 10 metres of the race. Correct. Robin McEwen is, of course, a specialist at that final push to the line.
Well, Chris Boardman, as we look at the helicopter pictures, Phil Liggett said it was millimetres. I'm not sure it was that much, was it? It was very, very close. And who'd have thought, starting today, that we'd seen it fought out, the genuine GC contenders. It was really, really something to see. And you've got to hand it to Peter Weening. Well, we think that the judges have handed it to Peter Weening in terms of the stage, but he was the man with the panache to attack that breakaway group on the climb. He deserved it, really, didn't he? Well, he was actually absolutely on a winner. Once he'd actually managed to sustain the gap there, all he had to do was sit on Cloden. You could see Cloden thinking, well, I want to win the stage, but I can't stop riding for the GC. What do I do? And he was stuck between the 2 points. Let's have a look at the photo then and see if we can put any space between them. We slightly favour him, of course, Weening, because we're on this side. Can you separate those two? Well, all the information that we got to start with was that Cloden got it and then they reversed it and given it to Weening. So certainly from here, I wouldn't like to have to split that. Well, we may yet have a change in result. I don't think so. It looks as though it's gone to Peter Weening. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back to mop up everything from stage 8. Welcome back to Gerard May. Peter Weening of Rabobank has taken the stage, but Chris Boardman, Andreas Kloeden, a man we'd pretty much written off with Vinokourov and Jan Ullrich on his team, is the man who's perhaps taken us by surprise today.
I think he did, and he looked good too. He didn't just make the attack, he actually carried it through and kept going, so that was really quite surprising to see. What really shocked me was the fact that Jan Ullrich didn't join in. I expected to see all three of them attacking it. There's one person that Armstrong was going to let go. It was going to be Kloeden. So a little bit disappointing there. I think if I was Vinokourov, I probably would have been pretty irritated the fact that Ullrich didn't really participate in that. He really could have had him isolated. He could have done so much with that.
But staying with Kloeden, he's done nothing really this year. He's had no results. He had this great result last year, second to Lance Armstrong, but nobody really saw him as a threat. Is that him reasserting himself, or just having a go on a stage where nothing else really matters?
I would suspect that he was playing a team role, really. He was trying to draw Lance Armstrong out, and perhaps Ullrich was waiting to counter Armstrong when he chased, but he didn't fall into that particular trap. And of course, the benefit was Kloeden got the stage. But if Kloeden can move himself up on the general classification, well, that means that Armstrong is going to have to watch 3 T-Mobile riders, and that is going to be very difficult.
Now, Kloeden rather sneakily picked Peter Weening for the points at the top of the mountain summit, but it was the other way around at the finish, wasn't it? Weening left it late, though.
He did leave it late, and I would suspect, if anything, that's probably nerves. He realised the occasion, and he just left it a little bit too late, and he almost lost it. Kloeden seemed to be struggling to work out what he was going to do, whether he was going for the stage or whether he was going for general classification, and I think he actually settled for something in between. He rode hard to the finish, but not maximum, and he did a fake sprint as well. He started to sprint, he didn't give it full gas, and then just as he saw that Weening was coming off his wheels, he just pushed a little bit harder. Nearly worked.
Nearly worked, but Peter Weening, as you can see, took the stage just ahead of Andreas Kloeden in the same time. Then Alejandro Valverde, Kim Kirchen, Jens Voigt and Jan Ullrich. 6th, his best result of the tour so far, but you're disappointed in him.
I was disappointed. I think of the day, really, the tactics of T-Mobile were really vindicated. They waited till the end. We haven't seen them. People have been moaning a little bit, but there you go. They caused the action of the day. I would have liked to see Ullrich show his hand, and maybe he's waiting for a bit longer. I hope it wasn't because he didn't have the legs.
All right, there's the group coming in, and I think in there may be Fabian Wegmann, yesterday's King of the Mountains. He's clearly lost that. And possibly Tom Burnham. He's been struggling today. He had an injury yesterday. We saw him going into the team car with ripped shorts. He's obviously struggled out there today physically, and we'll see whether he'll be able to continue. Now, let's take a look at how today's stage has affected the overall standings. Lance Armstrong still leads, of course, but Jens Voigt has now moved up into 2nd place. Alexander Vinokourov is where he was this morning, 102 back. Bobby Julich, Ivan Basso and Jan Ullrich. Let's get back over then to the commentators. The presentations are about to start. Peter Weening, the stage winner. Let's join Paul Sherwin and Phil Liggett.
Waiting now for the riders to come out here onto the finishing podium. Still Peter Weening and, of course, the new leader of the tour. Here he is. Peter Weening. Oh, look at that leap. Boy, listen to the crowd as well.
Well, a great win there by Weening. This man is the man who basically took the responsibility from that leading group of 7 as soon as they got to the final climb of the day. He attacked on his own. I wonder if he really believed that he could survive to the finish when there was a big battle going to take place between the main leaders and contenders for the overall victory behind. But he was clever, and on the last couple of kilometres, he knew that Andreas Kloeden wanted to get as much time as possible. So he took a little bit of a back seat for the last kilometre, and they used the back wheel of Andreas Kloeden to launch himself to victory. The first ever victory of his career, and what a way to do it here at the Tour de France. And great thank you too for the development of Team Rabobank, who are taking these Dutch riders and bringing them right through until they progress, and then bringing them on to the professional team. Let's just have a look again at how he was able to do that. He powered his way up to the line. The lunge for the bike gave it. At this point, when they looked at each other, I don't think either of them knew who had got the victory. This is where he launched his attack. He launched his attack from the front and carried on and hoped to try and go over the summit in first place. I thought if he'd had about a minute's advantage here, he would have been able to hold on to the win, but all of a sudden, out of the crowd, out of the darkness of that tunnel, appeared a pink jersey. Here we go. No change at all in the overall classification. Yellow jersey number 71 for Lance Armstrong, and that record of Bernard Hinault, 78 days in the yellow jersey, is starting to look a little bit precarious, and that's Bernard Hinault right behind him. I think a fairly good day for Armstrong, although a little bit of a worry sneaking in on the performance of his team there, because they were not all around him over the final few kilometres, but Armstrong was able to take advantage of his clever tactical manoeuvring and just stayed in the group, which was a fairly large group. So Armstrong still leading this race with an excess of a minute advantage over Jens Voigt, and still that advantage over Alexander Vinokourov. But there's a lot more racing to do tomorrow, and there's a lot more climbing to do tomorrow, with two big massive climbs, a second category, the Grand Ballon, and of course the first category, the Ballon d'Alsace. But Armstrong, he seems pretty comfortable.
Well, he was pretty comfortable. He was able to cover all the attacks to date, but Chris Bourman, he had to cover them on his own, didn't he? He had nobody around him.
I didn't think that was going to happen. I honestly thought the second category climb, his team would cover everything they needed to. They'd stretch perhaps, but you wouldn't even see the front. And incredibly, second category climb, he was isolated. Savadelli, I think, was one of the last to leave him, finished nearly 3 minutes back. Really was quite surprising. Certainly, that's not going to be good enough in a couple of days' time.
And there's no good reason for that. There's no tactical reason for that. Presumably, they're all just tired.
There's no reason you would want to isolate yourself or make yourself look weak. It's not as if they've done a lot of hard work up to now either. They've done the minimalist job really they could do to make sure he stayed out of trouble. So it really was a shock.
Interesting stuff. No damage to Lance Armstrong's lead, but damage perhaps to date to his team. We'll take a quick break and be back in a couple of minutes here in Gérardmer.
Hi, I'm
Welcome back. Well, it doesn't matter how many times we look at it, I still can't separate Andreas Kloeden and Peter Wiening. But the important thing is that the commissaires could. And here it is once again, the pair of them lunging to the line and Wiening taking it. Kloeden is finished in the same time. Third man was Alejandro Valverde, 27 seconds back, as was that whole leading group containing Jan Ullrich, Alexander Vinokourov, and of course Lance Armstrong. So let's see what that does to the overall standings then. Armstrong still leads. Jens Voigt is now up into second place. Alexander Vinokourov is where he was this morning, 102 back. But look at Andreas Kloeden up into ninth and now a minute and 50 from the race lead. Now, Chris, does that make him a factor in this race again?
There's so many people that are a factor in this race now. I mean, we look at CSC, geez, they're second, fourth, fifth, seventh now, fantastic. Kloeden is now moving himself up into the frame. It's going to be a very, very difficult race to control. Armstrong is going to have to do something spectacular again if he's want to reassert control of this race, because he's on the edge of losing it.
3 T-Mobile men in the top 10, in the top 9 actually. They're all capable of launching attacks in their own right, and as you pointed out, only one Discovery man in that lead group of 34, and that was the leader.
Yeah, and it's not a situation you would want to be in. There's no tactical advantage to that. He was just isolated. Now, to be honest, he reacted very, very well. He realised his situation wasn't what he wanted, and he cut his losses. He chased only the people that he had to chase. CSC, the other way, really, they didn't take advantage. Suddenly they were presented with an opportunity, and they didn't use it, and that's a real shame.
Well, Ned Bolting is talking to Lance now, so we'll hear his take on the stage.
Lance Armstrong, that was an interesting day at the office. They all had a good look at you there, didn't they?
That was interesting. A little too interesting, but I don't know. Clearly, the team was not really on today, and I didn't feel very good either, and the other teams did feel good. So situations like that, it'd be hard to win the Tour day in and day out. So we have to evaluate where we are and make some adjustments. And
what's wrong with the team?
That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, perhaps we've been a little too active in the race, worked a little too much. Maybe the guys are tired. I can't really comment without actually sitting down with them and saying, "What's wrong with you? How did you feel? I mean, what's the problem? Was it your breathing? Was it your legs? Was it the rhythm? Was it the climb?" It's a strange climb too, you know, to start I mean, it's a long climb, but not very steep, so you're able to keep 30, 40, 50 guys there, and they can take shots at you from the back, and it's hard to follow those.
Did you learn more about Vinokourov, or did Vino learn more about you today?
Oh, I mean, I didn't learn anything new. I mean, he confirmed that he's strong, and for me, you know, he might be the leader of that team. So that's no surprise, you know. But you know, I don't know what he could have learned about me today. I mean, I wasn't great. I definitely was isolated, definitely was suffering, but you know, I have an idea of what to do in the next week or so.
Thanks, Lance.
Thanks.
Well, a frank Lance Armstrong as always, but I mean, the frankness wasn't very encouraging.
Not really. I think he was quite rattled by that. He put a face on it, I think, because of what he's got before, but looks quite interesting.
All right, Ned has now got hold of the stage winner, Peter Wieding. Let's go over to him.
Peter, your first professional win, your first Tour de France. What sort of a feeling is that?
Yeah, it's a really special feeling, of course. Yeah, I was fighting the whole day for it, and I win it. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Big smile on your face. But to say it was close would be to underestimate it. That was close.
Yeah, it was really close. I did not really knew I win after the race. So, but everybody say I win. Yeah.
On the summit of the final climb, when Andreas Klöden came alongside you, did you think that was it? Did you think the game was up, or did you know you could hold on to him?
I knew it was only downhill after the top, but only Klöden catch me. Yeah, I'm lucky.
When you crossed the line, who did you think had won?
I did not really know. I was coming, so mostly the coming guy wins, but it was really close. It was maybe a few millimeters.
What did Andreas say? Did you talk to him about it?
No, we did not. I did not talk about with him, but I think I did not stole the race. I worked the whole day for it, so I think I deserved it to win.
Well, listen, I guess every day in the Tour de France should be like that, huh?
Yeah, okay.
He's absolutely full of himself, isn't he? Great to see, and with him and David Zabriskie winning the prologue and Alejandro Valverde today, some really good young riders coming through.
Slightly more flamboyant than David Zabriskie, I think, but I love to see that. I love to see it when somebody gets such a surprise and it comes off and they just can't believe their luck. It's brilliant. And he did work for it. He worked very, very hard for it, and he deserved it.
All right, now the other day we saw Thor Hushovd's mum, who's trailing him around the Tour, making sure he eats properly and wraps up warm when he goes out. And there are actually quite a few proud parents following the riders on this year's Tour. If you ever wondered where Robbie McEwen gets his interview technique from, have a listen to Ken, his dad.
You're here under duress.
Robbie McEwen's dad. How long have you been in France?
How long have I been his dad? Most of his life. No, we've been in France since the last Sunday. We came at the end of the second stage.
Excellent. So, in some ways, you missed the worst bit of Robbie McEwen. You got the best bit.
Well, no, we got the worst bit too. We got the first stage that he didn't win. We got the second stage where he got put back, and from then on, it's all been okay.
How much contact do you have with Robbie while he's riding the Tour? Do you see him in the evenings or not?
We try and go to the hotel if it's not always easy to get booked close by because the Tour books out everything. But yeah, we try and get there. We got there yesterday. We try and do. This is the first time we've been in this in a circle. But yeah, we get to the race. We get into a couple of the areas that are away from the public a little bit.
Thor Hushovd brings his mum and dad with him in a camper van, and they park outside the hotels, and mum cooks for him every evening.
Is that right? Yeah. Must be a Norwegian thing. It doesn't happen in Australia. We're not into that. We're not into that in Australia.
Now listen, is it true Robbie rides on a British passport, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't. He's got an Australian passport. We've got the British passports.
Where did it all go wrong? How come you're not riding for?
No, we were out there since 1968. He was born out there in 1972. And we are nationalised Australians now, but we still retain our British passports because there's no reason not to, and we travel on those in Europe.
It's not too late to come back, you know.
Is that right? Is that an invitation?
Yeah, it is.
Will Mr. Blair kick in a little bit into the kitty for the transfer fee? And,
he will. If you bring Robbie with you, well, yeah.
He will, okay.
Thanks.
Well, we know Robbie McEwen's fellow sprinter Tom Burnham was struggling badly at the back of today's stage. Ned's got him now. Let's go over there.
Tom Burnham, how are you enjoying the mountains? It's not like the flat stages, is it?
No, it's very different. Especially with the crash yesterday, I didn't have no strength in my legs, and it wasn't a nice day for me.
So, Overall, do you think you're going to survive the next few days, the Alps and everything that involves?
I'll survive for sure, but in which condition, I don't know. Today I had to do a lot to get in on time. Get in on time was not a problem, but to get in, and it took a lot of strength. But today I got a friend of mine checking my back out, and see ya.
So Tom, just a few more weeks now before Paris. Are you dreaming of carrying that green jersey and making it all the way?
I'm doing everything I can. I was in a perfect condition, but the last few days weren't very good for me. So.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Now, just before we go, a quick mention of more sport coming up on ITV later on today after our high.